Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Lane, A Case for Willows Lane, by Peter Grainger, narrated by Henrietta Mear. Chapter 1. Emily Willows watched her new neighbour, and wondered again. Not that the woman was really a new neighbour any longer. She, this woman, had bought the adjacent house last May, and it was now August. During that time they had barely spoken, and what had been said was no more than the most superficial of politeness. A few good mornings, when they met each other on the path into the bustling little town which some insisted was still a village. Once, about a month ago, when fate had thrown them together in a queue at the butcher's, Emily had made an effort to chat, because it really was a little embarrassing by now, being neighbours and not speaking. Her efforts in Mr. Donovan's shop had met with little success. "So," she had said with a smile, approaching the matter as if they were in the habit of acknowledging each other's existence. "How are you finding Polcombe?" There had been a pause, as if the woman, whose name was Lane, that much had been established from a fortuitously misdelivered letter, as if she suspected that it was a trick question. And then came, "Oh, it's absolutely charming." That was all. Charming. As far as Emily Willows was concerned, this was akin to saying that the sea this morning is absolutely a sort of greenish-blue or bluish-green, a statement of the blindingly obvious. Every article and advertisement ever written that has anything to do with Polcombe includes the word charming. It's beyond a cliché, she thought afterwards. It's almost insulting to say that and nothing more. She hadn't given up, though, in the butcher's. "I imagine that it's very different to where you've come from," with a distinctly encouraging smile. "Yes, very." The queue shuffled forward. Mr. Donovan's daughter Amy was missing that morning, probably attending an antenatal class, expecting her second, still not married. "Where was that? I hope you don't mind me asking," with a smile so encouraging now that it was beginning to hurt. And the extraordinary thing was that the woman did mind. It was obvious from her frown and pursed lips. "Of course not. I moved down from London." London, home to about 8 million people, and covering tens of thousands of acres. Lord knows how many boroughs and postal districts and suburbs, all with names. But Miss Lane, no sign of a ring, but who knows, was content to say that that's where she had moved from, London. There had been one more attempt to establish a line of communication. "Oh, what a change for you! Was it your work that brought you this way?" Emily doubted that. There had been no suggestion of regular comings and goings, and no sign in her occasional glimpses of business clothes or a briefcase. "No, I'm retired." Emily knew that she had probably failed to hide her surprise at that. Retired. The woman was in her 30s. She was slender to the point of being a little thin, but toned, and when she wore a T-shirt one could see muscles in the arms. How could she possibly be retired? Emily would have said, "Really, what did you used to do?" But Mr. Donovan interrupted with, "Now then, Mrs. Willows, it's Friday, so it must be chops." That's what it means, to be part of a community, to be known, and she hoped that Miss Lane, if Miss she was, might appreciate that and treat her with a little more respect, if she couldn't manage friendship. But when she turned around after being served that morning, she found to her surprise that her next-door neighbour had disappeared. This being a Friday too, all that must have happened 3 weeks ago to the day. Since then, nothing more than a nod when Miss Lane looked in as she passed the house and saw her neighbour looking out at her. There was something quick in the woman's movements that would have caught even the most practised of curtain twitchers, Emily had reflected uncomfortably, as she watched the figure walking down into the town once more. Now, early on this brilliant August morning, the latest in a long succession of them, she could see the woman at her own front gate, stretching herself very thoroughly before going for a jog, though Emily fancied from what she had seen of this before that a run was a more appropriate term. A black singlet that she could get away with because of her tiny bust, dark blue tracksuit bottoms, and professional-looking white trainers that were most certainly not from the discount store at Trago Mills. She pays a lot of attention to her legs, the hamstrings and things. But it wasn't Emily Willow's imagination. Miss Lane always spends more time working on her left leg than her right. And that makes sense, she thought, nodding to herself, because I have seen her limp once or twice. Nothing very noticeable, and not all the time, but she does for a few steps now and then. And just before she runs, she springs up like that on the balls of her feet, bounces a few times, opens the gate and turns left onto the footpath that takes one up along the steep slope that forms the eastern side of the tiny harbour. Steep it might be, but she never walks that first section. The woman runs up it, leaning into the hill, hunching her shoulders, and punching those muscly arms as if she enjoys the pain, or as if she has in front of her some invisible adversary. Emily Willows looked down at her own steadily spreading middle, and wondered how far she would get up the hill if she tried to run. She had been fit as a girl, and enjoyed school games, but even then she was more of a thrower than a runner. Miss Lane had a good 20 years on her too, and that makes a big difference, doesn't it? Nevertheless, she ought to do something, with her blood pressure seeming to inch up a little each time Dr. Scott managed to detain her in the surgery long enough to measure it. Get one of those DVDs and do a Zumba or something, or start going for proper long walks, instead of her customary 10 minutes up to the top of the rise and a sit on the seat that overlooks the beetling cliffs and the beautifully crinkled blue-green sea beyond. Robert was coming soon, and so there was a point to the morning, which made a nice change. He was bringing a card for her birthday tomorrow because he was on duty all day then, and in the middle of a big case that had had his attention for months, it seemed. As she tidied the kitchen and prepared the coffee machine, she found her thoughts wandering back once more to her neighbour. How far does she run? Sometimes she's gone for an hour or more. Fit people can probably run at 8 or 10 miles an hour if a steady walking pace is 3. Does she really run that far back towards Plymouth? No wonder there isn't an ounce of fat on her. And then Emily Willows had one of those moments that her husband Ron, when he was alive, used to marvel at. He'd say, "Think yourself lucky you weren't born 300 years ago, because they'd have drowned you as a witch." She thought to herself, "I wonder what she's running away from." When the whole of the house had been tidied and all of the downstairs had been hoovered, there was still no sign of her son, and so she went out into the garden. These houses were built in the days when land was cheaper, even in the steep and hidden coves of Cornwall, and her garden was a generous one, and private too. It was overlooked only at the far end by the upstairs of Miss Lane's property, which was further up the hill. Their gardens were separated first by a high traditional wall of local stone, and then by a substantial wooden fence, now much overgrown with climbing roses, clematis, and jasmine. But where the stone met the wood, there had once been a gate. To be more precise, there still was a gate, but it had not been opened in many a year. Previously, Ling Cottage had belonged to a standoffish couple who had used it only a few weeks each summer, a glorified holiday home, and Emily had never got to know them either. Any opening of the gate, for the bolt was on her own side, would certainly have been viewed as an intrusion. She stood by it now, and realized that even if the rusted bolt gave way, a particularly vigorous rambling red rose had effectively sealed up the entrance and any prospect of warmer relations with her neighbour. She crossed the lawn that sloped up towards the end of her garden, and looked back at the roof and upper windows of next door, still annoyed that she had not bought it in May when she had the chance. It would have suited her, being a little smaller with just 2 bedrooms, and the views of the bay were better. She had mentioned it to Robert, but he had said, "It's a dear old business, Mum. Thousands of pounds just to move next door, and you'd have to sell your own place first. Better off where you are." She had not exactly done what he had told her to do, but his words had produced enough hesitation to allow the place to slip away. A sold sign went up within a matter of days. And she would not have needed to sell her own place, nowhere near it. She could have bought next door outright, moved in and kept this place as a rental property, producing a much better return than she was currently getting at the bank, even on the 5-year bonds. Robert had no idea how much money his father had left her. She was saving that for a surprise, though she was unlikely to see the look of astonishment on his face when the solicitor told him. Better see the financial adviser too, and review the inheritance tax situation after the budget. Ronald Willows had risen near to the top of the banking profession, and had taken the share options at every opportunity. She smiled at the memory of him, and at the thought of the carefully organized files and folders in his study that detailed the fine estate he had left to her. Yes, if Ron had still been here, she would have persuaded him easily enough, and be living in the house that looked down a little on her own. She had even, she recalled a little guiltily, then gone into the town and visited the estate agents, Andrewather and Spargo, to inquire whether it was too late to put in an offer. She knew Tom Spargo's wife from the WI, and so it didn't seem too impudent a thing to do, in the circumstances. But no, she had been told. A cash buyer, all done and dusted. Lynn Cottage had been on the market for a shade under £400,000, and Miss Lane, retired in her 30s, had paid cash. It all added to the mystery, of course. A car drew up somewhere in the road she could not see, while she was telling herself off for being so ungrateful. She had a home that would be the envy of millions. It might be Robert, so she walked back down the lawn and in through the patio doors. He was already inside, hanging up his jacket in the hallway, something his father always did, and then taking an envelope out of one of the pockets. "Happy birthday, Mum. I'm sorry about tomorrow, but when you come over for tea we'll have a proper do. Marie's already baking away." He gave her the card and watched while she opened it. Many happy returns, lots of love from the both of them. It would be nice to see a little squiggle or two at the end, but Marie, who was French, was yet another one of these career girls, presently in charge of marketing Cornwall to tourists around the world. Judging by the queues of traffic coming into the town every day, she was doing a wonderful job. No chance of a grandchild in this country for a few more years, by the look of it. Robert walked through to the lounge to turn on the television, apologizing as he went, but the court case was due to begin on Monday, and there was talk at the station that it might make the local television news. If they got the result they deserved, he said, it would make the nationals as well. It could be the highest-profile people-smuggling case ever. The copy machine began to hiss and bubble, but she could hear Robert's voice saying something like, "So, Mum, how are you doing? Everything okay?" as he fiddled with the tuning. The signals in Cornish coves are as famously temperamental as the weather. Emily called back, "Yes, dear, I'm fine. Just bored to death as usual." She heard a vague, "That's good then," followed by a burst of television noise. "So I thought I might take up paragliding. You know, buy one on eBay and just jump off the cliff one morning." "Good idea, Mum." He was still tuning it in, and taking not the slightest notice of her. Promotion to detective sergeant had come very quickly, and now he obviously had an important role in this case. Her irritation at being ignored fought a brief battle with her pride in his ambition and success, and lost. Robert Willows appeared in the doorway with a puzzled frown and said, "What did you just say, Mum?" "Never mind, my love. Here, take your coffee through, and there's a plate of homemade biscuits as well. Eat some. I don't suppose you'll get a proper lunch." There was nothing on the news, but he told her a little about the case. No details, obviously, but this was a potentially significant investigation. Private airfields and isolated coves had been used to smuggle people into the country over the past 2 years. Nothing new there, Robert Willows said. It's a near epidemic. But this particular lot were offering something different. Business-class illegal entry to small numbers of wealthy, influential people and their families, with all the necessary paperwork provided as a part of an individually tailored service. And that's where it gets interesting, he said. Some of the documentation being provided is genuine. Somewhere along the line, these people have connections into the higher echelons of government bureaucracy. Emily Willows had looked suitably impressed and concerned. "Well, that's serious, isn't it? It could get political." Robert seemed to relish the idea. "Oh, yes, it will. Detective Superintendent Harley has made that clear from the beginning. But if anyone can pull it off, he can. He's an organizational genius. Earlier this week he—" And as he told her more about the case, she thought that he probably should not, but it was nice that he wanted to, because so often as a mother you become a sort of afterthought, an item near the bottom of a to-do list. They fly away, and it's not so bad if your partner is still there. It can even be liberating to have time together again, with money to spend on yourselves for a change. But then Ron had died suddenly, just at that moment when it was happening for them. He had died, and now she really was bored enough sometimes to feel like jumping off a cliff. Robert stayed for almost an hour in the end, and he didn't do all of the talking. She told him about her neighbour, aware of how trivial her concerns seemed compared to his, but he pretended an interest and said laughingly that if she had any real worries, he could always make a few inquiries about the mysterious Miss Lane. His guess, though, was that if she had come from London and had the money to buy Ling Cottage, and if she was indeed retired, then she was probably in the same business as Dad, something in banking or hedge funds or investments. The new generation of money superstars could make enough in bonuses in 5 years not to need to work for the rest of their lives. "Wouldn't that be dull, though, Mum? Sitting around all day with plenty of dosh in the bank but nothing to do. They could drive you round the bend." "Yes," she said, as she got up to fetch him another cup of coffee. "I expect it could." Chapter 2. At 3 o'clock on the same afternoon, Emily Willows went out into the garden again. The sky was momentarily overcast now, and the air was very warm and humid. Ron would have complained about it, and said that though it was hotter in Greece, that was more pleasant, a drier sort of heat. He always said that, every year. She smiled at him and got on with the tasks that she had set herself, which was to deadhead all the roses he had planted in the 3 years they had spent here together. Coming to Polcombe had been the beginning of his winding down to a proper retirement after the pressures of corporate life. Not before time, she had said, because Ron was 7 years her senior, but as it turned out, the move had not been made in time enough. She pushed the wheelbarrow along to the next border. Her next-door neighbour was back. She hadn't seen her return, but she must have done so because there was some noise from the house, and then it became a little louder, as if the woman had opened her patio doors. There was a sound of music that Emily Willows recognised because she had heard her younger sister play it many times. The opening to Rachmaninoff's second piano concerto. Jane had almost taken the professional route after passing every examination going, and then one morning her sister announced that she was going to have a life instead. She married a dentist, had 4 children, and lived one of quiet contentment in Ruislip. Emily stood for a moment, secateurs in one gloved hand and fading roses in the other, and wondered why she was surprised by her neighbour's taste in music. Then she told herself off quite sharply this time, because it really was none of her business, and because she really didn't want to be thought of as the nosy old woman next door. At 4 o'clock precisely, as she did every day when she was at home, Emily Willows went back inside and switched on the kettle that had been filled ready after lunch. Leaf tea, 2 spoonfuls, into the Whittard's ceramic teapot, and one of the bone china cups with matching saucer. Brew for 3 minutes, 3 or 4 stirs, and pour through the strainer. Put 3 rich tea biscuits on a tiny plate from the same tea service, and take a seat at the small walnut table by the patio doors, so that she could admire the garden and enjoy the slight breeze as the sun began to decline from its zenith and the shadows from the old stone wall began to inch across the lawn. I would never admit to being lonely, she told herself, but a little more company would be welcome. She could have called Margaret or Stephanie today, of course, and they would have come up to here, or she would have gone down into the town to see them. They could have had tea in the shop that overlooks the harbour, and cakes, and hours of nattering about the tourists. But she was already booked by them tomorrow morning because of her birthday, and if they met today there would be less to talk about then. So, she reflected, I eke out my experiences. I make them last. I measure out my dull existence with teaspoons. And at 4:20 precisely there was a knock on the front door. Emily stood up and went to answer it. Door-to-door salespeople were unusual in the town, but it might be a meter reader, it was due, or more likely charity fundraisers, who seemed to think that everyone who lived in Polcombe must be a millionaire with a guilty conscience. She straightened her back, found her stern look, and prepared to repel boarders. 2 men, one standing a little further away from the door. The man nearest to her wore a dark grey suit, somewhat inappropriate for the weather, but obviously some sort of business person, though it wasn't a good suit, she had to say, and it didn't fit him particularly well. Neither, for some reason, did his skin. It seemed too tightly drawn across the face, making the nose beak-like, and it had an unhealthy pallor, a yellowness that made Emily Willows think that he might have problems with his liver. For a moment no one spoke, and she glanced at the second man, younger, taller, and much bigger, round-shouldered with huge hands hanging loosely by his sides, wearing a shiny bomber-style jacket and cheap light blue jeans, with white but dirty and heavily scuffed trainers. He seemed to be more interested in looking up and down the street than at the woman whose door his companion had just knocked upon. The besuited man said, "Mrs. Willows?" "Yes." "I wonder if we might have a word?" "Do you? Well, it rather depends on who we are, and what it is that you would like a word about." "It's best to be brisk with doorsteppers," Ron used to say. "Don't let them get the upper hand." She was already sure that these two characters had nothing to say in which she could possibly be interested. The yellow-faced man presented her with a smile of many teeth and much insincerity, but it was his next words that alarmed her, because she knew in that instant that he was lying, and that they might be dangerous. "We're police officers, madam." The lock on the door was a Yale. If she had stepped back quickly and closed it, if she had even run out of the street so that the world could see and hear, if she had done anything but what she did, which was to confront them on her doorstep with the famously cliched, "Oh, really? I would like to see your warrant cards, please." The same unhealthy grin, as the nearest man reached into his inside jacket pocket, while simultaneously half-turning towards his companion and saying, "All clear." "Yeah, get on with it, for Christ's sake." "Certainly, Mrs. Willows. Here's my warrant." He had taken out what appeared to be the bone handle of an old-fashioned knife. As she watched, he rolled it somehow in his fingers, and a blade appeared, a single-sided blade, a cut-throat razor. He stepped in close to her as she opened her mouth to call for help, or at the very least protest, but his other hand, the left, against her chest and pushed hard, sending her staggering backwards into the hallway. Within seconds both men were inside, and the door was closed. No one could have seen, and no one would hear her scream, but she did so anyway, loudly and angrily as she backed away from the grey-suited man into the lounge. He sprang forward with surprising speed and caught her wrist, telling her to shut up. Now he had the blade in one hand and her wrist in the other, so she did the appropriate thing and brought up her knee. She was close, but not close enough. He swore, raised the blade, and then, very clearly, changed his mind. Instead, he let go of her wrist, bunched his other fist, and hit her hard in the face. She had never been struck in anger before, not in her entire life. Ronald had been the gentlest, most even-tempered of men, and as a child she had grown up in a safe, clean, and polite world, where violence was viewed with disapproval and switched off at the wall if it intruded into their young lives. And as she stumbled backwards onto the sofa, with no pain yet, just a lightning strike of stars, she thought, "Men don't hit women. Men do not hit women. But he has hit me hard in the face, and I can already taste blood. I'm going to die. Or worse." The younger man had watched these events from the doorway of the lounge, as if viewing a mildly entertaining scuffle in the street. When it seemed to be over, he came further into the room, passed in front of her, and drew the curtains across the patio doors. Then he went through into the dining room, and she heard him do the same thing. No one would be able to see in from outside, even if they did manage to get into the back garden. After that, she heard him moving about the house, no doubt making certain that nobody else was home. The hatchet-faced man, finally satisfied that her resistance was at an end, straightened up and waved his fist at her. He said, "See that? That was me being nice. This," now slicing the blade through the air a couple of times, "is me being nasty. If neither of them works, you can have a chat with my friend through there. He don't say a lot. Don't need to. He can crush the bones in your withered old hand just by shaking it." She looked down at her hands, spread either side of her on the sofa. They were not withered at all, and she still did pretty well on the pinch test. She knew what was going on. This was a psychological beating, designed to bruise her inside as well as out. She said nothing in reply. "So, first of all, I need to get a couple of things straight, just to be clear. You're Mrs. Emily Willows, yes?" She nodded. "And Robert Willows is your son?" Another nod, but try as she might, she could not keep all the fear out of her eyes then. Robert. What had this to do with him? We have to be certain. Don't want no mistakes. The second thing is this. If you do as you're told, you won't get hurt any more than you have been, and neither will your son. Got that? Do what I tell you, and this will be over in a couple of hours. Something to tell your grandchildren. Except you don't have any yet, do you? Let's hope Robert behaves himself as well. Otherwise you might never hear the patter of tiny feet. You getting all this? She nodded for a third time, looking him directly in the eye. Her mind was working surprisingly well despite the pain in her cheek and nose, and it had already come to a number of conclusions. This was not a robbery, though she was beginning to wish that it was. She was to be some sort of hostage. Robert was involved in something awful and dangerous. These men had a plan because he had just said, over in a couple of hours, and they knew things about her family, which was almost the worst thing of all. How? Good. We're getting somewhere. Got a downstairs bathroom? Through there. Go in and wash the blood off your face. Clean yourself up. Don't want you looking a mess. Leave the door open. 60 seconds. Go on. In the mirror, she could see that there would be a bruise on her cheek, and the right side of her nose was painfully sore. She eased it around gingerly, but there was no click or grating of bone. Probably not broken. She had bled onto her upper lip, so she took the chance to wash her whole face in cold water and gather her senses. Fighting them was out of the question, and she had little in the house she could use as a weapon. If she managed to stab one with a kitchen knife, the other would exact a terrible revenge. She might be able to escape. They had already let her out of their direct line of sight for a minute, but they would be watching the windows and doors. Call someone. The landline was on the tiny table in the hallway, and her mobile phone was in her handbag, on the work surface in the kitchen. If she could call Robert and warn him. Hatchet-Face was in the bathroom doorway, watching her and scowling. That's 2 minutes. You do exactly as you're told, remember? Back on the sofa. He followed her through the hall, and she heard him rip the plug out of the landline socket. When she was seated again, he said, Where's your mobile? I cannot remember. I often lose it anyway. And with all this... Shout all you like. I'll only get more confused. She could see him considering whether this was resistance worth dealing with, or simply the truth. After a moment he said, Do your best to remember. It might not be me asking you next time. The round-shouldered giant of a man came into the lounge, and was asked whether it was all clear. Apparently it was. Okay then. You watch her, and I'll make the call. Let's have the family snap first. He took out a phone. The younger man stepped in behind her, and put one of those huge shovel-like hands on her shoulder, an act of violation that made her grit her teeth. She caught the faint odours of stale sweat and greasy food. The phone clicked, and its owner said, There we are. All done. So that was the proof that she was being held hostage, and the chances were that Robert would see the picture soon. She could only imagine how he would feel, and the imagining frightened her. What on earth was he involved in? Let's hope Robert behaves himself, the man had said. The sickly yellow face was watching her own closely, and he saw the fear. She knew then that this was his specialist subject, fear and its uses. He looked at the image on his phone and said, You don't take a bad picture for an old dear. Anyway, I'm off to have a word with my people. You just sit there and make yourself comfortable, and then when I come back, you can make us a nice cup of tea. Milk and 2 sugars. He made the 2-fingered gesture that means eyes to the man behind her, and left the room. The remaining man had let go of her shoulder, and stood in silence. At that point she was too afraid to turn around and look at him. The yellow man was thoroughly unpleasant, and smug with his own knowledge of that fact, but the impassive, impersonal threat emanating from his partner was somehow more alarming. The call was made from just inside the front door, where he imagined that she would hear nothing. Not so. She heard distinctly at the beginning, just a little slap, all quiet now, and then some monosyllabic responses. Someone was questioning him about what he had done and said. Then she picked out, Yeah, Jammy's in place, but we don't need him.
I told you—"
before he was silenced again by whoever was on the other end. Jammy, an odd name, not Jamie, but sounding more like the word some people use for lucky. But remember it. It could be important when this comes to trial, for she had no doubt that it would do so, no doubt that Robert would not let them get away with this. Then at the end she heard,
"Yeah, the photo's ready to go. Just let me know when."
Emily Willows took down 3 mugs from the glass-fronted cabinet and put a little milk in each one, though she could not imagine that she would take even a sip for herself, not because she was too upset, but because she would not engage in the parody of drinking tea with friends. Without turning around, she moved the teapot a few inches to the left, and then a few more. The sharp-faced man had positioned himself in the one chair in the lounge that gave him a partial view through into the kitchen, but the work surface extended further round than he could see, and that's where she had left her handbag. The kettle was about to boil, giving 3 or 4 minutes before it might seem to be taking too long. If she could reach the phone and send a message to someone, anyone, there would be a chance of rescue, though quite how that might be accomplished she had no idea. But she could not sit and do nothing. That was not in her nature. So she poured the water into the pot, all the while feeling around in the bag. And there it was, the phone. It would be switched on, and all she needed to do was swipe across. There was no lock and no passcode. She stirred the tea in the pot with her right hand, her eyes looking left at the screen. Messages. New message. To whom, and what do you write without it sounding like a joke? Not Robert, of course, now that she thought about it, because he was involved and she did not know how. Getting a message from her might put him in more danger. The same for Marie. Can one text the police? She had no idea. In the end she found Stephanie's number. Stephanie was very sensible, and would never assume that Emily was playing any sort of prank. She had managed to type "Help, I'm," when a hand, a massive hand, reached down over her shoulder and took the phone and the handbag in a single grasp. She flinched and turned to see the oval, expressionless face of the big man, the brown eyes reading what was on the screen, before handing it to the other, who had come in behind him.
"I like a bit of spirit, I do," said the yellow-faced man.
And then he dropped the phone onto the tiled floor and stamped 3 times with his heel until there was a splintering sound. She thought then that he would hit her again, but instead he simply took the handbag with him back into the lounge and sat down in the same seat as he began to go through the contents. After a few seconds he shouted through to her, "And I don't like it too strong. Hurry up and pour the tea, mother." The younger man remained in the kitchen, watching her. She sat back down on the sofa, the tea on the coffee table in front of her. The big man had disappeared once more, going around the house again, and the other was back on his phone, the contents of her handbag on the seat beside him. His phone buzzed in his hand. He opened and read the message.
"Bit of a hold-up. Never mind. This is all very cosy, ain't it?"
She said nothing, and thought about whether anyone else might raise the alarm. She wasn't expected anywhere today, like most days, and so it was unlikely. This could go on for hours, and no one would know. What did he mean about a hold-up? How much longer could this go on? And what about Marie? Had she also been taken hostage? She should be at work in Truro, but who knows? And then the front doorbell rang. The younger man appeared as silently as ever, and the two of them looked at each other before a nod of the head sent him towards the hallway. She could see him peering from behind the curtain that covered the side pane of the door, and then he tiptoed back into the lounge. "It's a tart from next door." How did they know that? How long had they been watching her house?
"Friend of yours?"
Yes. Instinct told her that was a better answer.
"You're going to answer it and send her packing. Don't open the door all the way. Make some excuse. I'll be behind you with this."
He waved the blade.
"And don't forget, your son's in a lot of bother if you don't behave yourself. Get rid of her."
Chapter 3. Emily Willows opened the door to 45 degrees, enough to show herself, but not much of the inside of the house behind her. Miss Lane stood a couple of feet back from the welcome mat, holding a clear Pyrex oven dish in her hands, and when she saw Emily, she smiled brightly. "Hello. I thought it was time that I returned this. It was weeks ago I made that apple pie, when my sister came down. I'm very sorry that I've hung on to it for so long." She held it out towards Emily, and for just a moment Emily failed to understand, because it was not her dish, and there never had been such an exchange of ovenware or intimacy between them. She almost said, "I think you've made a mistake," and then she caught the look in her neighbour's eye and understood. Those eyes darted past her momentarily, into the hallway, and through to the segment of the lounge that was visible from the front door. Emily said, "Oh, yes, thank you. Very good of you, too," and took the dish. "Hot again, isn't it? I know you're not keen on it. How are you this afternoon?" The hands that now held the dish were shaking a little, and Emily wondered whether that would be enough to warn her neighbour, but she ought to say something in reply. She had the bizarre sensation that she had somehow stepped into an improvised performance by the South East Cornwall Amateur Dramatic Society. "Yes, dear, you're right. I'll be glad when it cools down. I'd invite you in, but I'm feeling a little under the weather. Maybe tomorrow." She thought about the men behind her, hiding and listening. The one with the knife was several feet back. She could easily step into the outside and pull the door to, but there was Robert, and maybe Marie. They had warned her, and she had no idea what the situation was for them. She had been hit, threatened, and photographed in the past half an hour. At least one of the men was armed. They were serious. But Miss Lane had surely seen enough. She would see the puffy redness on her face, and the whole game with the dish was very clever, wasn't it? It was just a pretence, to check on her neighbour. The fact that she, Emily, had accepted the dish and gone along with the charade was a clear signal that she was in some sort of trouble. Their eyes met briefly then, and sure enough there was a nod that conveyed something as the young woman spoke. "Yes, of course, Emily. I'll call round again tomorrow. Goodbye." And Emily didn't want her to go, even though this was a most unexpected chance of salvation, and even though she had no idea how her name had been discovered. Miss Lane turned away, and then became very still. From the left-hand side, Emily saw the big man appear. He stepped behind her neighbour onto the path that led to the wicker gate, blocking her escape. In his right hand he held a gun, close to his own body, pointing it at Miss Lane. Then there was a movement behind Emily, and a hand pulled her back into the house. "All right. Very cosy, but there's something going on here. Who else lives next door?" "No one. She lives on her own." He looked down at the dish and said, "I'm partial to a slice of homemade pie. Haven't got one in the fridge, have you?" "No." "Pity. Still, you might have time to make us one yet. Your young man isn't answering his phone. I hope for his sake and yours he ain't doing that on purpose. Bring her in as well." The shout was to the man outside, and moments later Miss Lane was walking into the living room. There was no expression on her face at all, no fear, no surprise. She looked at Emily closely for a moment, and then around the room, as if she was simply curious about seeing the inside of her neighbour's house for the first time. She stood very still while her pockets were patted, but she was wearing only a t-shirt, jeans, and trainers. It was obvious that she did not have a mobile phone with her. When she was told to sit on the sofa next to Emily, she did so, but without hurrying or acknowledging the hatchet-faced man in any way. She simply sat down, but her eyes never stopped taking an inventory of the contents of Emily's living room. "Ain't you got no questions?" 2 minutes had passed, and Lane's continuing silence had clearly unsettled the older man. Still she said nothing in reply to him, and the sneer came back to his face. "What was all that outside? Playing some sort of game? Nosy neighbour? Now look where it got you." Like the man, Emily listened for an answer, for some sort of response, but none came. Again she had the sense for a moment that this was a very convincing drama rather than reality. Why wasn't Robert answering his phone, though? And how was he involved? Then she remembered the details he had told her of the case, and thought, well, that might explain this. Some sort of corruption at the highest level would mean powerful men with a lot to lose, and that makes people do desperate things, such as hiring thugs like these. And then, without warning, Miss Lane turned and said to her, "Are you all right?" "Hold your bloody noise, you interfering cow. I'm asking the questions.
I didn't say you could talk to her."
There were seconds of silence. The Lane woman's eyes never left her neighbour's, never went once to the man who held the cut-throat razor out towards them. Then she said again, "Are you all right?" Emily Willows answered quickly, "Yes, I am," hoping that doing so might avoid the need for anyone else to be punched. When she looked at him then, the yellow face was as much surprised as outraged that the newcomer had very deliberately ignored him. He was assessing the changed situation, and it had changed. Emily could feel that. With two of them on the sofa, he decided not to try and enforce the silence. Instead, he went to the curtain again, where the younger one had taken up his previous position, watching the garden for signs that anyone else was involved. He had also taken out his phone, and she guessed that someone was being informed of what had just taken place. Emily looked at her new companion then. When she caught Emily's eye, Lane smiled briefly and shrugged, as if to say, "What a nuisance, getting caught up like this," and Emily found herself quite unable to smile back, because now they were both in danger, and she did not understand how that had happened. When she had looked around the entire room again, Lane said quietly, "What do they want? Have they told you?" The younger man left the curtain and went out of the lounge and back up the stairs. There was no sign of the gun. No doubt he had concluded that he didn't need to show it to control the two women. Hatchet-Face was still by the patio doors, looking at his phone and glancing into the garden. He was probably listening to them, but still, apparently, allowing them to talk. "No, they haven't. They think I'm some sort of hostage. My son, Robert—" She stopped, a little choked at having to voice her fears, yet suddenly grateful there was someone to whom they could at least be voiced. Lane said, "The young man who visits you 2 or 3 times a week?" Emily nodded, and then Lane said, "His job, isn't he?" "Pardon? His job? Are you asking what he does? That's what—" "No, sorry, I meant he's police, yes? Plain clothes?" "Yes, he is. How did you know?" Miss Lane was watching the man at the curtain as she answered. "About a month ago I saw him dropped off by a squad car. From the way he was chatting to them before he came in, I guessed he wasn't being brought home after a night on the tiles." Despite their circumstances, Emily managed to feel and look slightly offended by the suggestion. Lane continued her questions. "What's his job? Has he got rank?" "He's a detective sergeant." "And you think that's what this is about?" "I know it is. They told me he'd better do as he's told, or else." She lowered her voice to a whisper and said, "He's working on a case to do with legal immigration. I'm sure that's what this is about." The other woman was quiet then, and Emily looked at her properly for the first time. The face was on the narrow side, with high and strong cheekbones. What at first seemed to be a gaunt look was, in fact, the natural geography of her face. The chin was pointed, the lips straight but quite full. There was, Emily noted, no trace of makeup anywhere, and the nose was a match for the cheekbones, with a high bridge that was slightly aquiline. And the eyes were as large as they could be for this face, and dark and deep brown, beneath strongly arched eyebrows. The hair was almost black and thick, but cut quite short, exposing her ears and 3 or 4 tiny gold rings in each. It was a face that might perhaps be missed at first glance in a large crowd, but which, once noticed, would not soon be forgotten. 2 more thoughts passed through Emily Willow's mind as she watched her companion. She is younger than I first thought, maybe no more than 32 or 3, and she undoubtedly has some foreign blood somewhere. "So," said Lane, "not good. They don't often go for the police so blatantly as this. Your son, is he straight? Is he honest?" Too much was happening for Emily to be properly annoyed by the suggestion. For example, this entire conversation had quickly gone in the most peculiar direction. Why was this woman asking her such things? Shouldn't they be consoling each other, or at least reassuring each other that if they could keep calm, everything would be all right? Instead, Miss Lane seemed to have begun her own investigation. And talking of that, had she called the police before she got herself involved so calamitously? Emily glanced at the man over by the curtains before she whispered the question. "Did you phone the police before you came round? Surely you did if you suspected something, and my son is honest." "No, I didn't call them." And then Lane turned her head away, as if she was listening. There were other things too, Emily realized. Miss Lane had said, They don't often go for the police so blatantly. And how would she know that? It simply wasn't what a normal woman would say in these circumstances. And she had not even called the police before getting caught. Miss Lane said, I wasn't entirely sure what I'd seen from my upstairs window. Had he pushed his way in or not? I couldn't see you from that angle, so I couldn't be certain. Then afterwards I realized that I had seen the car parked further up the road yesterday, with men in it. I couldn't see their faces, but it must have been these. So I came to see for myself, just to be sure. If they were relatives, I would have looked pretty stupid. But why would relatives be sitting out in the road yesterday? It was 50-50. I made the wrong call. She did not seem overly concerned by the fact. Then she looked around again in that slow, methodical way, ending by staring at the hatchet-faced man by the patio doors. He noticed her and scowled. Then his phone buzzed in his hand and he looked down. No doubt instructions had been sent about how to deal with the changed situation in the house. Lane's eyes came back to Emily Willows, and lowering her voice just enough, she said, So, we'd better decide how we're going to get out of here. Chapter 4. Lane had noticed the broken phone on the kitchen floor. That would be Mrs. Willow's phone, and no doubt he had smashed it in front of her, as some sort of attempt at an act of terrorism. It might have frightened a goldfish in a bowl if there had been one. No sign of any pets at all, but breaking that phone suggested that these were not pros, just thugs incapable of thinking for themselves. He should have kept the phone, studied it, and waited for someone to ring or text, because if the situation was as Mrs. Willows had described it, the son might contact her directly, depending on how much he was actually involved. There were only 2 doors out of the property, and the back way was a non-starter. Lane would be able to climb over the wall or the back gate herself, as the Hulk must have done, but her companion would not. If there was any kind of pursuit, they'd be caught, and she, Lane, was not anticipating that she could disable both men for long enough to get away at a sedate pace. So it would have to be the front door. When she had brought back the dish that she had never borrowed, she had seen the lock, a Yale type that wouldn't need a key to get out. Then they would need to get to a car as quickly as possible, and the nearest was Emily's, a red Skoda Citigo, parked on the short drive, facing the house. They would need to reverse out into the road. Not the ideal getaway vehicle. Her own Audi was locked in her garage, a mistake, she told herself sharply, which would mean going back into her house to fetch the keys, and there might be no time for that. Once they were away from the house and on the move, make contact with the police and head for a place of safety, a police station, a fire station, anywhere that held enough strong, sensible people to get between Mrs. Willows and these lowlives. Working backwards, then, the question was how to get from this sofa to the other side of the front door. The sickly-looking man seemed to have accepted the fact that they were sitting side by side and still talking, more evidence that he didn't really know what he was doing, and so, quietly, Lane asked Emily to tell her everything that had happened since the nightmare began about an hour and a half ago. At one point she interrupted and said, "He let you go into the kitchen?" "Yes, I made some tea. That's when I tried to use my phone, and he broke it." "Never mind. A for effort. And then they actually drank the tea?" "Yes." After a pause, Emily said, "Why? What are you thinking?" "I was wondering whether you happened to have any rat poison under the sink." "I do not. And even if I did, I couldn't—" The large dark eyes came back to her. "Couldn't what?" "What you were suggesting. I simply could not." "Okay. We all have our red lines, I suppose. But there's no easy way to break this to you, Mrs. Willows. These people's red lines are very different to yours. There's a real possibility that you and I will get hurt before this is over, mainly because these two are so incompetent." The older woman was watching her face closely, looking for any sign that their predicament was being exaggerated, and finding none. Lane said then, "Still, at least you'll die with a clear conscience. For myself, I'm willing to risk feeling a little guilty in return for still being here to feel it. But don't worry, rat poison would be too slow for us. You don't have a gun in the house, obviously." Emily Willows shook her head vaguely. A gun? It appeared that the young woman really was planning to attempt an escape. What would she do with a gun, if there was one? The average person doesn't even know where the safety catch is, let alone have the stomach to fire the horrible things at people. And surely this is the wrong approach. Isn't one supposed to form a relationship with one's captors so that they are unable to do the harm that they initially threaten? Miss Lane was whispering again. You have knives, obviously, but we'd have to have good reason to get within an arm's reach, and a knife that can do enough damage is difficult to conceal. Anything else in the kitchen? Heavy objects? Emily thought, but we really don't equip our kitchens with weapons, do we? It's the commonest place for accidents in the home, of course, but that's quite different to using utensils to commit grievous bodily harm with intent. She felt stupid as she said, saucepans, frying pans, an iron. Yes, that's it. We could offer to do their laundry. Is it a steam iron? A joke, obviously, though there was no accompanying smile. Let's move on. The other place they will have to let us go is the bathroom. You have one downstairs? Where is it? Tell me everything that's in there. It was a simple enough plan, Emily Willows concluded, but if it went wrong, well, the results could be calamitous. One of the men at least would be in considerable pain, and men in considerable pain who are in possession of knives and guns are liable to behave dangerously. But, as Lane had said to Mrs. Willows again, what's the alternative? These men have made no attempt to hide their faces, and kidnapping is an offence that always receives the heaviest of penalties on conviction. Perhaps they do not care that we have seen them. And why might that be, Mrs. Willows? First, Lane had said they needed to lower the men's guard a little. If we start asking to go places and do things straight away, he, the one by the window, will be suspicious. We need to sit here on the sofa and look frightened for a bit. That's what they expect to see. She had said to Emily, "Can you cry?" "I beg your pardon." "Cry. Put on some tears." "Well, it's not something that I do to order. Can you?" "No, I'm useless at it. It should be you. Your son in danger and all that." "Thank you for reminding me." "No problem. You do some of that, and I'll do the comforting thing. While we look like emotional women, we don't look threatening. Then, in about an hour or so, we'll make a start. That will be," looking at her watch, a rather masculine, heavy, complicated thing, "at 6 o'clock. If they ask for more tea before that, we'll bring it forward. It will be good if the idea comes from them. You're certain you know where your car keys are?" "Yes, on a hook in the hallway." "Are you certain that this isn't going to get us killed anyway? I'm only asking because you have rather taken over since you arrived, if you don't mind me saying." Lane took her time before responding. "You mean it's your house, so it's your hostage situation?" Emily Willows didn't answer. "We can do it your way if you want. We can just sit here. The police might turn up, but we'll still be stuck inside with George and Lenny. I won't make you do anything. It's up to you." And Emily Willows, who hadn't had to do any serious thinking in quite a while, did think it over carefully before she said, "Do you think the odds will be any better than 50-50 this time?" Lane had said yes, she thought so, and Emily nodded her agreement. She didn't think to ask better on which outcome, and Lane thought it best not to offer an opinion. If she did, the tears might be for real. "What's the matter with her? Why's she howling?" "She isn't howling. She's a bit upset. I think it's because you broke into her house and hit her and threatened her son. That's all." "She was all right until you turned up." "It's delayed shock." "Some sort of doctor, are you?" Lane didn't continue the conversation. Emily was making a good job of it now, sobbing away into her hands, and hunched forward so that Lane could put a comforting arm around her shoulders. The man said, "It's a bloody son's fault anyway. We'd have been long gone if he was answering his phone and doing as he's been told." Lane said, "I don't understand. Why are you threatening Robert? These are good people. They haven't done you any harm, have they?" Even the sneer on his thin face looked sickly, but it wouldn't do any harm to ask naive questions, and he might let something useful slip. "Good people. A pig, and a pig's mother. I'll tell you this much. If he don't do as he's told, there'll be bloody pork. He's messing with some serious bastards. That's all I'm saying. And I know what you're doing, getting me to talk. Don't know why you had to get involved in the first place." "I'm doing nothing of the sort. You started this by asking what's the matter with her." He seemed to be reviewing the conversation, and frowned when he realized that she appeared to be right. Then he moved away from the curtain for the first time since she had sat down with Mrs. Willows, going around the outside of the room to the doorway that led into the hall behind them. Lane watched him go, her arms still around her neighbour, who seemed to have exhausted her tears for now. He stopped in the hall, looking up where the stairs must be, and called something, but quietly, as if he didn't want her to hear. He called it 2 or 3 times before she heard steps crossing the room above them, and she was sure that he was saying, "Small? Small?" She remembered her comment about George and Lenny then, and her lips tightened into an ironic smile for a moment. That could not be the big man's actual surname. It simply could not be. Someone, some teenage job with a sense of humour, had christened the overgrown boy with that nickname, and it had stuck. They didn't need to be well read. The book had been on every GCSE syllabus since the Bronze Age. Small it was, then, coming down the stairs now. Lane could hear only fragments of the ensuing conversation in the hallway, but the older one was saying that he had to make a call, that this was going on too long, something like that. Then they were changing places. The man with the knife went upstairs, and the man with the gun came into the lounge. This was good, because she wanted a proper look at him. 6 feet and 4, or maybe 5 inches, and that was with the slight stoop that some self-consciously tall men adopt early in their lives. He was overweight around the middle, a beer belly and plenty of fast food, she guessed, but the shoulders were massively broad and sloping into a rounded back. She doubted whether he had ever lifted any weights, but she also had no doubt that he would be naturally and enormously strong. In proportion to the body, the head seemed too small, and the hair was already thinning, making him look older than his years. But he moved lightly for such a big man as he crossed the room to the patio doors, and he gave them barely a glance as he did so. There was no sign of the gun, but it had to be there, underneath the loosely hanging rugby shirt. It had to be there, and somehow she had to take it away from him. It was almost 6 o'clock. Small had not left the room. After watching the garden for 2 or 3 minutes, he had positioned his bulk on an antique-looking dining chair that seemed unlikely to take his weight for very long, folded his arms, and sat waiting. He had hardly looked at them in 20 minutes, and Lane was certain that he was the more dangerous of the 2 men. It would be impossible to make any sort of connection with him, even an antagonistic one, because the 2 women in the room were nothing more than a circumstance in the job that he was being paid to do. If the order came, he would simply eliminate them, and walk out of the front door with the same expression on his face as had been there when he walked in. There had been some sort of phone conversation upstairs, but Lane had been unable to make out what was being said. The knife man had asked questions 2 or 3 times, that much she could tell from the inflections in his voice, and there had been silences during which he had presumably been given some answers. Then there had been several minutes of silence in the house. She used the time to consider what she had been told earlier, that this would all have been over if he, the son, Detective Sergeant Robert Willows, had answered his phone. Which must mean that they were not holding him as well. Robert Willows was still out there, and they wanted him to do or not to do something related to a case that he was working. Their only means of reaching him was by his phone. Had they spoken to him at all, then? If not, he wouldn't even know that his mother was being held, and the police would have no knowledge of this situation. The others involved might have sent texts, but if he hadn't read or acknowledged them, they still could not be sure that he understood the situation. That might explain all this waiting around. On the other hand, if the detective had received the threats and was now not communicating, their situation in the house was potentially more dangerous. An immigration racket would not normally involve anything like this, but Mrs. Willows had repeated to her what the son had said, that the people being brought in were rich and influential, so maybe that was it. Borders had tightened up after all the trouble with migrants in Europe, and the worsening situation in northern Africa and the Middle East would mean that the serious money was leaving. Where there is serious money, there are serious criminals. Careless of the son, though, to reveal that much to a relative. It was possible, of course, that Willows was involved. He might have taken a backhander and agreed to tamper with evidence. Maybe this was about keeping him in line, some sort of insurance policy. Imagine the effect of that on Mrs. Willows here, seeing a son in the dock, a corrupt policeman. Still, the old girl was tougher than she looked, a bit matronly, a touch frumpy, but she had come through with the sobs and tears, and that had undoubtedly lowered their captor's guard over the past hour. Lane's thoughts were interrupted by footsteps coming down the stairs. He appeared in the doorway to the hall. seemed satisfied that the two of them had not moved from the sofa, and then went back through to the kitchen. She heard a tap running and cursed to herself. If he had decided to make some tea, she would need to rethink. But there was no sound of a kettle beginning to boil, and a moment later he came in through the other entrance, holding a glass of water. Lane had the impression that he had just taken some sort of tablet, and that seemed almost bizarre under the circumstances. It was past 6 o'clock now. Late August. It would begin to get dark between 8:30 and 9. They needed to be somewhere safe before that. There was no sense in adding nighttime manoeuvres to the mix. She made a point of asking Mrs. Willows if she was feeling better now, ending with the customary panacea. Would she like a nice cup of tea? Yes, of course she would, and both of them looked in the direction of the yellow-faced man.
"Just you,"
he said, meaning Lane.
"She stays where she is. Make enough for everyone. At this rate you could be cooking us breakfast as well."
Then he looked at the motionless figure, perched on the dining chair, and said,
"Watch her in the kitchen."
Small did as he was told, standing behind her but still in the doorway, so that he could see into both rooms just by turning his head. Lane found everything that she needed easily. It was a tidy house, fussy even, the home of someone with too much time on her hands, and she thought ruefully, mine should look more like this these days. There was a glass-fronted corner cupboard that contained a proper set of 6 cups and saucers, bone china with red roses, and she wanted to use them because the irony would be, well, exquisite. But she needed something more substantial for what she intended to do, and so she found mugs instead. And a nice tray with a map of Land's End, a jug for some milk from the well-stocked fridge, the whole business becoming ludicrously homely. She turned and said, "Do you and your friend take sugar?" He didn't laugh or even smile at the daftness of it. When she continued to wait and watch him, he said with what she thought must be an East London accent, "Just get on with it." So she carried the tray into the lounge, with him padding softly a few feet behind her. She put the tray onto the low table in front of the sofa, and Small sat back on his dining chair, which, Lane concluded, must be a proper antique to take all that weight. And then she looked at Emily Willows and saw, just for a moment, a look of fright in the eyes, a look that said, "My God, you're actually going to do this." Chapter 5. Emily Willows could barely bring herself to take a sip. The entire business had assumed the air of a macabre Mad Hatter's tea party. When Lane went to take the tray and its mugs to the two men, the older had said, "Sit down. We'll get it when we want it." It seemed to Emily that he was alert to the danger, that he might have guessed something of what Lane planned to do. Lane, on the other hand, seemed calm and composed, and Emily took another look at her, reflecting on what she had learned so far. There were some things distinctly odd about the woman, not the least of which was the way in which she had just sort of got on with it since she arrived. This was a terrifying situation for anyone to find themselves in, let alone two women trapped in a house with two violent criminals. And yet Lane seemed to treat it as no different to being told that her neighbour's washing machine had broken down. Instead of saying, "You'd better call a repairman," or "Is it under warranty?" the young woman from next door had rolled up her sleeves and said, "Right, where's the toolbox?" That was not normal. The yellow-faced man could not sit still for long, and Emily wondered whether it was the growing sense that something had gone wrong with their plan, or whether he was ill and in some sort of pain. He got up from the armchair facing them across the table, and went back to the patio doors. Both men seemed to think that the garden was where the next problem would arise. Then his phone buzzed, and he read the message that had arrived. He looked at the women with a smug, knowing smile and said, "At bloody last. I'm sending him the picture of his darling mum. Let's hope he thinks as much of you as you do of him." Emily looked at Lane, and their eyes met. Lane's expression gave nothing away, but she upended the mug of tea, which was in itself a kind of signal. She didn't put the mug down, and Emily knew then that Lane intended to go through with it. In a matter of minutes, they might both be stabbed or shot. She felt sick and wanted to stop it, but Lane wasn't looking at her anymore. It's all in the timing, of course, but even then there is luck involved. Last time, when she went into the kitchen, old Yellowface had sent Small to watch her. She needed him to do the same now. If he decided to come himself this time, it didn't work. There would be no point in her taking the knife if the other man still had the gun. Could she time this to improve the odds of making things happen the way she wanted? She watched and waited, the empty mug in her hand, wondering whether either of them would notice it. The man by the patio doors was leaning against the wall a little now, with his right shoulder, looking as if he might not want to move himself, and Small was still sitting on the chair, closer to the two women, still staring with that disconcertingly blank expression. He had shown no signs of impatience like the other one, had followed his orders without comment or question. If she missed, or if it simply failed to work, he would probably kill her. "Excuse me?" Both men turned. "I need to go to the bathroom. To the loo." She almost said, "Too much tea," and then stopped herself. She didn't want to draw attention to the mug in her hand. Lane had been in the house for almost 3 hours, and so the request should not seem unreasonable. That was one of the reasons she had waited this long. The older man straightened up and turned to face Lane, but before she could curse silently, he said, "Go with her. The door stays open." She dropped her jeans and her underwear, making absolutely certain that the mobile phone she had concealed in her drawers didn't clatter onto the floor. Small had not placed himself where he could see her fully. Like most men, he was a little squeamish about such matters, but he would, she guessed, be able to see her left leg, and so everything had to seem convincing. Then she looked to her right, and it was as Emily Willows had described it. She put the mug onto the floor by her right foot and reached for the plastic bottle. It was good old-fashioned bleach, none of your forest fresh pine-scented stuff. Kills 99% of all known germs. She only half-filled the mug because Small was a lot taller than she was, and she would have a few feet of ground to cross before she could get close enough. He might get a glimpse of the yellow liquid if it was full to the brim. Half a mug would do the job, if her aim was good. When she stood up, she moved a little to the left so that he could see more of her as she pulled up her clothes. Another little distraction that might keep him thinking about other things for a split second longer. Then she bobbed down out of his line of sight, replaced the mobile, picked up the mug, and placed it on the sink while she washed her hands. Those 3.5 minutes were an eternity for Emily Willows. Silly things went through her mind. Ron and what he would have told her to do in a situation like this. For a start, offer them more money than they are currently being paid. The grandchild in Australia that was about to be born, and whom she might never see. What sort of party Robert and Marie had arranged for her tomorrow evening. And, of course, the instructions that this lunatic Lane person had given her. As soon as you hear anything, get off the sofa and run for the hallway. What she heard first was a gasp, followed by a fit of coughing, a man coughing violently. And then that became a moan, that became a scream. Emily found herself on her feet and running, literally running across the lounge and into the hall. Lane was bending over the man, trying to turn him onto his front. He was on his back, had both hands over his face and was clawing at his eyes. Emily could see the bleach dripping onto her carpet. Lane got hold of Small's right arm and heaved it backwards, and as he rolled over she said to Emily, "Get behind me, please! Keep clear of his hands!" Small's right arm was now waving around, trying to get hold of his assailant. Keeping away from it, Lane stepped in between his legs, grabbed the left wrist and forced that arm up with both hands behind his back until it must have hurt. Then she jammed her knee into the small of his back. A few seconds had passed, but there was still no sign of the other man. Looking down, Emily Willows could see that the gun was exposed now, tucked into the waistband of the trousers, the curved black handle poking out like the end of a walking stick. Lane said urgently, "Get the gun!" Emily made a move and stopped. The thought of touching either the man's pasty skin or the gun that had been rubbing against it appalled her, but Lane was saying, "Get the gun or we're both dead. I can't hold him much longer." It was heavy, and she held it at arm's length between finger and thumb until Lane took it from her. Small had both hands back at his face, rubbing and breathing heavily, cursing. Lane stepped away from him and gestured for Emily to get in behind her, and then she moved slowly along the hallway until they were level with the kitchen. He wasn't in there. Then they walked slowly forward again until Lane could see into the lounge. From her head movements, Emily could tell that the other man had disappeared from that room. Lane took one quick step into the lounge and glanced left and right. Again no sign, and again she moved back into the hall, and then they went forward in single file. The hallway angled off to the right, where they would find the car keys, the front door, and freedom, and that's where he was waiting for them, the razor in his right hand. As soon as they had begun to move, Lane had held the gun straight out in front of her in her right hand, with the left hand cupped around the right wrist, just as they do on the television. There was a grin on the man's face when he noticed. He said, gesturing with the blade, "Look at you. It's Charlie's Angels." Emily was suddenly aware that they were now between the two men. One was incapacitated, but how long would that last? After perhaps 5 seconds, Lane said, "Get out of the way. Put that on the floor. Then walk out of the hall and back into the lounge." "Not happening, love. When I'm paid to do a job, I do it, and I'm getting well paid for this one." And that, thought Emily Willows, is that. So much for guns. Someone only has to call your bluff, and the weapon is of no more use than the iron this woman joked about earlier. She might as well be pointing that at him now. Without taking her eyes off the man, or moving the pistol a millimetre, Lane said, "What's the other one doing?" Emily turned and felt the fear rise yet again. She said in answer to the question, "He's up on his hands and knees." Lane said more quietly now, "I've given you fair warning. Get out of the way, or I will fire." He was laughing openly at her then. "Ooh, I will fire. You put that effing gun down now, and I'll do my best to persuade him to make it quick, you bloody interfering bit." Lane lowered the gun 30 degrees, and the bullet tore into his thigh. Emily Willows saw the hole appear in his trousers, dead centre, and it must have struck the bone and smashed it. The leg went backwards with the impact, and the rest of him toppled forward. There was a look of surprise on his face as he went down. It was too soon for him to feel the pain, but when it came it would be dreadful. And then Lane was walking past him, as if he was no more than a rug on the wooden floor. She took the keys from the hook, opened the door, and went out into the evening sunshine. "Come on, let's keep moving." Lane was at the driver's door, waiting. "Couldn't we go to a neighbour's and call the police?" A long way down the road, Emily could see old Jim Stannard walking his Jack Russell, but there was not a sign of anyone else. She supposed it must be most people's tea time. Lane said, "Do you really want to go knocking on doors and maybe not getting an answer? Or getting in, trying to explain what's happened involving someone else? Best to keep moving, put some miles between us and them." As she spoke, Lane wasn't looking at Emily. Her gaze was going up and down the road, methodically again, the way she had looked around the house when first taken captive. Emily realized then what Lane was looking for, signs that the two men in the house had not been working alone. She opened the passenger door and got into the car. 1, 2, 3 attempts, and it wouldn't start. Emily's ears were ringing from the gunshot in the confined space, and she was a little disorientated for all sorts of reasons, which is why it took her a moment to remember. "Oh, yes, it isn't starting very well. It's booked into the garage on Monday." Lane stopped turning the key and put both hands onto the steering wheel. When she eventually spoke, she continued to look straight back at the house. "Really? You could have mentioned that a little earlier, Mrs. Willows." "Yes, I realize that, but in all the... How can you just sit there? You just shot a man." Lane was still watching the front door, breathing in a very controlled manner, and Emily Willows wondered whether she was counting to 10, but Lane said nothing. "I really do not understand how you can... I don't understand any of this. Why? I don't understand." "You mean, why did I shoot him?" "Well, among other things, yes." "Well, among other things, I think he was about to use the B word. I hate that." Emily's mouth dropped open a fraction, and Lane's eyes narrowed a little because there was some movement behind the front door. Something had darkened the frosted pane for a moment. Lane said, "What exactly is wrong with the car?" "I'm not really sure. Something to do with the fuel pump." Lane's right hand went back to the key, but she did not turn it. Instead, she pumped her foot up and down on the accelerator pedal several times. Her gaze never left the front of the house, and eventually Emily Willows followed it, only to see that the horrible oaf of a man was now back on 2 feet and standing on her front step. His left hand still covered that eye, but the other eye was open enough for him to have seen them. He took a staggering step forward, and then another. Lane pushed down the central locking button on the driver's side. Then she pumped the pedal some more and turned the ignition key. The engine fired, and then died again. He was getting closer, maybe just 20 feet away now, and Lane was still working the pedal before she tried the key again. When the engine caught this time, she pushed the pedal to the floor, and the rev counter needle flew into the red zone. Small reached the car and began banging savagely on the bonnet. It wasn't clear why. And then he lunged for the driver's door as the car began to reverse away down the drive. His wrist caught behind the wing mirror, and the car began to drag him along. They could hear him shouting in pain above the noise of the engine, and then he fell face down onto the drive. As the car swung out backwards onto the road, Lane was looking at the man struggling to his feet again. "He's not having the best of days, is he?" She drove rapidly, racing up through the gears, but when they reached the T-junction that led onto the main road of the village, Lane stopped and fixed her attention on the rearview mirror. Emily asked why and got no answer, so she turned to look back down the road herself. They had travelled perhaps 100 yards. Small was standing on the pavement outside her house, still waving his arms about in anger, the pathetic man, instead of calling an ambulance. And then she realized that he was waving to someone, angrily beckoning someone from further back along the road. A blue car appeared, a large blue car, and Small went around it, opened the passenger door and got in. Lane pulled away quickly, turning sharply right, and the tyres squealed. The familiar houses and buildings became a blur, and then they were climbing up the steep hill, the Coombe, with the woods closing in on either side. After a little while, Lane said, "In case you hadn't realized, it's not over yet." Chapter 6. The road twisted and turned and rose and fell for 3 miles as it made its way north towards the first of the holiday routes that bring tourists into the west of the West Country. Whenever she could see 100 yards ahead, Lane had the little red Skoda up to 60 miles an hour, easing down into the next bend with a mixture of gearbox and brakes. The car had never been driven like this in its life, and Emily Willows clung on to the courtesy handle above the passenger door, convinced that sooner rather than later the vehicle would slide off the road and crash into the trees. Twice she saw Lane take a hand from the wheel and reach downwards into her lap, but it came back empty each time as she had to steer into another bend. After the second occasion, and once around the bend, Lane said, "Undo my jeans." "I beg your pardon?" "Undo my jeans and pull the zip down. I can do the rest." "I'm sure you can, but I don't—" The car shot past Mr. Trebrown's dairy on the right. In fact, she caught a glimpse of him looking over the wall at the speeding car, and he might well have recognized it as belonging to Mrs. Willows of Polcombe. How would she ever explain all this to people? Lane said in the same level, matter-of-fact voice that she had used after shooting the man in Emily's hallway, "It's where I hid my phone. Now would be a good time to make a call. You either unzip my jeans or increase the risk of us ending up wrapped around a tree." Emily did as she was told, Lane lifting her backside off the seat so that the zip could be taken down further. Another bend, and then Lane was fishing around with her right hand until she managed to extract the mobile phone. Then she held it towards Emily. "You had a phone all the time? Couldn't you have—" "When? Turns out stashing it was one of my better ideas today. I put it onto silent but forgot to turn off vibrate. That could have been awkward, couldn't it?" She hardly ever smiled, Lane. Emily had realized that already, and it was impossible to tell when she was making a joke. Now Lane was driving one-handed, waiting for Emily to take the phone. She did, between a finger and thumb, and said, "Well, this isn't very hygienic, is it? I shower every day, if that's any help. Call someone." "Who?" Lane didn't answer immediately. She was looking hard into the rearview mirror. Then she said, to herself as much as to anyone else, "A couple of glimpses of them, that's all. They're hanging back. Why?" And then to Emily, "Oh, I don't know. Start ringing your relatives and saying goodbye, just in case. Phone the garage and say the car seems fine now. The speaking clock, 999. Emily pressed the key 3 times and told herself that sarcasm is the lowest form of wit. Then she said, "When I get through, what do I say? That's not a stupid question. Where do I start? You seem to have some idea what to do in these situations." They were on the long, straight incline down to the main road, and Lane was leaving the braking until the last moment. There was a dual carriageway ahead, their own road feeding in from the left, but Lane said, "Bodmin left, Liskeard right, yes?" Emily frowned as she listened to the call connecting. "Yes, but you can't turn right. It's a dual—" Lane brought the car to a screeching halt, pointing straight across both carriageways. There was no gap in the central barrier, but for a moment she seemed to be contemplating driving through it anyway. Then she turned hard left as she raised the clutch pedal and accelerated again. "Okay, Bodmin. If anyone ever answers, tell them which road we're on and where we're heading. Tell them there's been a shooting at your house and that we're being pursued by the people who did it." Lane glanced to her left and read the question in Emily's face. "I know that isn't strictly true. I'd rather explain later. We've got company again." Lane was watching the rearview mirror as she continued to accelerate. Then she said, "They'll want various other details, and they'll probably ask you to keep the line open. Tell them we're heading for the police station in Bodmin, and what's going on behind us." Emily could hear a woman's voice on the line now, and things went very much as Lane had predicted. The only thing she was asked to repeat for confirmation was that there had been a shooting, and she was not surprised. This is Cornwall, after all. She had been present when it took place 15 minutes ago, but she could hardly believe it herself. The speedometer climbed to past 70, but still Lane was pushing it higher. 80, 85. Emily Willows had no idea that her little red car could go so fast. She said grimly, "It's a good thing there's hardly any traffic." "No, bad thing. That Volvo does 130 or 140 tops, and they've got the room to come past us whenever they want. They must have realized what we're going to do, so they have to make that move in the next 10 minutes, unless they intend to just run us off the road and finish it that way." Emily looked back over her shoulder. The car was 80 or 90 yards behind them, and Lane was right. It was keeping its distance. There was no other vehicle in between. In her ear she could hear the call handler's voice trying to reassure her, and other voices further back, shouting and sounding very busy, but she ignored all that for a moment and said to Lane, "Run us off the road? You mean make us crash? Surely if they want us as hostages—" Oh, Lane does smile occasionally, but apparently only at the naivety of others. "First, they never did want us as hostages, so I'm surplus to requirements. Second, things might have moved on, and this might now be more about eliminating witnesses. And third," pausing briefly to steer into a wide right-hand bend at almost 90 miles an hour, "we have to remember that, incredible as it might seem, the brains of this particular bit of the operation is bleeding out in your hallway. I doubt if the two behind us can muster a GCSE in art between them, but one of them is really big and really pissed off." Somehow she found a split second to glance at Emily and say, "Pardon my French." The call handler was asking for more information. Emily looked into the mirror before she said, "I can't read the registration. It's too far away, and we're going too fast." Then came another patiently asked question. These people are so good under pressure, she thought. It's all the training. To which she replied, "Well, it's blue, and it's a Volvo," remembering what Lane had said earlier. Lane said then, without looking, "It's an S60," and Emily repeated the information. She listened, and after a moment said to Lane, "She says we're doing really well." "Oh, good." "She says help is on its way." "Even better." Another 2 or 3 minutes, another 3 or 4 miles covered, and by Lane's estimation they were getting close to the outskirts of the town of Bodmin. More traffic, more witnesses, more CCTV. If they could get there, they might be safe. A police BMW shot by on the other carriageway, and she saw the driver looking across. They would be heading up to get behind the Volvo. If they managed that, it was game over for their pursuers. She allowed herself to think that they had made it, and before she could rebuke herself, things happened very quickly indeed. A red Golf GTI appeared from nowhere and overtook the Volvo, continued down the outside lane and past them before pulling in front and slowing down. Emily said, "Is it the police?" Lane could see 2 figures in the Golf. Instinct told her that the answer to the question was a negative one. An interception would have targeted the car behind, surely. The Golf was braking hard, forcing her to do the same, and before she looked into the rearview mirror, she knew what she would see. The Volvo was coming up fast behind. They were being boxed in. She said to Emily Willows, "Tell your new friend there's a second vehicle involved now. Red Golf GTI, registration, well, I hope you can see for yourself. It should be close enough as long as you're up to date with your eye tests." As she spoke into the phone, Emily glanced back and realized what was happening. Then she looked down into the space beneath the dashboard and said uncertainly, "We still have the gun." Forced to slow down now, Lane swung the car out from behind the Golf, but they were too quick, following suit and blocking the escape. But she stayed there in the outside lane, her eyes searching far down the road. "Oh, you want me to shoot some more people now?" Emily was silent and suddenly afraid again. They were slowing down, the needle falling from 70 to 60 to 50, and the cars in front and behind were edging closer. Lane said, "Sorry, no need for that. Here's the situation. I count 2 men behind and 2 in front. There are 2 more shots in the gun. I checked. Waving it about might discourage them a bit, but even if I nailed 2 of them, there will be 2 left. Still not great odds." Emily Willows watched her companion then for a few moments. Lane's eyes moved systematically from the car in front to the rearview mirror, and then back to the road ahead, as if she was searching for something in particular. She was concentrating, frowning, but didn't look afraid. She didn't look afraid at all. Lane said, "Open your window and have a look upwards. Is there a helicopter?" The men would see her do this, of course, but her best hope, her only hope, was to do exactly as Lane said. There was no doubt about that now. "No, nothing. Just a thought." A black van came down the inside lane, passing them and blaring its horn at the strange behaviour of the 3 vehicles. This seemed to trigger a response from the Golf, which slowed again dramatically, forcing Lane to follow suit. For a moment there were only inches between the 2 vehicles, and then the Volvo was only feet behind. They were trapped. Then Lane said in a whisper, "At last." She was staring intently ahead. They were on a left-hand bend which was opening out into a straight. Emily could see nothing. "Okay, Emily, if you were wearing a hat, I'd be telling you to hold on to it. Reach down and pick up the gun. You don't have to shoot anyone. I just don't want it flying out if this goes wrong and I roll the car." "What are you going to do? But she could see it then, as she got hold of the gun. The gap in the central reservation, and the hatched area of road surface where 1 vehicle could wait in relative safety. Beyond the eastbound carriageway, she could also see a single-track road leading away opposite the crossing point. This must have been put in place for a farm when the road was originally constructed. Lane was allowing the Skoda to drift into the middle of the road. There was a momentary pause before the Golf followed suit, and a slight space had emerged ahead of them. The gap was no more than 50 yards ahead, and Lane braked firmly, the needle dropping to 35, 30. Behind, the Volvo had backed away a little, anticipating something but not guessing correctly. 25, 20, and then Lane took her foot off the brake, revved as she declutched and pulled on the handbrake. The front wheels held position, but the rear of the car slewed to the right, the wrong way, surely. But Lane spun the steering wheel. The skid was corrected, and the Skoda shuddered to a halt crossways, perfectly in line with the gap in the central reservation. Emily had been thrown first forward and then sideways against the passenger door. The gun became suddenly very heavy, and she let go of the phone so that she could hold the weapon with 2 hands. There was a long, angry blast on a horn, and a huge lorry thundered behind them, half on the verge as it managed to avoid the rear of the car. Further down the road, the Golf was stopping, but it was at least 60, maybe 70 yards away. Another car, a white Mazda saloon, squeezed between the front of the Skoda and the barrier. Another blast of horn, and then, as they watched, the driver of the Mazda realized that the Golf was slowly reversing back up the outside lane. He or she braked immediately, but a little too firmly, and the Mazda slid gracefully into the rear of the Golf. At first Emily could see no sign of the Volvo, but then she followed Lane's gaze and saw it up on the grass verge not quite so far away, maybe 50 yards further along. Lane revved again, pushed the gearbox into first, and went through the space onto the opposite carriageway. There was a bang and a scraping sound down the driver's side as she caught the end of the metal barrier. An iron gate blocked the entrance to the farmer's road, and so Lane turned right onto the main carriageway and began racing up through the gears again. Emily was simply speechless. Lane said, "If the line's still open, you'd better update control on the situation. We're heading for Liskeard now." Emily reached down for the phone that lay near her feet. The screen was dark. She shook it a little, and tapped it a little with no particular aim in mind. It was an iPhone thing, and she had never seen the need to spend that much money on a mobile. She told Lane, and was ordered to press the central button below the screen. There was a flickering, on momentarily, then off, then on again. She half shouted, she didn't know why, and was relieved to hear that the voice was still there, asking what had happened and whether they were all right. When she had finished the update, Lane said, And while you're at it, ask them if they've only got one bloody police vehicle in the county. If so, we're behind it now." Emily thought that she most certainly would not say any such thing, and Lane had said it loudly enough for the woman to have heard anyway, but she did inquire whether they could expect help any time soon. She was told that an armed response team had been mobilized. They were to drive quickly but safely and to stay on the main route. Their phone signal was being monitored now. Lane appeared to be back in control of her temper. She said after a silence, "Sorry about your door. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter, does it? Especially today. Should be an interesting insurance claim, though. Yes, particularly as it will be the first I've ever made." "Seriously? How long have you been driving?" Emily thought and then said, 31 years. "And you've never claimed anything? Wow. Wow. Wow." What were they doing, having a conversation about car insurance when... Emily looked down and saw that she still had the gun in her left hand. She loosened her grip on it and said, "What shall I do with this?" "Stick it in the glove compartment. With any luck, we won't need it now." "Luck? Surely you don't think they'll continue this? The red car was hit. I do hope the people behind weren't hurt." After a while, and with no response from Lane, Emily Willows said, "If you don't mind me asking, where exactly did you learn to do that? With the car?" Lane was back in the routine again, checking the mirrors every few seconds and watching the road far ahead. "The handbrake turn? I was a big fan of Life on Mars. Remember it on the TV? They used to do it all the time in the Quattro." It was an nonsensical answer, as if one could learn such a thing from watching television. After a time, Lane sensed that she was being regarded, glanced across and said, "We're about 8 or 9 miles from Liskeard, aren't we?" "Closer to 12. "Oh, well, maybe we'll have a police escort by the time we get there," with a sincere attempt at another smile. "No, my dear," thought Emily Willows. "You might take me for a silly old fool, but no one learns how to do things like that from watching television. Neither do you learn them sitting in an office in the square mile. You were not a banker or a hedge fund manager, as Robert suggested when I told him about you." Emily's stomach turned over then, at the thought of him. What had happened now they had escaped and the police were involved in this pursuit? Was he safe? Had they made things better or worse? She turned to look at Lane again, wanting to ask her something about this, gain some reassurance, and realize that they were accelerating once more. The fixed expression was back, the slight working of the mouth as if the young woman was biting the inside of her cheek, the deliberate, controlled breathing. Emily tried to do something similar, steeling herself before she looked into the wing mirror, because she knew exactly what she was going to see there. Chapter 7. Detective Superintendent Harley listened carefully to everything that the Assistant Chief Constable, Operations, had to say, and agreed with most of it. When the call came to an end, he put down the internal telephone and gave himself exactly 2 minutes to prepare. That included the scribbling down of a few brief lines on his desk notepad before he went to find Detective Sergeant Robert Willows. He had hoped by now to be the bearer of better news. The station had been purpose-built and had opened less than a year ago. It still felt and smelled new in parts, and they had a superfluity of rooms. Superintendent Harley went into 2 of the interview suites before he found Willows standing by a window that looked down across the town. Further north and east, the dark mass of Bodmin Moor itself loomed on the far horizon. Jennifer Spall sat at the table with 2 mugs of tea in front of her. Her own was half empty, but the other had not been touched as far as Harley could see. Spall was a fellow detective sergeant and a friend of Willows. She was there to offer support, of course, but also, as they all knew, to make sure that Robert Willows didn't do anything foolish during this potentially dangerous situation. Harley said, "Let's all sit down, Robert. I've got an update for you, and a few more questions." Willows did as he was asked, sitting alongside Jenny Spall, but he said nothing. His eyes were locked onto the face of the superintendent. Jenny told him to have a sip of the tea, but he shook his head. "I won't beat about the bush, Robert. It's not all good news. We've lost contact with the phone. We don't know why, and there could be 100 reasons for it." In the silence that followed, Harley thought, "He looks calm, looks as if he's thinking it through. One of our better prospects, and it's a bloody shame this has happened to him." Willows said, "Was it just the signal?" "Technical don't think so. It looks as if it's turned off completely."
It was important not to hurry, to give him time to process everything, just as he had been trained to do when working a case.
"Anything else, sir?"
"Yes, quite a bit.
We have 4 vehicles in the area, 10 officers, I think, and the chopper will be on its way up from Truro any minute now. We had a good fix on them until about 10 minutes ago, so we know that they were heading east on the A38, and that they were planning to go into Liskeard. They might still—" "East, sir. The last I heard they were heading this way. I don't understand that, sir."
The assistant CC had said,
"Tell him the minimum, Jack. As little as possible, until we know exactly what's going on here."
But the superintendent's instincts told him that Willows was a genuine officer, one that he could trust. In the end, he went with those instincts.
"They were, Robert. There was an incident. One of the cars pursuing your mother's vehicle was involved in a collision. As far as I'm aware, no one was injured, but 2 men left the scene on foot. They are being actively searched for."
"They crashed?"
"With my mother's car?" "No, we don't think so from what we've got back so far. Somehow the person driving your mother's car got across the central reservation and headed toward Liskeard. Witnesses at the scene are telling the officers that the second vehicle, the blue Volvo, then drove against the traffic and went through onto the eastbound carriageway as well. Your mother's car is red, isn't it?"
Willows nodded, an expression of faint incredulity on his face.
"One of the officers there reports damage to the central barrier and red paint scraped onto it, so this looks as if the witnesses have given a good account."
Willows looked away from the other 2 officers, looked into an empty corner of the room. Jenny Spall raised her eyebrows towards Harley, and he nodded in return, understanding what she wanted. She said, "What about the house, sir?"
"All as Mrs. Willows described it. Your mother seems to be a pretty strong character, Robert."
And he had Willow's attention back with that.
"A man has been shot there, a serious leg wound. Paramedics are on the scene, and he should be on his way to Plymouth General by now. There will be an officer with him and a car following. He'll be under police guard at all times. Once we have him identified, things will move forward quickly."
Willows said,
"A shooting in my mother's house. I was only there this morning. It's a nightmare, sir." "No, it isn't. It's a situation. We deal with situations, and we'll deal with this one. You can help, Robert. I need to ask you more questions if you're up to it."
Jenny Spall looked surprised, and Robert Willows momentarily angry, which was fine.
Harley said, "Good. The first officer to get a visual on your mother's vehicle this afternoon confirmed that it was being driven by a young, dark-haired woman. We have to assume that this is your mother's next-door neighbour. What can you tell me about her?"
Not much, Robert Willows had said, and with good reason. His mother had taken to calling this neighbour the woman of mystery. She had found out her surname, and Harley wrote that down, but little more. As far as he knew, the 2 of them were not really on speaking terms, though his mother, he was sure, would have made attempts to be so.
Harley said, "How long have they been neighbours?"
And when he received the answer, "Not quite 6 months, sir," his expression altered a little. He didn't think that either of the sergeants had noticed, and the concern was covered quickly by, "OK," and the show of writing all this down. But Harley's mind was racing now. Not quite 6 months. The investigation that they were all involved in was 18 months old, and the evidence they had implied, no proved, that there was corruption at a high level. A senior member of the civil service and perhaps even of the government might be involved. A young woman had moved in next door to Mrs. Willows, a young woman about whom nothing was known except that she was capable of shooting a man accurately enough to disable him but not to kill, and a woman who could perform a handbrake turn on a busy main road, a detail he had not shared with Robert Willows, and evade, at least for now, the men intent on recapturing, or worse, their victims. Who exactly was driving Mrs. Willows' red Citigo? And where exactly was she taking her? The Assistant Chief Constable Operations closed his office door, opened his wallet and took out a slip of paper. He unfolded it and laid it on the desk in front of him. 11 digits, just like every other mobile phone number. In that sense, at least, it was perfectly ordinary, but he did not want to press those keys on his own phone, at least not in that particular sequence. ACC Martin Russell wondered about the woman who would answer. He wondered, for example, whether her office was very much like his own. He guessed it would be in an old building, but had no idea whether it would be something high-ceilinged and grand, or a small cubbyhole at the end of a long, dim corridor in Whitehall. He had no idea, and would never find out, of course, but he was as sure as he could be that her office would be situated somewhere in the centre of the capital. She had been pleasant enough to begin with, in that lazy way that certain people have, people who have not had greatness thrust upon them, but who have rather assumed it from a very early age, probably about 3 weeks old. She spoke with an educated upper-class accent that she made no attempt to disguise, and Russell had been conscious then of his own West-country burr. What conclusions had she come to about him in those opening exchanges? If it came to that, why had he been selected as the point of communication for this swine of a case? Why not the chief constable herself? Did these people in London have his own file open in front of them? Delicacy was the word she had emphasized. "We would like this to be handled with the utmost delicacy, Assistant Chief Constable," using his full title more than once. Was that an attempt to flatter him, or a reminder of just how much he had to lose should matters become at all indelicate? And she had been, in her superior way, quite brazen about what was going on. She had said to him, "When the case comes to court, we can manage the attendant publicity from here. That has all been arranged. All that we require from you is that you manage pre-trial matters on the ground, so to speak. We would like you to keep us informed if there are unexpected developments. We do not want any surprises, Assistant Chief Constable. We do not like surprises." Always the we. Russell had wanted to say, "And who exactly are we? Is that a corgi I hear yapping in the background? Should I address you as Ma'am?" He did no such thing, naturally. She had given him a name that might or might not be truly her own, Meredith Carr, and he had been told not to write it down anywhere close to the phone number he was to use. When he called, he was not to use this name, but simply to identify himself and wait to see if she could speak to him at that moment, as if to underline that she had even more important matters to attend to than this one. A.C.C. Russell had been staring at the piece of paper for 5 minutes. There was a temptation to wait and see what happened over the next hour or so, but things had already spun out of control. There was a serious danger of indelicacy. Meredith Carr was in for a surprise, whether she liked them or not, and if he waited, if he did not make this call, it might turn into a shock when he finally did contact her. A hostage taken, a shooting, a car chase, high-speed collisions, and now they had lost sight of the target. There were local journalists perfectly capable of making a nuisance of themselves, and these days anything could end up in the social media within minutes. Russell closed his eyes, but that only sharpened the nightmare images of some idiot posting video clips of the police activity in Polcrum, or the pursuits up and down the A38. Good God, if Meredith Carr and her lot saw all that before he had made this call. He picked up his phone and dialed. "How many in the car?" Lane had the Skoda into the Revolution's red zone on the tight left-hand curve. Emily Willows leaned across and turned back to look, bracing herself against the dashboard. "2. Certain?" "Yes, 2. Only 2. Good, things are looking up. I'm assuming it's someone we've already met." Emily had recognized him immediately, but thought it best not to say. Now she had been asked directly. She edged back into her seat and pulled down the sunblind, using the mirror to keep the car behind in view. "Yes, it's him, the man from the house. You can see his face is red on the left side. He really should have stayed there and kept running cold water over it." Lane had to glance across to see if Emily Willows was being serious, and then shook her head as she refocused on the road. This made no sense now. The 2 in the Gulf might already have been arrested, and the whole game was surely up anyway. The point of taking his mother hostage was presumably to lean on Robert Willows, whether or not he was involved in anything corrupt. But that only works if it's done secretly. The shooting, the car chase, what Emily had told the police on the phone, meant the plan had blown apart. So why weren't the pair behind, drawing ever closer, heading back to the smoke at a rate of knots? Lane could only explain what was happening in one way. The 2 men behind had reverted to type, gone native. Or at least Small had, and the other one was doing as he was told, as one might if an angry giant with a damaged face and a wounded ego had got into the passenger seat and said, "Follow that effing car." That much she could picture, and of course he had been made a fool of by a woman. The desire for revenge, the insult to his primitive masculinity, could have overridden any ability he might possess to think things through. Taking anyone hostage now was pointless, but that's not what he was after any more. All he wanted was to get hold of the woman who had done this to him. Lane thought, so I'm the target now, not Emily. What were the options? Keep going, get into the next town. The longer she could stay ahead of them and keep moving, the more chance there was that Small would realize the pointlessness of this and give up, and the more time there would be for the police to get a fix on the phone and make visual contact. Lane did a mental calculation of how long since they had left Emily's house and spoken with the police. She was mystified as to why they were not already being reassured by half a dozen competent, confident people in dark blue or black uniforms. Surely the talk about country police officers all being clod-hopping bumpkins wasn't actually true, was it? Okay, then. Just keep going. But the car behind was much faster. There had been gaps in the traffic, and it could have got past them already. Why hadn't it done so? Doesn't matter. We're not many miles from Liskeard now. There's a police station there, and they will already have been alerted. There might be a couple of cars waiting on the outskirts of town, ready to— He's got another gun! The Volvo was making a move now, into the outside lane and easing up alongside them. Lane could see the driver clearly for the first time. Youngish, brown-skinned, Asian-looking, boy-like beside Small. Are you certain? Yes. He could see me watching him in the mirror. He waved it in front of his face. Right. We might have to rethink this race, then. If he shoots a tire at this speed— But it was too late. The Volvo was alongside, and Lane could see that the passenger's window had been wound down. Small took a long look at her, not smiling, not anything, his face a red blotched blank, and then he raised the pistol. He wasn't aiming for the tires. She braked hard, really hard. The bullet struck the side window above her head, in the upper right corner, and the glazing cracked into 1,000 diamonds. It passed inches in front of her face, deflected down from the roof, and went out through the other side window, the passenger's, with the same effect except that the glass in Emily's window then collapsed, most of it falling into her lap. Instinctively, Lane put her elbow through the glass of the driver's side, creating a jagged hole in it. The braking had sent the Volvo far ahead, but now it too was slowing, and moving across to block the carriageway in front of them. Ashen-faced, Emily sat staring down at the glass in her lap. Then she said, "He means to kill us both." Lane glanced into the rearview mirror, and then manoeuvred onto the outside of the carriageway. There didn't seem much point in doing the signal part. The road behind was empty for now. The Volvo did the same. At least when they were directly in front, it would be difficult to take another shot. Emily said, "Do you want the gun?" Lane took another quick look. The older woman's face was very pale, but she actually seemed quite annoyed by what had just taken place. This was good. Hysteria would have tilted the odds against them surviving quite considerably. "No thanks. You can't have much of a shootout when you've only got 2 shots. There's blood on your face. Are you all right?" Emily looked into the vanity mirror. A piece of the imploding window had nicked the skin to the side of her nose, and a thin trickle of blood was making its way down towards her chin. She opened her handbag, found a tissue, and dabbed it away. "A superficial injury. It could have been worse." And then, suddenly and most strangely, they were both laughing. They had a few seconds of light relief, or was it release, before the Volvo was slowing them down again, just as the Golf had done 10 minutes earlier. If Lane tried to overtake, the likely consequences were obvious enough. Quite whether the men in the car thought that the women would actually stop was unclear, but Lane knew that the slower she was driving, the more dangerous this became. There was a sign ahead, an exit left. She waited until she could read it, and then said to Emily Willows, "Do you know that road?" Emily peered, her eyes not as sharp as those of her companion. No, she did not. She had never driven that way. Lane looked again, and read the names of 3 or 4 villages. "Any idea where it goes?" "There must be a way back round to Liskeard." "Well, maybe. I suppose so. We're still on the edge of the moor." "Okay, it's decision time. If we go on to narrower roads, those 2 will find it harder to get ahead of us, or take another shot. We're sitting ducks here. Sharp left coming up." Lane spun the steering wheel anti-clockwise at the last possible moment, hand over hand, and the tyres protested. Emily Willows clung on to anything within reach. There was a dent and a scratch in the driver's door, and 2 windows had gone. What did a bit of rubber left on the road matter now? After the open spaces of the dual carriageway, 45 miles an hour on the narrow, twisting back road seemed more like 100. There were trees close to them on both sides, and it seemed darker here. And that's because it is darker, Emily told herself. The light is going, and I've been having such a whale of a time I haven't realized until now that the sun is setting, and it will soon be dark. Lane was keeping up the speed, cutting across the inside of the right-hand bends, using the gearbox as it had never been used before. Emily was thinking, if we meet another vehicle... Then it actually happened. As they were coming out of a bend, there was a white van, what else, apparently in the centre of the road, no more than 20 yards ahead of them. In the split-second window open to her, Lane had braked and taken 2 wheels of the Skoda onto the verge, itself little more than a yard wide. There were thumps and bumps, but somehow the van got by them, or they got by the van. Lane shouted, "Roadhog!" then laughed, picking up speed again. Emily Willows stole a glance and thought to herself that the young woman was a little unhinged, and she thought, too, that this was all her own fault. Emily believed in destiny or fate or karma, call it what you will. She should never have told Robert this morning that she was bored. "Let them know we're taking a detour, will you? And ask them if they'd like to join us at some point." Emily pressed buttons and swiped things on the iPhone, but there was no response. It remained a beautifully smooth piece of black glass. Lane reached across, took it, and drove at the same speed one-handed, eventually performing some sort of manoeuvre that involved pressing 2 buttons simultaneously with a thumb and a finger of her left hand. She waited and then glanced down, before putting the phone into the empty slot below the car's radio and CD player. Lane said then in a matter-of-fact way, "We've lost them." More to the point, they have lost us. Lane switched on the headlights, and that seemed suddenly significant. The road was beginning to climb. They were driving up onto the moor, and on into the darkness. Chapter 8. "There may be lives at stake, Bob. Your own mother's life. If you haven't been entirely honest up to now, this would be a good time to say so." The one doing the talking's name was Cooper, a detective inspector, and the tall one keeping quiet, his name was Hannaford, but Robert Willows had forgotten his rank in all the confusion. "A couple of people from Exeter," Harley had said half apologetically, as if he had known what was coming. "Obviously, if there are allegations of corruption or even a hint of tampering with evidence, we can't examine that ourselves. Just talk to them, Robert. Give them the facts." "What I've told you is the truth. What makes you think I'd lie in a situation like this?" "Because," said Hannaford, speaking for the first time, "if you were involved in any way, you're looking at a 10 stretch. I've met more than a few men who'd take a punt on their mother's life to avoid one of those. Admittedly, they're usually on the other side of the desk from me. But then that's exactly where you are at the moment, isn't it? Maybe you and your mother aren't that close." That was beneath contempt, never mind below the belt, and Willows treated it with silent disdain. It was Superintendent Harley who objected on his behalf. But Willows was thinking beyond the immediate conversation, if you could call it that. Exeter. OK, perfectly drivable in the time, but how had 2 internal investigation officers been briefed so quickly on a case that had taken 18 months to build? Surely any corruption allegation, and had anyone actually made such a thing, wouldn't normally be looked at while attempted kidnappings and shootings were still ongoing. Cooper sounded a bit West Country. Hannaford's voice was neutral, impossible to say where he came from. Or even, Willows thought, where he's coming from. Cooper said, "All right, let's go over the facts again. Late this afternoon at—" Looking then at the sheet of notes in front of him, already printed, Willows noticed. 16:10 you received on your own mobile a text message. You were here in the station at the time. However, you didn't open that message until almost 1800. Why not?" "As I have said already, for Operation Landing Net we have a secure evidence suite. No recording devices are allowed inside. We hand in our phones before we enter it. I was working in there and didn't see the message until I came outside." Cooper said, "The message told you to do exactly what you would soon be told to do in the next message. Attached to the second message, which arrived just after you opened your phone, was a photograph of your mother. You say that you recognize the furniture in the background as being in your mother's house in Polcombe. Correct so far?" Willows nodded. His phone lay on the table in front of the 2 officers. Their first act, or Hannaford's first act, had been to take it from him, and criticize Harley for not having done so earlier. After a brief pause, he said, The second message arrived a few minutes later, while I was waiting to see Superintendent Harley. It's my guess that the second one was sent when they saw that I'd opened the first one. I have read receipts switched on." Hannaford said with undisguised sarcasm, "And of course you didn't recognize the number." "No." Cooper said, "Behind your mother in the photograph is a man. We cannot see his face, for reasons that must be obvious, but he has a hand on your mother's left shoulder. You said that you have no idea who this man might be." "I don't know who he is," Hannaford said, "even though you can't see his face." Willows kept his focus on Cooper. He understood perfectly what Hannaford was doing, but still couldn't trust himself not to reach across the desk and take him by the throat. Cooper continued, "You also said that your mother seems distressed in the photograph. What are you basing that observation on, Robert?" "Mainly the fact that I've known her all my life." An awkward silence ensued, one that Harley himself ended with, "How would you describe your relationship with your mother, Sergeant Willows?" This time Willows looked Hannaford steadily in the eye as he said, "We're a close family." Cooper said, "Of course, I get that. But in the photograph, what in particular makes you think that your mother is distressed? That was the word you used earlier." "I'd say she has been in tears or near to it. She looks frightened because the man has hold of her. The side of her face looks red, as if they might have hit her." Willow's voice was steady and objective, as if he was investigating an assault on someone else's mother, but the other 3 men in the room could see what this was costing him, even Hannaford. And it was Hannaford who moved things on with, "Did you consider whether the image might be genuine or fake? Almost anyone can be digitally manipulated now." "I did not consider that. I knew immediately that it was genuine, just as I know that these questions have to be asked, sir. But does it have to be now?" He had turned in an appeal to Harley. Harley said, "Sorry, Robert. The timing is out of my hands. And something might turn up here that helps. You never know. Just going over it thoroughly might produce something." It was lame, and Harley knew it. Hannaford said, "The second message reads, 'Your mother is in a spot of bother. If you want to get her out of it in one piece, say nothing. Await further instructions.' What did you take that to mean?" "Exactly what it says. It's a threat, using her to get to me." Hannaford said, "We'll come to why anyone might want to get to you in just a moment. What did you do, once you'd read the second message?" "I continued to wait outside Superintendent Harley's office. Obviously, I tried to make some sense of it." "Oh, right. Maybe you were considering it then, waiting to see what they would ask you to do in turn for your mother's safety. After all, as you said, you're a close family." From the corner of his eye, Willows could see that Superintendent Harley was shaking his head. Willows concluded that, as he hadn't been asked a direct question, there was no point in giving any sort of answer. Hannaford was a relentless bastard, and was going to say what he wanted to say, whatever Willows did. "Perhaps you knew perfectly well what these people wanted. How long ago did they first make an approach to you?" Willows continued to sit in silence, continued to look back at Hannaford contemptuously. "Had you agreed to do something for them and then changed your mind? Is that what this is about? Did you lose your nerve, or ask for more money? Is that why they decided to lean on you?" Superintendent Harley said, "Detective Sergeant Willows was in my office by 18:20, less than 10 minutes after he got the text and the photograph. 2 minutes it would have taken him to walk up here from the control room. He had to wait outside because I was on an important call concerning landing net, as it happens. That's 7 or 8 minutes accounted for, so you're down to worrying about 2 or 3 minutes. I can't see that as being significant." Hannaford hadn't taken his eyes off those of Robert Willows. Harley continued, "And you're forgetting, perhaps, that the second text arrived while he was waiting outside my office. It was still open on his phone, and he handed it to me to read as he entered my office. So unless you're going to imply that I, too, am somehow involved in this absurd conspiracy theory—" It seemed to be a long time before Hannaford said slowly, "At this stage we don't rule anything in or out." Harley said, "Frankly, this is a ridiculous line of questioning. And more to the point, it's a waste of time. We should be trying to find my mother and her neighbour." Cooper then said, "You then received a third text, Robert, at 18:34. Where were you at that point?" "I was still in Superintendent Harley's office." "Did it make sense to you?" You understood straight away what they were asking for? Yes. 2 pieces of evidence were to disappear today, a collection of emails and a set of phone records. These were all on paper, printed out for the court case. You were to go to the vault, remove the originals and any copies held here, take them out of the building at the end of your shift and await further instructions. Presumably you would then have been asked to hand over these files in return for your mother's safety. Was any of that actually feasible, in your opinion? It was a relief to be talking to Cooper about facts rather than to be dealing with Hannaford, which, of course, was exactly their intention. Willows said that it was just feasible, and then Cooper asked him to explain his role in Operation Landing Net. There are 3 exhibit officers in this case. We all deal with separate areas of the investigation. For something like this, the vault is manned by a desk sergeant, and there is also CCTV. We have to sign in and out, and we have to detail any evidence that we access or remove. Unless I'd stuffed these files down my trousers, there is no way I could have got away with it, and even if I did that, it would only be a matter of time before the finger pointed at me. Also, there are copies out there with the prosecution and defense teams. It would not have compromised the trial. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Hannaford said, Agreed. But once a judge knows that the originals have disappeared, or even that an attempt to interfere has been made, he presses pause. In something like this, a delay could be weeks, or months. So maybe that's what they wanted. A delay. Time to make certain other items disappear. Or certain people.
Robert Willows turned his head to look out of the solitary window. The sky was violet and strange-looking. The day was coming to an end. Uniform must have picked them up by now, his mother and the woman who had moved in next door. Only this morning his mother had been talking about her again. And now they must have picked them up, and when he got out of this absurd interview someone would pass him a message that told him so. Hannaford was saying now, Corrupt officers aren't that unusual. What's beyond unusual is for an honest officer to be targeted like you've been, in what is a crude attempt to pervert the course of justice. That's unheard of in my experience. I play the percentages, Willows, and it gets me results. The odds are telling me that you were approached earlier, agreed, and then backed off. Maybe your conscience got the better of you. Best to say so now. What Hannaford had said about delays made sense, of course. A detective sergeant admitting to tampering with evidence, or even just someone under suspicion of it, as he seemed to be now, would have exactly the same effect as disappearing evidence, months of delays while inquiries were carried out. Hannaford hadn't done yet, and he began to voice ideas that had already occurred to Superintendent Harley. It's more than a funny one, all this. Why stay in your mother's home? Why send a sodding picture showing where they actually were? It's like an invitation saying, come and get us. What did you do, Superintendent? You must have taken some action by 6:30. Harley said, I had. I directed Uniform to send their nearest car and 2 officers into the vicinity, but with instructions not to approach the property, or to make themselves known until we had good intelligence as to what was going on there. Better than nothing, I suppose. Robert Willows went to cross his arms and stopped himself. Hannaford would read something into body language like that. Then he said, I have told you the truth. I knew nothing about any of this until 6 o'clock today. As soon as it occurred, I reported it to the senior officer leading the investigation at this station. Superintendent Harley has just confirmed all this. Would someone please tell me whether my mother and the other woman are safe yet? In the few seconds that followed, the only sound was that of Cooper turning a single page in the notes on the desk in front of him. Then Cooper said, We do have to ask a few questions about that as well, Robert. This neighbour of your mother's. What can you tell us about her? If anything, the road had become narrower with more twists and turns as it climbed up the southern edge of the great volcanic dome of Bodmin Moor, but that was not the reason that Lane had slowed down a little. She calculated that it must have been 10 minutes since they had made the fast exit from the A road. The Volvo had already passed the junction when they did so. The 2 men would have had to slow, stop, and then drive back again against the flow of traffic. Not that there had been much of that, in order to follow them. There had been no sign since. Perhaps they had not done so. Perhaps it was over at last. Emily Willows had said almost nothing since the near miss with the van, and Lane thought, she doesn't know me from Adam, does she? We've hardly spoken in 6 months, and now, in the past few hours, we have shared life-changing, potentially life-ending experiences. She's had time to wonder about all this as well,
That time in the butcher's shop she was being inquisitive, wanting to know who had moved in next door, and I blanked her. Now we're sitting here a couple of feet apart, and some men are trying to kill us. Or one of them is trying to kill me. Emily Willows must have been frightened out of her wits. Still, she's kept it together pretty well, all things considered. Lane pushed the gearbox into third, and allowed the Skoda to climb the next hill slowly, spending as much time looking in the mirror for headlights behind as she did looking ahead. That thought, that she was a target of Small's wounded vanity, or maybe it was his professional pride, had given her an idea. It was dark now. If the Volvo appeared after all, the men would not be able to see how many people were inside the vehicle ahead of them. Dropping Emily off in the countryside, leaving her to wander about, wasn't an option. But if they could find a house, say a nice, safe farmhouse with barking dogs and security lights and a telephone, Lane could leave her there and drive on a while, just in case. Leaving the car parked and visible wasn't an option. There was no point in risking anyone else's safety, but if it came to it, she could use a Skoda to draw the pursuers in another direction, away from Emily. And to be completely, ruthlessly honest, if they were still being hunted down and it ended up on foot, Emily Willows would not cope with that. Lane would be rather surprised if she herself could not outrun the two men, but her neighbour would not be able to do so. For the second, or maybe the third time, Emily took the phone from the dashboard, pressed buttons, and shook it about a bit to no avail. Lane spoke to her then, putting forward the first part of her argument. There was no point in adding that Mrs. Willows probably would not be able to run 50 yards to save her own life. "I'm really not sure about that, my dear. I might be safe with these strangers, but you, on your own out here in a place you've never been before. We should probably stay together. We've got this far, haven't we? And it really doesn't look as if they have come after us this time." Wonderful, thought Lane. Now we've bonded. It was going to take a little more work to get Emily Willows out of this car and into a place of relative safety. She said, "We passed 3 or 4 cottages a few minutes ago. That must have been the first village. When we get to the next one, we'll take a look, see if there is anywhere suitable. We should at least try to get a phone and tell the police where we've ended up." If she could get Emily inside a home somewhere, with any luck the occupants would make her see sense. But the mention of the police had brought a darker, sadder look to Emily's face, and Lane realized that she would be thinking about her son. Lane said, "From what you've told me, Robert will have done the sensible thing. He'll be safe somewhere at Bodmin, helping the people who are looking for us. They will have sent someone to make sure his wife is all right too. There will be a team of officers at your house collecting evidence of what's gone on today. I would guess that arrests have already been made. Everyone else involved is probably safer than we are, if that's any consolation." After a pause, Emily said, "Yes, it is. Thank you." "What for?" "Doing what you've done today. I think it's safe to say that I couldn't have done it without you. Right place, right time, that's all. No, it's more than that. You were the right person as well. That's very clear." Lane didn't answer. They were approaching the brow of a hill, and she slowed, using the height to look back onto the darkness behind them. A long way down she saw a brief flash of headlights among the trees, but the chances were that it was someone else. Friday night after all, bound to be people about. Emily was saying now, "That's what I don't understand. What were the chances that you would see what happened at my front door, involve yourself as you did, thank goodness, and then know exactly what to do? Is it all a coincidence? Because I have to tell you, and I don't even know your first name, I have to tell you that—" "There's a house ahead, look, down this hill on the right. We'll give it a try." Chapter 9. "And I don't really know what to say. My neighbour and I are being pursued by a maniac with a gun. Please may I stay here and use your telephone while she drives off? It's going to sound a little odd, isn't it?" They were standing on the road between the car, its engine still running, and the gate that opened onto the front garden of the house. A substantial house, detached and double-fronted, set back from the road. There were lights on downstairs in all the rooms, and every window had the small, diamond-shaped pattern of Georgian leaded glass. The house looked old, comfortable and secure, exactly what Lane had been hoping for, but Emily Willows had raised a good point. "Okay, I'll come to the door with you. We'll think of something. If they are reasonable people, this has to be a better plan than driving around up here, hoping to see a signpost to Liskeard or a lost panda car. Come on." Lane made a move towards the gate, but Emily was motionless now, looking back up the hill. There were lights approaching, dipping and swaying, the headlights of a vehicle climbing up to the brow. Lane said, "Mrs. Willows? Emily? Come on." "I think it's them." "There's no way of knowing that. There are villages further on. It could be anyone. Let's knock on the door." Emily was still watching the top of the hill. She said then, "I'm not saying that I know it's them. I'm saying that it is, nevertheless. I'm often right about such things." "You can show me your Mystic Meg impression another time. Let's see if these people will help us out. Emily?" The car arrived at the top of the hill, and stopped. It was doing exactly what they had done minutes earlier, using the vantage point to look over the countryside. Lane muttered a curse. The lights of the Skoda were still on and perfectly visible to the car on the hill, though the occupants could not see what sort of car it was. If they drove down to take a look, and if it was the two men, they would recognize it instantly. They could pull ahead, block them in, and the road was so narrow there was no way that she could turn the car around quickly enough and escape. There wasn't time now to ask for help here, but she could leave Emily to hide and then seek assistance once she, Lane, had driven on. She was sure the men would follow the Skoda rather than investigate why it might have stopped here, as sure as she could be. She told Emily to go through the gate and into the shadows of the bushes and the garden. "And leave you to deal with this alone? Besides, if they guess what we've done, they might be able to see us standing here against the lights of the car. If they come into the garden looking for me, if they have torches, how am I going to hide?" The car was still on the brow of the hill, and the longer it waited there, the more convinced Lane became that Emily Willows was right. It was the Volvo, watching the lights of the car down below, and waiting to see whether it was the one that they were pursuing. As to the rest of it, it was 50-50 again. Would the people open the door? Would they offer to help? Would they even become victims themselves if they did? If Small realized what they were doing here in front of this house, and Emily was caught hiding in the rhododendrons, it had all been for nothing. Lane cursed again, not quietly this time, and said, "Back in the car." Robert Willows, of course, knew even less about his mother's neighbour than she did herself. Telling what he knew took no more than 20 seconds. Even on this matter, Hannaford seemed from his manner to think that he might be lying, though with what possible motive was quite beyond the detective sergeant. But Harley had something to add now. He said to Hannaford, "In view of the circumstances, we gave authorization to force an entry into the neighbour's property a while ago. We should get something back from that before too long." Hannaford sat back and shook his head. He was clearly going through the same thought processes that in turn Willows, Harley, and Russell had as far as the events of the afternoon were concerned. They waited for him to come to some sort of conclusion, and eventually he did. "So this next-door neighbour, about whom no one knows a bloody thing, has come to your mother's assistance during what appears to be some sort of kidnapped attempt or hostage situation. Apparently she has shot and wounded one of the assailants. We don't know whether she went in armed or took the gun from one of them first. Has anyone here asked that question?" Superintendent Harley had certainly considered it, though he had not asked it of anyone. He said, "Not seen as a priority, yet." "Maybe not, but either way it puts her in an interesting light, doesn't it? Not your average Mrs. Smith next door, by the sound of it. Then she drives off like Lewis Hamilton's sister, manages to take out one of the opposition's cars before going through the central reservation, still being pursued. And now she's heaven knows where in the dark, still with your mother, presumably." He was looking at Willows reproachfully, as if all this, all of it, was somehow the detective sergeant's fault. "And Cornwall's finest haven't a clue where they are," Harley said. "We believe they are on the moor, or at least they headed in that direction." "Oh, a piece of piss, then. How many dozens of square miles is it?" If anyone knew the answer, they didn't offer it up. Uncomfortable silences seemed to be something of a specialty for Hannaford, and another one was developing when Superintendent Harley received a text from the office manager of the main incident room, respectfully requesting his presence. He made his apologies and left. Robert Willows would have to look after himself for a few minutes. Uniformed Sergeant Wilf Youngs had led the team of 3 officers that entered Ling Cottage, and he was still on the line to Leanne, the office manager. No, he told Harley, no forced entry had been necessary. The door had been unlocked. It was a more or less tidy place, and they had found some useful paperwork. Youngs began to recap on the salient points, as Harley listened and made brief notes on the nearest piece of paper. the back of a takeaway menu the night shift sometimes used. Her full name, a national insurance number, and some employment history from a CV that she was obviously working on. Youngs himself had prefaced the last item with, "You're going to love this, sir," and when he heard the details, Harley asked him to repeat them slowly. Then Wilf Youngs said, "There's a folder of newspaper cuttings as well, sir, which confirm what I've just told you." Harley waved Leanne across to him and said to Youngs, "Okay, give me the dates from the cuttings. Leanne, get these up on the screen. Any of them will do, doesn't matter which one." While she was busy with that, Harley said, "Wilf, what about a phone number? A mobile? Is it on the CV?" Youngs found it and read it over the line. Harley had an excellent memory for numbers, and was certain it was the same one that they had been tracking before it was lost, but he would check to be sure. "Sir?" Leanne was pointing at the nearest screen. Harley moved round and read what was there under the headline. Then he looked at the photograph of a striking, dark-haired young woman, frowning and looking directly into the camera lens as she came down the wide stone steps in front of one of England's most famous criminal courts. "Jesus H. Christ." "Sir?" "Sorry, Leanne. Just appealing for help from above. Take over with Wilf Youngs for me. Make a note of everything he's found and then start getting it all checked out. Can you do a couple of hours this evening? I'll be back in a few minutes." "She was a what?" Superintendent Harley had pulled Hannaford out of the interview room rather than impart the information in front of Robert Willows. Now he repeated what he had said, word for word. Hannaford said then, "Well, that answers a few questions and asks a whole lot more. Did she just happen to be living next door to your boy's mother? How long has she been there?" "About 6 months. Too long for this to be anything other than a coincidence, in my opinion." "Maybe, but he doesn't need to be told any of this just yet. The less he knows, the better until we've established all the facts." Harley couldn't keep the edge out of his voice any longer. "We've absolutely no reason to suspect Robert Willows. There is nothing yet to indicate that he is anything other than a victim here. He should be told what we know about the woman who is with his mother." Hannaford's smile, then, was a menacing one. "I hope you're not trying to pull rank here. I'm conducting an internal investigation. I don't care how many letters you've got in front of your name. They don't count for nothing. And I say he isn't to be told what I've just been told until it's all properly evaluated, sir." "Anything." "What?" "They don't count for anything. The letters in front of my name." Robert Willows had not been detained, of course. He was free to come and go, but had been asked not to leave the building without informing a superior officer. He had not the slightest intention of doing so, naturally, unless it was to be reunited with his mother. At the end of the first interview with Hannaford and Cooper, just a few moments ago, Superintendent Harley had waited and spoken quietly to him, saying that he should call his wife first, which he had, and then be up in his, Harley's, office in 10 minutes, and that's where he was now, waiting outside. The door opened, and Harley beckoned him in, before looking out into the corridor, and then closing the door. Without preliminaries, the superintendent said, "I'm sorry about all this, Robert. I'd say it's just routine, but it isn't. I don't understand how or why Hannaford and his sidekick have become involved as quickly as this. As far as I'm concerned, he's an obnoxious pillock." "Sir." Harley pointed to a seat, and then took his own behind his desk. "We now know a little more about your mother's next-door neighbour. I'm under instructions not to reveal to you what it is that we have discovered as yet." There could be many reasons why the superintendent had been told such a thing, and Willows was bound to assume the worst of them, under the circumstances. The look on his face made it clear that he was doing so. Harley said, "However, I am going to say this much. Hannaford was right about one thing. Ms. or Mrs. Lane, whatever she is not your typical Mrs. Smith next door. This woman will know how to take care of herself, and I have no reason to think that she will not take good care of your mother as well. Sorry I can't say more, but telling you things you aren't supposed to know will only complicate matters in any further interviews with our 2 new colleagues. I hope you understand, Robert." "To be completely honest, sir, I don't. Not really." "No, to be completely honest, neither do I. But stay away from the operations area, and don't go quizzing your friends here. That only puts them in a difficult position. Be as patient as you can be. We have leads now. It shouldn't be too much longer." "Yes, I've already heard. Summer Lane, isn't it?" How, the Assistant Chief Constable asked himself, how could you possibly already have heard, when we've not had this information here in Bodmin for more than 45 minutes ourselves? And another thing, the way that Meredith Carr had spoken those words made it sound as if she knew the Lane woman personally. Before he could respond, Carr was speaking again. Or should I say, more correctly, ex-Detective Inspector Summer Lane. I expect you are wondering whether to be relieved or not, Martin. That was the first time that she had used his Christian name. If it was intended to be friendly and reassuring, it had quite the opposite effect on Martin Russell. Nevertheless, it was exactly what he had been wondering for the past 10 minutes before he made this phone call. Carr continued. This is a very peculiar turn of events, and I did insist on no surprises. I suppose that you will claim that this one was entirely out of your control, and I suppose it was. Still, from what I've been told in the last few minutes, it could all end horribly, couldn't it? Russell had assumed that at this time in the evening she would be at home, a nice apartment perhaps on the edge of Kensington, but he could hear traffic and car horns, London cabs tooting away as they do. Maybe she'd seen who was calling and stepped outside of the wine bar. What do you mean it could end horribly? Why would you say that? You said just now that you had looked into this girl's background. You do know her story. I've read a couple of newspaper reports, that's all. We've requested access to her service file, but there's no chance we'll get that tonight, if we get it at all. Maybe that's something you could actually help us with. She didn't respond to his dig at her, but said, I imagine the newspaper stories were lurid enough, but you told me earlier that you believed her to be armed. That's why I said it could all end horribly. Assistant Chief Constable Russell. It could end up in another bloodbath. One of the stories from a tabloid certainly had been lurid enough. He closed his eyes and saw the headline transposed to tomorrow morning, or the following one, this time with the new setting of Bodmin Moor. On his watch. No wonder the CC had dodged this one. The lazily infuriating voice continued at the other end of the line. I mean, she has already shown that she has lost none of her willingness to pull the trigger. When you promised me that this would soon be sorted, this isn't quite what I had in mind. Have you been in the job very long? Russell ended the call then. Just pressed the red button before she could press any more of his. He had done what he had been asked at the beginning. He had kept her, whoever she was, informed. The situation was bad enough without him having to take insults from some toffee-nosed. His mobile was ringing, the display saying number not known. He answered it, and she was there again, but without the background noise of traffic. She had changed her position before she called him back. Mr. Russell, I decide when our calls are over. I'm very annoyed with you. So annoyed that I'm going to break one of my golden rules. I'm going to use a cliché. If you ever do that again, you will find yourself directing traffic within 1 month. And after that, she did indeed end the call. Chapter 10. Although Lane had driven off quickly again, Emily had expected the car behind them to be on their rear bumper within a matter of seconds, Lane having pointed out more than once how much faster the Volvo was than her own now cruelly mistreated vehicle. There had been no appropriate moment to tell Miss Lane that the Skoda's name was Sally. Instead, the Volvo, neither of them had the slightest doubt now, followed at a distance, sometimes 50, sometimes as much as 100 yards. This in itself was soon quite unnerving, and Emily asked Lane what she thought they were trying to do. Not sure. I refuse to believe there's yet another car waiting up ahead. These two have lost the plot. If they had a script, this was never in it. They could have been halfway back to whatever stone they crawled out from by now. Neither do I think they know this area. They're driving as blind as we are, except that we're ahead, lighting up the way. Lane was watching the mirrors as much as the road ahead, and at times she was steering into bends that she could hardly have had time to see. On top of that, with both front windows gone, the air was rushing into the car, quite cold at these speeds, adding to the sense of disorientation and danger. Lane said, We've got plenty of fuel and could keep going all night. Eventually we'll get to somewhere where they can't do whatever it is they'd like to do to us. So I'm actually okay with this. I don't think they know what to do. Really, thought Emily Willows. You're okay with this, are you? I am not. I've been punched, had a razor held to my throat, been shot at for God's sake, pardon me. I've been thrown around in this car, my car, which is now a wreck, and it is still not over. I've no idea what has happened to Robert and Marie, and the police force, for which I pay a good deal of money every month, seems to have disappeared off the face of the earth. Spoke too soon, hold tight." There was a blaze of light, as a car behind was suddenly only inches away from them. Lane accelerated again, the engine howling in protest, and the Skoda hurtled on into the night. Lane said, "Watch behind, tell me what he's doing. At this speed I can't check the mirrors." As Emily turned to look, they went into a left-hand bend with a screeching of tyres. She was thrown into Lane's left shoulder, but the driver's arm was braced firmly against the wheel and held her weight off until she could get herself balanced again. Emily caught sight of Lane's face in profile. The jaw was set hard, the eyes narrowed in concentration beneath just the suggestion of a frown. Lane said, "You all right?" "Yes, sorry." "Tell me when they come again." "They will. They're trying to run us off the road." "Why, for heaven's sake?" "Sheer nastiness. Or maybe that small bloke has got a thing about his complexion, and I went and ruined it. Could be that. He was a real looker before he got bleached, wasn't he?" A right-hand bend, and Emily was thrown against a door this time. More cubed crystals of glass fell into her lap, and she thought, how can you be making jokes at a moment like this? Unless something extraordinary happens now, we're going to end up dead or in intensive care. If I had just sat quietly in my front room, if you had never come to my front door and interfered. The lights were bright again. She looked behind and said, "They're very close again. Getting closer, too close." The bumpers of the cars collided. It was enough to push the lighter vehicle into an angle across the road, and then into a skid as the Volvo eased backwards. Lane countered with the steering wheel, and the Skoda wobbled back into a straight line. She was cursing under her breath, words that Emily Willows was unaccustomed to hearing, the sort that made her turn off any television drama that resorted to them. Unfortunately, there was no red button for this one. Lane said, "We won't survive too many of those. Surely they're just as likely to damage their own vehicle." "Nope. You're not big on cars, are you? See the wall by the side of the road now? If we hit that at this speed, it's game over. If they do, it's a dented wing." Beyond the stone wall, in the beams of the headlights, they could see tall trees, ranks of them, a conifer plantation. Periodically, there was a gap in the wall, giving access to vehicles, and there were signs by these entrances, but they were travelling too fast for Emily to be able to read what they said. "Here we go again." Lane swerved to the right, into the centre of the narrow road, and the Volvo connected with the near-side rear of the Skoda, heavily this time, giving the two inside the sensation that their car was being lifted from behind by an enormous hand, and then dropped again with an alarming crash. Somewhere in all that was a sound of crumpling metal and breaking glass. The Skoda lurched then to the left, and two wheels climbed onto the verge. Lane fought with the steering again, and again she had it back under control, easing it down off the grass, and then they hit something very hard, the car leaping up and sideways before landing onto the road. They were still moving forward, and fast, but now there was a clattering, clumping sound from the near-side front wheel. When Lane tried to accelerate, the sound became considerably louder, and the whole car began to shudder. Emily said, "What just happened?" "Best guess is we hit a stone out of that wall. It's buckled the front wheel." "Oh." Lane dropped down a gear, and experimentally turned the steering a little to the left and then to the right. It made no discernible difference. Emily said then, "That's bad, isn't it?" "Yes, definitely bad." "So what do we do?" "Not sure. Never been in a situation quite like this. But I reckon the tyre will blow soon if the wheel is badly buckled, which it is. Then we're just coming to a halt somewhere ahead." "I see." They passed another of those entrances into the forest, and Lane looked hard into it. "Can you run?" "Almost certainly not far enough or fast enough. But I know you can. You could get away and maybe find some sort of help. I know you think he's after you more than me now. I might be all right." Lane glanced at her. "Seriously, you fancy the odds on that?" "The odds? I've never gambled in my life, and I don't intend to start gambling with it. But if we just grind to a halt on the road, they catch both of us, don't they?" The car behind had dropped back a little. Could they see that they had done some damage? "Fair point. Take the gun out of the glove compartment and hold on to it tightly. But don't pull the trigger, just in case." "What are we going to do?" Lane liked the "we." The old dear had more spirit than some of the people she'd been with in corners not as tight as this one. "If there's just one more entrance into this wood, we're taking it. Obviously made for vehicles, so they must go somewhere, dog walkers or something. If and when we have time to leave the car, just follow my lead. How's your night vision?"
"I don't have the faintest idea."
"Mine's good, so here we are, 40 meters. Left turn, Clyde." Lane had braked, and hard, no handbrake this time, and somehow she had managed to swerve the Skoda in through the gap in the stone wall. The beams from the headlights bounced wildly up and down the trunks of trees as she launched the car down the track, which appeared to be so uneven compared to the road that one hardly noticed the buckled wheel. Emily Willows turned in her seat and saw that the Volvo too had made it through the entrance, and she had a sinking feeling that the men behind them had achieved their aim. They were slowly boxing in their intended victims. This forest track led nowhere but into more darkness. There was no hope now of finding a friendly stranger, and as for the police, well, if they hadn't caught up with them on a busy A-road, what chance was there here? The two of them were on their own, and most of this dark, dark night still lay ahead. Lane said, "Oh, bugger." The Forestry Commission doesn't allow vehicles very far into these woods, even the ones with public access. Naturally enough, they use a tree to control matters, a tree trunk to be precise, placed horizontally between two vertical posts, held there by gravity in a pair of open brackets. They don't use the biggest trunks, of course, just the stem of a larch or a lodgepole that can be lifted out of the way in a moment by a couple of hefty lumberjack types, just a mere stripling of a tree some 10 inches in diameter, and perhaps 4 feet from the ground beneath. That's what Lane was thinking as they approached the tree trunk, hardly slowing down. It must be at least 4 feet from the ground. "Duck! Cover your face!" Perhaps not quite 4 feet. The trunk connected with the very top of the windscreen, just the last 2 or 3 inches, but that was enough at the speed they were doing to smash it into 10,000 fragments. As the screen imploded, the log was forced upwards and out of the brackets by the impact. It rolled over the roof of the car, and then down across the rear window, but it had been carried far enough by what was left of Emily's car not to drop back into the brackets. It fell with a thump onto the track behind them. Emily had ducked down into the passenger's footwell, and she did not see what Lane saw in the driver's wing mirror. The Volvo had braked hard, too hard on the dry, sandy surface of the track, and collided heavily with the tree trunk. That might have done them some damage, or it might not. Either way, they were not driving around it. If they wanted to come on and finish this, they had to get out and move that log if they could. Maybe this was over now. Lane thumped the steering wheel as she drove along the track, which was climbing steadily up and away from the road, and she said to Emily, still brushing more glass out of her hair down in the footwell, "I tell you what, Emily, these Skodas really are built a lot better nowadays." At the exact moment that the tree trunk broke the windscreen, Detective Constable Leanne Cross, Office Manager for Criminal Investigations Unit 1 at Bodmin, received an email notification. She went to her inbox, read the message, and noted that there were 3 attachments. She did not open them. The message stated specifically that Assistant Chief Constable Russell was to have first sight of these documents. At this time of night, Leanne Cross doubted whether the ACC would be in the building. She spoke by phone to Detective Superintendent Harley instead, and he told her to forward the email to his account. He would contact the ACC, whom he happened to know was still present. When the email and its attachments arrived, Harley sat and stared at the screen, hovering the cursor over the attachment that was labelled Lane S. DI Service Record, but he did not open it until Russell was in the room and had glanced at what was on his screen. Then Russell nodded, and the material began to download. As they waited, Harley said, "I wasn't expecting to get this, not tonight. Someone must have pulled some strings, sir." The Assistant Chief Constable shrugged and said nothing. They read through the service record together, screen by screen. Harley read more quickly, and had to wait until Russell reached the end of each page. Then he nodded, and Harley clicked page down. Neither man spoke a word until they had completed the first attachment. Then Russell said, "I remember this now, the thing that finished her. Was it 3 years ago? Yes, there's a date. Almost 3 years. Made the national news, the television news. She ended up in Security Command. What's that, sir? A specialist unit, responsible for anti-terrorist policing at Heathrow, all the London airports, I think, and it has a wider security brief as well, I believe. You know, the less official sort." Well, that pretty much describes Detective Inspector Lane, sir. The less official sort." An extraordinary service record. I've never seen anything like it. Everyone's career has highs and lows, but hers had nothing else. In 8 years she went from a rookie on the beat to DI, and on the way she got 3 citations for bravery and was subject to the same number of disciplinary procedures. Open the citations folder."
Police Constable Lane had been in the Metropolitan Force only a matter of weeks, when she and a colleague had been attacked by a gang in the stairwell of a tower block in Tottenham. Her partner had been injured, badly cut by a broken bottle, and armed only with her nerve and her standard-issue baton, she had held off the thugs until support arrived. There was a footnote that one of the assailants later attempted to bring a prosecution because she had used excessive force and fractured his skull, but this had been unsuccessful. 2 years later, and already out of uniform, Lane had been one of 4 officers in a vehicle that was in pursuit of another being driven by known drug dealers. After a high-speed chase across the capital, the target vehicle had left the road near Sunningdale and ended up in the Thames. Without any thought for their own safety, the citation read, Officers Millington and Lane entered the water, found the vehicle, which had already submerged, and pulled out the 2 occupants, undoubtedly saving their lives. Russell said then, "And getting them a 6 and a 4-year stretch into the bargain." But it was a third and final story that held the 2 men's attention. Lane, now a detective inspector with Security Command, had been involved in an extended investigation into suspected terrorist activity centred on Heathrow. 2 men and a woman employed in the baggage-handling process had been found, through lengthy analysis of their social media profiles, to have political sympathies at odds with their duties at an airport. Not a crime in itself, naturally, but it had then become clear that a particular transatlantic flight was being discussed. When a known activist was seen to enter the property in Enfield, where 2 of the suspects lived, the decision had been taken to apprehend all 3 at the end of their shift early the following day, which was the day of the flight. At dawn on a September morning, D.I. Lane was positioned on one of the airport's exit roads as part of the outer ring of security for the arrest operation. She had with her 1 junior officer. Harley wondered as he read this whether she had been placed there on purpose, away from the likely flashpoint. Senior officers, off duty, will admit that they always take such things into consideration. The female suspect had been arrested, but managed to shout a warning to the others. They had got back to their vehicle and evaded all attempts to stop them. They were seen to be armed with at least 1 handgun. By the time Lane's detective constable had received and relayed this message to her, she had already spotted the car speeding away from the handling area where the arrests were to have been made. She got out of the unmarked police vehicle, stood in the centre of the road and aimed her service weapon where the car would appear in a very few seconds. When, having seen her, it made no attempt to slow down, she fired a warning shot. The officer with her confirmed this, that her shot had been aimed above the oncoming car. Instead of slowing, the car accelerated rapidly and was driven into Detective Inspector Lane. She was moving and turning to the side when it hit her, a glancing blow but at high speed. She was thrown into the air and landed on her back. At this point, her partner said, he thought she had been killed. Perhaps the occupants of the car thought so too. For a reason that was never satisfactorily explained, it skidded to a halt. One possibility considered in the citation was that the terrorists, their plot being now discovered, had intended to shoot the other police officer at the scene. The passenger got out and took steps towards him, not realizing then that the woman they had run down was still very much alive. Lane had rolled onto her front. She crawled several feet to where her gun had landed, and then, holding it in front of her with 2 hands, she began firing at the man on the road. He ran back, and she did not hit him, but it wasn't over yet. In his statement, the detective constable said that Lane's face was covered in blood, and he did not know how she could see to shoot, but as the vehicle began to move away, she aimed again and took 1 more shot at the car. Whether by luck or judgment, it hit the front tire and burst it. They drove on, of course, but the delay was enough, and both were apprehended inside the airport perimeter. 25 years each for conspiracy to commit an act of terrorism, with concurrent sentences for attempted murder, and the woman received 12 for aiding and abetting. Serious internal injuries, a fractured skull, a broken hip, and a shattered femur. Those were career-ending from the moment it happened, but Lane had fought the establishment every inch of the way. The service record did not state this explicitly, but A.C.C. Russell was expert in reading between the lines of official documents, and he should have been, as it's what he spent most of his days doing.
Lane had refused to go quietly, and that explained the long period between her injuries and her official discharge, which was almost 18 months ago. During the same period, she had been given a bravery award by the Police Federation, accepted on her behalf by a senior officer, and more strikingly, she had been shortlisted for the Queen's Gallantry Medal. Russell wondered whether that had not been given to her in the end because they were afraid that she wouldn't turn up to that ceremony either. Superintendent Harley sat back in his chair and said, "Phew, the newspapers didn't do it justice." Russell said, "Open the disciplinary attachment." Chapter 11. They ran out of track after less than a quarter of a mile. It just ended in a heap of brashings from where the workers had been clearing the understory of the forest. Lane turned off the lights and the engine immediately and got out of the car. Looking back down the hill, she could see the beams from the Volvo where it had been stopped by the log, which meant that the men would have been able to see where the Skoda had gone, how far it had gone, and that it had now stopped. If she had been able to get out of their line of sight, they might have believed the women had finally escaped, but now the men knew that they had not got very far at all. And something else, Lane thought. They have not reversed out of the forest. They haven't retreated. They're still down there, watching us and deciding what to do. She heard Emily get out of the car, and feeling her way around it until she was standing beside her. There was no moon at all, at least not yet, but in the starlight, Lane saw that the gun was being held out towards her, handle first, as if Mrs. Willows had been doing this sort of thing for years. Lane took the weapon and checked with her thumb that the safety catch was still on. Emily Willows said, "They're still down there." "Yes, and they can see where we've stopped." After the roar of the engine along the bumpy track and the rush of air with most of the Skoda's windows gone, the night around them now seemed preternaturally quiet. There was a pause before Emily spoke again, in a low voice, as if she was reluctant to disturb it. "I cannot believe that they will now continue this. What on earth would be the point?" Lane was still watching the headlights down below, looking for any sign of activity in front of them, and her eyes didn't move from that as she said, "You mean the logical point? None whatsoever. But I don't think you've met many people like this before." Her mouth twisted then in brief irritation, because she had invited the question that would inevitably follow. "And you have? Where? When?" Lane didn't answer. One of the lights down there had flickered momentarily as a figure passed in front of it. Were they checking the tree trunk, seeing if they could move it, inspecting the car for damage? "Miss Lane, I accept that I might owe you my life, assuming that we do get out of this alive. But I think that you also owe me something of an explanation. How do you know anything about people like this?" The same light dimmed again. The men were moving around the Volvo. She strained to hear whether the engine was still running. "And calling you Miss Lane is getting increasingly absurd. What is your name?" There was something almost admirable in the old girl's sense of propriety. Lives might still be at risk, but the social niceties were not to be entirely ignored. Lane did something then that she almost never did. She reached out a hand and took hold gently of Emily's forearm. "Later. Is there a torch anywhere in the car?" "No. My husband Ronald, he always had one. No, not now. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Just doing an inventory. Anything else that might be useful? What's in the boot?" "Nothing. My Wellington's an old rug blanket thing." Lane was already at the back of the car, opening the boot. "Good, we'll take that. If we're here all night, it will be colder than you think by dawn. What else?" "There really isn't anything." But Lane was feeling around in the darkness. She took out the blanket and handed it to Emily. Caught up in it was a length of plastic cord, which Lane arranged into loops before tying it into a bundle with the two ends. Then she pulled at something, and the floor of the boot came up and away. Lane said, "Here we are. Spare wheel. Jack. So there must be... Okay, got it." Emily's eyes were adjusting to the darkness at last. She could see now that Lane had hold of an angled metal bar. She said, "Oh, what's that?" "It's a handle for the jack. You know, when you change the wheel, this goes into the jack and... You've never changed a wheel, have you?" "No. My husband Ronald did once, on the way to Aberystwyth." But Lane wasn't listening any more. She was looking down the hill, and then Emily did the same. The Volvo's lights had disappeared. Emily thought, "They've gone. They've driven away while we were talking." And then another light was there, smaller, dancing about a little in the darkness, beginning to make its way up the hill. Martin Russell said, "She persistently questioned and challenged the decisions of senior officers, at first privately, and then, reading between the lines, if that didn't work, she went public. Serial career suicide." Superintendent Harley read a little more before he responded with a nod that indicated his agreement. "It makes you wonder how she was promoted as often as she was. Go back to the service record. Her hit rate was phenomenal, and if she applied for promotion they could hardly refuse. I'd have looked for a way of stopping her from applying, looked for another way of keeping her on board." Russell paused and reread something in the final disciplinary notes. "And looking at these dates, that's what the security command thing was about. She had a quiet spell there before she got caught up in the shootout at the OK Corral. I'll wager security command is somewhere you can park your loose cannons." "Someone mentioned that here," Harley said, pressing the page-up key a couple of times. "Here it is. One of her earlier DCIs said there are cannons, loose cannons, and then there is Detective Sergeant Lane. She sounds like a nightmare, sir." Russell made the face that says maybe, but "It's the old story. People with a real talent for detection, for actually nailing the bastards, often make bad managers. You and I are exceptions, obviously." And Harley couldn't tell whether the ACC was joking or serious then. "But it's not just in policing. Do the best surgeons necessarily make the best hospital directors? Do the best teachers make the best school principals? All these organisations have the same flaw, if you ask me." Harley hadn't asked, of course, but Russell sounded convincing, as if he had actually thought about all this before. Perhaps he'd just been on a management course or something. Russell was reading more from the same screen. "Look, the same DCI said Lane has the unfortunate quality of inspiring fanatical loyalty in a few of the team, while the rest died in cupboards until she has left the building. Imagine dealing with that on a daily basis." After a respectful pause, Harley said, "We should consider the implications of all this for the present situation, sir. It really explains a lot." "Absolutely. She can use weapons, drive fast, and think on her feet. What isn't so certain is her ability to take the best strategic decisions, if you see what I mean. Where the hell are they? Why hasn't she just got Willow's mother to a place of safety? Is she the sort who would subconsciously want to prolong this, to take them on?" "Do we show this to Hannaford and Cooper, sir?" "Yes. Tell them we've got it. I don't want to be accused of concealing anything. But I wouldn't be surprised if they are already aware of it. There's something odd about all this." Harley waited, wondering if he might be told what it was. But then Russell said, "And we can't go home until this is sorted, can we? Bloody Friday night, as usual. I'm going to ring my wife. Get some food brought in, will you? Nothing too spicy this late." Russell had been right. Hannaford looked bored, even impatient, as Cooper read quickly through the screens, and Harley thought to himself, "He's just looking for anything that they didn't already know." But that means that they knew this before we did, maybe even before they entered the building. And how is that possible when there was no need for any sort of internal investigation until just a few hours ago? This material must have been sent from the Met, whereas Hannaford and Cooper are based in Exeter. And then he corrected himself. Messrs. Hannaford and Cooper had said they are based in Exeter. Hannaford said, after a glance from Cooper that Harley couldn't read, "She sounds like a piece of work. Anything else found at her place?" Harley said, "Not that I'm aware of. If there was, someone would have called it in." "Your people that good, are they? I mean, they'd spot what was significant if there was anything." A very long time ago, Superintendent Harley had been invited to have a spell in internal investigations. He had declined, and now congratulated that younger self on his foresight and caution. He didn't bother to answer Hannaford's question. "What about the one she shot? Have we at least got a name now?" "No. He went straight into surgery because of the blood loss. The bullet hit an artery." "I don't give a toss whether she shot his knackers off. Didn't we get a blood sample to test? Unofficially? You know, grab one of the dressings when the medics weren't looking and get it off to the lab pronto? No?" Harley allowed his silence to speak for itself. Hannaford's modus operandi was to make everyone else aware of their own incompetence as quickly and as often as possible, or at least to make them question their own competence, which was effectively the same thing when you were confronted with his unsmiling face and his unpleasant demeanour. Hannaford made a pretence then of asking Cooper whether there was anything of use in the information about ex-Detective Inspector Lane. The answer was in the negative, and then Hannaford summed it all up again for the benefit of no one in particular. "So we've got a perpetrator in custody. He is under guard, I'm assuming, but we've still got no idea who he is or where he came from. We had 2 more who left on foot just before Cornwall's finest arrived on the scene, but somehow they escaped into the wilds of the surrounding farmland. A maverick ex-cop has driven off with the mother of one of your officers, who isn't telling us a bloody dicky-bird, and we don't know why they haven't just turned up at some local nick. And sometime around midnight I'm going to get a call from some little shit at the DPP asking whether this has prejudiced the case that's due to kick off on Monday morning. Wonderful. Is this a typical Friday night in Bodmin, Superintendent?" "And that," thought the superintendent, "is your first mistake, Hannaford, because no one from the DPP would call an internal investigations officer with a question like that. They might call your boss, whoever he or she is, or your boss's boss, but they wouldn't call someone like you." "The case that's due to kick off on Monday morning. That's what this is really about." Harley was tempted then to say, "Can you show me your warrant cards again? I'd just like to make a phone call." But the men had met with ACC Russell first, and presumably he had been satisfied. Might be worth asking later, though. Harley said pointedly to Cooper, "Robert Willows is an excellent officer. He has my full confidence and my sympathy. If these people had known him beforehand, they would have realized that any attempt to use him to interfere with or remove evidence would not work. From what I have seen, he has cooperated fully. He doesn't have anything else to tell you." Cooper looked half convinced, but as usual it was Hannaford who spoke. "Even so, I want his place turned over now. Cooper will go with a couple of yours." "I believe that to be completely unnecessary and intrusive under the circumstances." "Well, we'll put that in the official minutes. How far away is it?" Harley's face set hard then, despite himself. "Yes, it will be officially minuted and officially complained about. Your entire approach to this is inappropriate and deliberately offensive." It was what Hannaford wanted. "Yes, we hear something like that in every investigation. We're used to it. How far away is Willow's place?" "Trevernick is about 10 minutes' drive. We already have a police officer with his wife. Do you really need to go in and—" "That's the plus. You actually thought to put someone in there. Won't be any bother getting inside, then." Lane tried the phone again, to see if the torch at least would work, but it did not. Then she put it into the rear pocket of her jeans, folded the blanket and handed that to Emily, pushed the bundle of plastic string into a front pocket, tucked the gun into her waistband, and carried the jack-handle in her left hand. With her right she felt the way around the great heap of small branches, and Emily Willows followed her. The brashing must have been done within the past day or two, because the scent of pine resin was strong, and at one point Lane's hand came away sticky with it. Once around the cuttings they found themselves back on the track, though it was reduced now to little more than a footpath. But it still led the way straight on towards the top of whatever hill this forest had been planted upon 20 or 30 years ago. Lane halted, took her bearings, and asked Emily if she was all right to carry on. "Yes, it's a while since I had any proper exercise. This is as good a time to start as any." Lane was looking up at the avenue of stars above them. There was still no moon, but here, in the countryside, far from the nearest town, the thick dusting of light from the Milky Way was plainly visible, running east to west, forming something like a crucifix with the little earthbound footpath that they were about to walk upon. It's impossible to say whether Lane herself saw the beauty of it, but she knew now that they were heading due north. As they began to move, Emily Willows said, "Of course, I know that you get plenty of exercise. I've seen you going off running." Lane was moving at a surprising pace, and Emily quickened and shortened her own steps to stay close. To her the wood around them seemed impenetrably dark. She remembered what Lane had said about night vision, and thought that it must have been true then, just a statement of fact rather than a boast. "Do you run far? You're gone for quite a while." Lane kept walking, only half turning her head to answer. "A few miles." "Really? Miles? Just to keep fit?" Emily was becoming aware of two things then, that her own breathing was already shortening, and that Lane was not going to engage in a long conversation. No, to improve fitness and extend my performance. It all sounded very rigorous and demanding. Emily pulled a face in the darkness before she said, "I see. You have a program. How far do you plan to run in the end?" 26.219 miles. Oh, a marathon. Are you doing something for charity? No. Without pausing in the walking, Lane looked back periodically. Emily would half turn and stumble, but before her eyes could focus, they would be moving forward again, heading for the brow of the hill that was closer now, a dark, smudged line across the deep blue of the night sky ahead of them. Just a personal challenge, then. Very worthy all the same. Commendable. Great sense of achievement when you've done it, I'm sure. Lane said, "We should save our breath." Yes, absolutely. But I've never met anyone who plans to run a marathon, so... I've done it several times years ago. I'm just getting back to fitness, that's all. Their speed wasn't slowing at all. If anything, they were moving more quickly, and Emily Willows wondered whether this was intentional, in order to silence her. Oh my goodness, how impressive! No wonder you're all skin and bone. So you took a break, and now... I got injured. Hamstring, Emily managed between breaths. That's what usually happens, isn't it? No, I got a work-related injury. Emily found a new burst of energy now that the conversation was actually getting somewhere. Right. An injury at work. What did you used to do? They had reached the first summit. Further on, it was clear that there were more slopes to climb. Lane stopped, turned and looked for a good 10 seconds down towards where they had left the car, and Emily was aware that the only sound was her own laboured breathing. Lane said quietly, "Them having the only light gives us something of an advantage, but only as long as they use it. If they realise that, they'll turn it off. They might already have done so, and be moving up behind us, so we need to listen as well, okay?" Emily nodded. Far away on another hillside, a bird hooted, an owl of some sort. Otherwise, the silence lay around them like a soft, starlit blanket. Good. I can't hear anything at the moment. It looks as if we're coming to the edge of this plantation in about another 50 yards. After that, it's open ground. Lane's voice was dropping all the time. Realistically, we can't outrun them if they spot us, so our best bet is to stay hidden in the trees. That way we should hear them if they're close. We're going left here off the path, about 30 meters, and then we'll stop and wait and listen. No more talking. Chapter 12. Superintendent Harley made sure that the officer going with Cooper to the Wilsons' home was Sergeant Jennifer Spall. She was a friend of Robert Willows, and when Harley spoke to her privately she had confirmed that she also knew Marie, his wife. He said to Spall then, "Fortunately, the real pain in the arse is staying here, but don't let the other one get heavy. We don't have to put up with that. I'll already be complaining about the way they have treated Robert. Keep your eyes and ears open." Cooper said little during the short car journey, and his answers to the 2 routine questions she asked him about how he wanted to proceed when they arrived were non-committal, almost neutral. She thought, he doesn't see any point in this. He thinks it's harassment as well. He might be in investigations, but he's just a foot soldier like the rest of us. To Marie Willows, Cooper said, "Does your husband have an office at home? A desk where he keeps things?" And she had showed him upstairs to the spare bedroom. Cooper said then that she was free to stay while he searched the room, but she turned away in contempt and went downstairs to Jenny Spall. "How is he, Jennifer? Really?" "He's okay. Quite calm, just worried about his mum, obviously, and you. He asked if he could come back with them to here, but they said no. Probably best that he doesn't until they know something more." The sound of drawers and cupboards being opened came from upstairs. "Jenny, what on earth is going on? They can't possibly think that he is involved. The idea is preposterous." In much of her speech, Marie Willows would pass for a native, but the situation and demands of the word preposterous made her sound very French indeed. "We all know that, Marie. Some of it is just routine. They cover all the angles. No one at Bodmin will believe it for a moment. This man isn't one of us. They're from out of the county." Marie was bright, and understood the implications. Jenny Spall thought then that she had said too much and not helped at all. "But they still have not found them. Where can they be?" Jenny Spall shrugged. Footsteps on the stairs, which paused halfway down. Cooper was talking to someone on his phone, but she couldn't make out what it was about. Marie said, "And who is this neighbour? I saw her once. She was strange. She looked away before I could say hello." "We really don't know much, Marie." Actually, she thought, we know even less than that. Senior officers were holding hurried conversations behind closed doors, and the underlings were fetching pizza and coffee. Good old-fashioned mushroom management. Keep them in the dark, open the door occasionally, and chuck in a load of... Cooper came into the room, holding up a red wallet file. "I'm removing this material." Marie was dumbstruck and turned to Jenny Spall, who said, "What is it?" "Papers relevant to a case that Robert Willows is involved with. The case." Jennifer Spall took steps towards him and reached out her hand. Cooper withdrew the file and held it under his arm. He said, "This might be confidential material. He might have broken procedures and been a lot of bother because of this. As a colleague, you can't." "Unless you let at least one other officer see what you claim to have found, you'll be in a spot of bother yourself. For all we know, that folder is empty and won't have anything in it until you get back to the station. If you think I won't stand up and say that, try me." Cooper weighed it up, and must have concluded that she had a point. He held the folder towards Jennifer Spall, and she took it. Inside were pages of handwritten notes. She could see no evidential material as such, but it took her no more than a few seconds to realize that what was written here did concern Operation Landing Net. She recognized names, places, and dates. She nodded and handed the folder back to Cooper. It was a moment before she could bring herself to return Marie Willow's stare, and then she said, "It's probably nothing," with a good deal more confidence than she actually felt. 10,000 years, the anthropologists say, since we began the long process of withdrawing from the natural world that fashioned us, and at the same time began the opposing process, the one in which we reshaped and refashioned that world to suit our needs and wishes. First, they say, we left the forests and began to wander the plains of Africa. Then, after the most recent amelioration of the climate, we found our way north. Eventually, perhaps tired of the wandering, we decided to stay in one place, plant crops, and build permanent dwellings. As a species unlike any other, if all this is correct, we took control of our own ecological destiny. But a few thousand years is no more than the blinking of an eye. Before that, our ancestors walked the earth for many hundreds of thousands of years. What they learned, what nature taught them, though it might be forgotten sometimes, had not been erased. It is printed too deeply in our DNA. At the foot of a pine tree, in a tiny clearing, Lane and Emily Willows sat down. They could smell that dampness of soil that is always present in the shade of woods and forests, and their fingers pressed pine needles, little twigs and last year's cones into the humus of time. They began to remember. The silence that Lane had asked for came of its own accord, and so when a bird clattered out of the tree above, a wood-pigeon no doubt, as it invariably is, both women flinched, ducked, and felt the simultaneous surge of adrenaline through arteries and veins. In a gesture as ancient almost as the unfurling instincts, Lane touched Emily Willows for the second time, a brief reassurance of hand on arm. Emily looked at her then, their faces only a foot or two apart, and she could see starlight in the younger woman's eyes. Seconds, or maybe it was minutes later, the divisions on a clock have little meaning in this other, older world. Another creature, frozen perhaps by their unexpected arrival, scuttled away into the darkness. 2 legs or 4? It was impossible to say. Hunter or hunted? The answer was the same. It was Emily who first saw the light. Without saying a word, she drew Lane's attention to it, the beam away down the hill, moving back and forth several times in an arc of 90 degrees. At that point, the light was not coming forward at all. The men, if it was still the 2 of them, had stopped. Lane whispered, "They've reached the car." Emily thought, "We seem to go a long way, but that doesn't look much more than 100 yards. Maybe it's 200, but it isn't far enough. Why didn't we keep going? Why aren't we still going?" But Lane had worked it out, hadn't she? Stay in the cover. Don't get caught on the open ground. If Lane can see in the dark, perhaps one of the men can. Perhaps both of them can. And they have a torch, too. It was the torch itself that had Lane's attention. Not a silly pencil beam thing, that torch, but a proper one that penetrated far into the night with a narrow, intense spotlight. Once caught in it, escape would be difficult, especially if the two of them were still there, one holding the beam on the target while the other moved in. Small she knew about. She had been close enough for long enough to make an assessment of the threat he posed, but the other one she had only glimpsed. Younger, smaller, the one who had been waiting in the Volvo out in the road. Was he just a driver, made to follow them by the bigger and much more dangerous man who had another gun? Perhaps, but that gun must have been in the car, and that meant this driver was no innocent. Surely both of these were city sorts, brought in to do a job before going back to their grubby streets. They were not likely to be comfortable wandering about here in the dark, and so the torch might be the key. Without that, the odds would be much more evenly spread. But as she thought it through and planned, Lane was aware of the other question that buzzed about inside like an annoying fly. Why? The longer this pursuit went on, the less sense it made. Okay, Small was miffed about his face. It must have stung a bit, but the cleaners you find by the loo aren't lethal. The effects ought to be wearing off by now. He ought to be seeing sense, at least out of his good eye. Small had seen her shoot and drive, so he had some idea what he was up against. He knew, therefore, that this wasn't going to be straightforward, and yet here he was in the forest, still looking. It could not be for Emily. Whatever had been going on there was well and truly blown, and the other one, Mr. Hepatitis C, at the very least, was under arrest if he hadn't bled to death. So why weren't these two doing 90 miles an hour somewhere east of Reading? Lane brushed it away and refocused on the light, still where they had left the car. People have fanciful ideas about what one can do with a handgun, ideas that come from Hollywood or the latest television drama. In those, from 20 yards or more, Lane would shoot out the torch at the first attempt. The reality is that, even from a few feet away, one would need to be lucky. She could aim behind the torch, of course, hoping to hit the bigger target, but that too was potentially messy. As these men had followed them this far, clearly intent on doing harm, she could justify it in a courtroom, but it was still potentially messy, and she preferred more elegant solutions. And there was still the problem of the number of shots remaining. Presumably, Small could count to 2. If she missed, as she might, she would have given their position away, and reduced their main deterrent's effectiveness by 50%. No, staying hidden was their best option, and that meant letting the men make the next move. When it came, the move was entirely predictable. The torchlight began to edge a little to the right, as someone made their way around the heap of branches. Lane thought, once they are around it and back on the path, they will pause again and shine the beam along the path, getting their bearings. No more than 20 seconds later, that's what happened. Beside her, she felt Emily Willows stiffen and catch her breath as she realized what was taking place. Lane listened intently as the light began to move again, trying to catch the sound of voices. That way she would know how many they had to deal with now. Nothing yet, but she was sure that if one of them was moving through the trees parallel to the path, she would be hearing that by now. Either both were on the path, or there was only one of them. With her forefinger on her lips, she made the universal gesture for silence, and Emily nodded her understanding. The light moved forward slowly. Every few yards it dipped downwards and paused. Lane realized what they were doing, looking for signs that the women had passed that way. She hadn't expected that. Being tracked. There might be signs. The grass was already wet with dew, wet enough to show where feet had trodden, and once again she re-evaluated their situation. If one of these was Tonto or a keen Boy Scout, they might find the spot where the two of them had left the footpath, and then the rules of engagement that she had set moments ago would no longer apply. Lane felt along her waistband, and made sure that the gun was not caught up at all. The torch's beam halted at that point, and then Lane could hear voices kept low. Both men were present on the path, no more than 30 yards distant. Then the light moved forward again, still on the path, and still dipping down occasionally, which must mean that they had not found the place where the women had left it. Gradually, the distance between the two pairs increased, as the pursuers made their way to the edge of the forest. If it were me, thought Lane, I'd stop there. And that's exactly what they did. For Emily Willows, these last few minutes had been the most nightmarish of the entire day. She could never have imagined that being hit, threatened, chased, and shot at would be preferable to hiding behind a tree, but they were. There is something primeval in being stalked by a predator. One feels terrifyingly alive when one is horribly close to extinction. She watched Lane inch her way around the tree trunk so that she could see where the men had stopped. And she had seen the hand go surreptitiously to the gun tucked into the waistband of the jeans. All women younger than herself wore jeans all the time, of course. A stupid thought, and she told herself to concentrate and focus like Lane did on the next thing that needed to be done to stay safe for another few minutes. She, Lane, seemed to be awfully good at this, and could not have been a banker or a hedge fund manager in the city, unless she had done lots of those outward-bound management training courses that Ronald had despised with a passion. He used to say they'd be better off learning how to use a calculator properly, rather than how to climb a damned rock. The only time she had heard him swear worse than that was the night when Tony Blair got elected for the 3rd time. This will be the end of us, he had said, and it very nearly was. Lane signalled to her then, "Move, get behind me," and the terror returned. Something else must be happening now. If Assistant Chief Constable Russell had not been present, Hannaford would probably have been awkward about sharing the contents of Robert Willow's file, and that's why Harley had made sure that the ACC was present before he asked to see it. Once he had it in his hands, Harley made a point of going to his desk, sitting down and reading through it page by page, slowly and methodically. The other 3 men present, Russell, Hannaford, and Cooper, had no choice but to watch and wait, because Harley was simply doing his job then. When he had done, Harley turned the papers over, tapped them together on the surface of his desk, and then ran his left thumb over the edges again, as if he was refreshing his memory or mentally summarizing the contents. Then he said, "There is, in my professional opinion, nothing significant here. Obviously, Sergeant Willows has been thinking about landing Nett at home, and, like any decent officer, he's made some notes." Hannaford said to Russell, "There are names, dates, and places in there. In the wrong hands, that material could prejudice a case, especially a case like this one." ACC Russell didn't answer straight away. He walked to the window of his office, and with thumb and finger he made a gap in the blinds. Bodmin lay below and to the west of the police headquarters, with the clear skies above and the lights of the town spread out below. The view, he realized for the first time since he had moved into this office, was a pretty one. With the merest glance at Harley as he turned back to the other officers in the room, Russell said, "I don't agree. Superintendent, has everything in this folder been disclosed to the defence as far as you are aware?" "It will have been, sir." Harley certainly sounded confident. Russell continued, "So there is nothing in this that could form the foundation of a challenge? Nothing that could even remotely be used to delay court proceedings because of non-disclosure?" "No, sir." "And am I also right in thinking that Sergeant Willow's role in landing Nett has been largely an administrative one? He has not come into direct contact with any of the persons of interest or with any of the people whose trials begin on Monday?" "Yes, sir, that's correct. He has been one of the 3 officers responsible for collating and preserving evidence. He hasn't—" "That's the old bloody point. This kidnapping is a blatant attempt to interfere with evidence, so who better to target than the evidence officer?" Hannaford's interruption left Superintendent Harley open-mouthed in mid-sentence. Russell didn't respond immediately. He closed the blind and then went back to his desk and sat down again. "Yes, I think we all understand how Willows and his family came to be a target. But what exactly do you think that pointing a finger towards that folder on Harley's desk is evidence of? Because it contains no evidence pertinent to the trial. It has some value as intelligence, yes, but no evidence. There is no documentation here, no copies of anything that should not have been removed from the vaults. I appreciate that if you've been out of the field for a while, you can lose sight of that distinction. But all I can see here is evidence of a good, keen detective doing some unpaid overtime." The barb about being out of touch with real police investigations as opposed to conducting investigations into the police went home. Hannaford's face went pale with anger, and Harley looked at ACC Russell. The senior officer's gaze never wavered as Hannaford stepped forward, picked up the folder, and left the room, followed by Cooper. It was easy to mock the salaries earned by the shiniest uniforms, but on this occasion the Assistant Chief Constable had backed his man and earned some respect as well. Russell indicated that he wanted the door closed before he spoke again, and Harley complied. Then Russell said, "He's off to report to whomever it is he reports to. I expect I'll get another call as a result." "Thank you, sir." Harley didn't need to explain. "If that folder had contained a single bloody photocopy, even someone's petrol receipt or a claim for cheeseburger and chips, Jack." "Yes, I know, sir." "When this is over, tell Willows he's an idiot." "Yes, sir. Thank you again, sir."
Chapter 13. The light moved forward again, out into whatever open space lay beyond the edge of the forest, but Lane ignored the temptation to hope. Hope was a distraction. Instead, she simply watched and waited. Sure enough, after it had gone perhaps 20 yards, the light stopped, and was then turned back onto the trees. Whoever had hold of it shone the beam slowly and systematically along the border between the woodland and the open space. They were thinking and evaluating as they did that. Would the two women have crossed this, or would they have stayed in the cover of the trees? The most likely answer was the second option, and therefore Lane wondered whether she had been mistaken in choosing it. But again, no time for regret or self-recrimination. Evasion was all that was required. Had they gone left or right off the path, though? The men could only guess unless a sign could be found, and she knew they had missed any sign that had been left. So the choices open to their pursuers were either to wait and listen, to choose a direction and search together, nor to separate and search, one in the trees to the left of the path, and the other in the trees to the right. Lane was certain she could outwait them. If they began a search, only one of them had a torch, but once away from the light the sky above was bright enough for her to see, and it might be the same for one of them. Staying in the cover of the trees was the best way of avoiding the torch beam, but if they did have to move, there would be sounds that would give away their progress. In the open, they could move much more quietly, but then the light, once it found them, would have them at its mercy. Emily would not be able to run, and then, Lane knew, she would have to take them on. The light started to move slowly to the right along the edge of the wood, beginning a systematic sweeping across the trunks of the trees, and pausing occasionally. Right was away from them, which was good, but it was impossible to say whether both men were with the torch now. Behind her, Lane heard Emily Willows whispering, and she turned her head to shush her again. Emily said, "They're going away." "One of them is. Wait and listen." The light continued to move slowly away, like that of a small boat that had set sail on a dark sea. For a long time, maybe as much as 3 or 4 minutes, there was an utter silence in the wood. It was long enough and quiet enough for Lane to begin to conclude that both men had gone with the light. And then, somewhere close by, a small twig snapped. And there it was, another twig breaking, and then another, very faintly. As far as Lane could tell, one of the men was back near the point where she and Emily Willows had left the path. A coincidence? Or had they found that point of exit and deliberately moved on from it, planning to come back as quietly as possible to listen for the women who were likely to be hiding nearby? If so, that was clever, and she had underestimated at least one of them. How, too, had he managed to get back to the place with no torch? Perhaps they had left some sort of marker, a stick on the path, as she might have done herself. What next? After listening, he might decide to move into the wood, and the chances were that he would head towards them. He was no more than 30 yards away now. She had the gun, and an element of surprise, but no means of aiming for a target until he was within feet of them, and then it would almost certainly be too late. And which of them was it out there? She was not going to defeat Small in hand-to-hand. He was simply too tall, too heavy, and too strong. Wait and risk him getting even closer, or go now? Keeping low, Lane got to her feet and pointed into the wood, away from the path. The undergrowth seemed to be clearer in the direction of the open ground beyond, and as the one who had the torch was no longer in direct sight, there was just a flickering glow some 60 or 70 yards away. Lane took Emily's arm and began to move. There would be noise, inevitably, but the man behind would have to take decisions as to how he responded. She would prefer to have him running after them and making plenty of noise, to him creeping up on them in silence. And if she could reach the open ground where the light was better, she would have the chance of a shot, if the worst came to the worst.
Emily Willows would just have to look away. Robert Willows had never been into the office of anyone higher up the food chain than a detective superintendent, and so when he went with Harley to ACC Russell's room, he was, despite the extraordinary circumstances, still somewhat apprehensive. He knew already about the folder, and it didn't bother him in the least. What angered him was that Marie would have been frightened by all that. A part of him suspected that his career might be over by now anyway, and so it would make little difference if he assaulted the 2 internal investigations officers before he was escorted from the building. "Sit down, Sergeant Willows." He did as he was told, and Jack Harley took another seat to the side of the large desk, as if he expected to be acting as a tennis umpire. Russell said, "We haven't found them yet, in case you're wondering why you're here. Let's assume that no news is good news." Willows was already experienced enough as a detective to know that that was often not the case, but rather than saying so, he simply nodded. "But we might have got a lead. Superintendent Harley?" "Just a few minutes ago we learned that the County Communications Centre took a routine call about half an hour ago. Someone who lives on the Ravens Tor Road up on the moor reported a disturbance near their house. A car parked outside and 2 women standing in the road. It looked like they were going towards the house, and then they got back into the car and drove off. Another vehicle went by a few seconds later. The occupant of the house thought that the second vehicle might have been following or pursuing the first one." Willows had to choose then, be the worried son or the policeman. Which would be of the most use? He said, "Did the person who made the report say anything about the vehicles, sir?" "Not that I know of. Too dark, I expect. Communications had noted it as no immediate action required, but someone here spotted it, and we've sent a car to the address several minutes ago. We also have people working on maps of the area. The helicopter has been instructed to follow the A38 east, but they're on standby to turn around. That brings you fully up to speed, Sergeant." They were humouring him to an extent, trying to make him feel a part of the operation, but there was nothing practical they would allow him to do. He understood the reasons why, but said anyway, "Ravens Tor. I know that area vaguely. It's pretty remote, lots of one-track roads. It's mostly sheep and forestry. I could take a look at the map, sir." Russell didn't want to refuse him directly, so he tried to head him off. "If you don't mind me asking, Willows, what sort of a person is your mother?" "Sir?" "How will she be coping with a situation like this? I'm sorry to ask, but if this report did concern her and the Lane woman, her likely state of mind might be pertinent as to how we handle things." It was tenuous, of course, and Russell caught the glance from Superintendent Harley that said as much, but Willows was willing to answer the question. "Tougher than she looks, sir. When my father died quite unexpectedly a few years ago, we all imagined she would sort of, well, go to pieces. But she didn't at all. She grieved like anyone else, but she never let it throw her off balance, not even for a moment as far as I could tell." "What about the neighbour, though? Do we know any more about her, sir?" Willows was looking at Harley now, remembering what had been said earlier, that she was a woman who would be able to take care of herself and his mother. They must know something more by now. Why weren't they telling him? There was a pause in the conversation, as if the 2 senior officers were both waiting for the other either to tell Willows the truth or find another way of evading it. And then the internal phone on ACC Russell's desk buzzed. Russell seized it quickly, said his surname, and then listened. "Yes, he is. I'll hand over. Give him the details." Harley took the receiver, and Willows could see a change in the expression on the Assistant Chief Constable's face. Harley, meanwhile, was asking short questions, and then noting down the answers. "How long ago now? Double-check the direction they left in, please. Roughly how many more houses that way before they reach the top of the moor?" And ending with, "Stay on the line." Harley looked up at Willows and said, "2 women, one older and more heavily built, probably with permed hair. It was a lady who called this in. The other woman was younger, taller, and looked skinny in comparison with short dark hair. She was the one who got back in and drove the car. Neither had a coat or jacket, which the witness thought was odd. The lady could not distinguish the colour of the car, but her daughter has a Skoda Fabia, and she thought it looked similar to that. The other car, the one that seemed to be following them, was bigger, and was being driven quickly, too quickly to get any detail." Robert Willows said, "It's them, sir." ACC Russell snapped his fingers to get Harley's attention. "Jack, tell that car to get up the road now. Tell the witness to lock her doors and await another visit from us. Then get every other vehicle involved into that area. I want them all showing up on the interactive map in 5 minutes. Go and do that now and take Willows with you. We don't have time to bugger about. This has gone on long enough. I'll get the chopper turned round before I come down. Go!"
They made it out of the forest and onto the open ground quickly, and with surprisingly little noise. But the man behind must have heard something. 20 yards away from the trees, Lane brought them both to a stop, and spent 10 valuable seconds listening. Maybe she detected more snapping twigs or a rustle of leaves on Jean's, but she could not be certain. What was certain was that he had not set off after them in a headlong chase. Why not, Lane? In another 3 or 4 seconds she had a possible answer. They will both have phones. Whoever finds the women lets the other one know, and carries on following them until both men are back together. The ground beneath their feet was a mixture of rank grass and old heather. Here and there was a stump of a tree, sawn off close to the surface. Not long ago this too had been forested. Lane looked up as she began to move again, heading uphill. The stars told her that they were still going north too, but she had only a rudimentary grasp of the local geography. It was instinct alone that was telling her to go to higher ground. From there she would be able to see any approaching lights. Emily was puffing again, but she had shrugged off Lane's hand from her arm, saying that she was all right, that she could see where she was going well enough. She even found the time and breath to mutter to herself, "Of course, this is all my fault." "How's that?" "Only this morning I was complaining to Robert that I was bored. Now look what's happened. Hostages to fortune. I should know better at my age." "You're doing fine, Mrs. Willows. Just keep moving. They've been trying to catch us for a couple of hours, and they haven't managed it yet. Girl power!" Against the starry sky, Emily saw Lane raise a fist in mock triumph. It was ludicrous, and she had to smile a little. "Emily, my dear, not Mrs. Willows any more. Can we stop this name nonsense? I don't want to die not knowing yours. If it's too embarrassing, just make one up. It isn't Cynthia or something, is it?" Lane was moving forward and upwards, but looking back and down every few seconds, and still there was no sign. Why couldn't she see the torch heading back this way? "We're not going to die, and it's summer." "Yes, well, that's something to be cheerful about, I suppose. This would all be worse if we were cold and wet." "That's my name. Summer." Emily Willows stumbled a little, as if it had taken her by surprise, and Lane stopped and waited for her. "Oh, I see. Summer Lane. That's a very beautiful name." "Just a name. A rose by any other and all that." "No, you do it a disservice. It's unusual and—" She was losing her breath again, and Lane wondered whether there would be anywhere they could rest. They were 300 feet above the woods now, with a panoramic, dimly lit view of the open ground they had crossed. "It's unusual and beautiful, and you should be proud of it, not embarrassed by it. I expect I sound like your mother now, don't I?" Lane thought, even up here with a couple of psychos on our tail, she's still digging away. I've had less determined DCs working for me than Emily Willows. Now she's after a bit of family background. My parents were the last of the New Age travellers. I say were, but the really tragic thing is that they still are. They live in a yurt somewhere in North Wales. My father grows organic vegetables and my mother makes organic pottery. I'm a great disappointment to them, thank goodness, but I suppose it could have been worse. They might have christened me Star. Emily was quiet for a moment, acknowledging the most sustained contribution that Lane had yet made to their conversations, and no doubt also processing the new information. Below them, emptiness, darkness, and silence. Lane allowed for the possibility, nothing more, that the men had given up the chase. Standing here and watching made as much sense as anything else for now. "In what way do you think you are a disappointment, Summer?" The name was added on intentionally, and with a little up-speak flourish, as if Emily took a particular delight in saying it. "How long have we got? Maybe all night, I suppose. I'll just select a few highlights." Emily was looking up at the face surrounded by stars. In this cold but kindly light, it was a much younger face, and she realized then that the lines she had first thought were those of age were not. They were the lines of pain. "When I was 7, I insisted on wearing school uniform, even though my parents had deliberately moved the caravan into the catchment of a primary school that didn't require one.
They explained to me that they didn't want me to become institutionalized. I was 7, remember, so I was the only kid wearing a skirt, a blouse, white socks, and black shoes. Everyone else was in jeans and T-shirts. When I was 12 and realized that they really did believe that crystals had magic powers, I did my best to become a Roman Catholic. I'd met a girl who was, and I persuaded her parents to let me go with her to some of the classes. I told them I wanted to be a nun, my parents, and they couldn't say no, you were not, because, well, that would be against their principles, but I expect it really pissed them off for a while. Emily Willows tutted, and Lane wondered whether it was at the stories of such an ungrateful child, before remembering that her use of the colloquial was the most likely cause. So they didn't know whether to be pleased or not when I did well at an A-level and said I would go to university to study accountancy. I did, and when they sort of came round to the idea, I dropped out. All I needed then was the job that they would find most horrifying of all. Which was? I joined the Metropolitan Police. Got in at the first attempt. I must have been part of the latest diversity and recruitment program. Someone liked my wacky background, and the fact that my grandmother was Armenian. They probably assumed I was a lesbian as well. They must have been able to tick no end of boxes. Here were such riches that Emily Willows didn't know where to begin. She listed all the salient details to herself for future consideration, and then decided that bringing matters up to date would be the best course for now. "But you said you are retired. What happened?" A pause. Lane's eyes were scanning the distant area of greater darkness that was the edge of the forest they had left behind. Overhead, the stars seemed to have grown in brightness and number. There was a profusion of them now. Like I said, I got injured. A broken leg. To be fair, it was badly broken. They listened to the surgeon and decided I wouldn't be able to work again, so that was that. And now you're going to run a marathon. Yes, and when I have, they'll have to take me back, won't they? Emily thought it best to treat the question as a rhetorical one, but so much had been explained now, and she had to say something about that. How fortunate that you of all people moved in next door. I mean with regard to today, and fortunate for me. You might not think so at all. It was fortunate, wasn't it? The thought that followed appeared from nowhere. What I mean is, you're not under cover or something, are you? Lane said, mostly to herself, I wish. Something had caught her eye, something moving along the edge of the open ground directly below the hillside where they were standing. She could not see whether it was one thing or two. There was no torch, but they might have turned it off. Whoever it was, they were not heading back to their car. They were still searching, still coming on. Lane said, Rest over. Let's keep going. Chapter 14. They climbed another 200 feet, and with each one the light seemed a little brighter. The reason eventually became apparent. Looking east along the valley whose side they had climbed, a low moon had appeared on the horizon, a low, almost full moon, orange in the narrow band of atmosphere that sustains us, but soon it would be silvery and bright. Survival is about adaptability. Those who adapt the quickest survive the longest. Lane considered the increasing light as she took Emily across the top of the ridge that lay like a plateau on the side of the hill. Was the moon a help or a hindrance? Both parties would be more visible to each other. Given a choice, she would have chosen the darkness anyway, was quite comfortable moving like this, using her wits and her ears as much as her eyes. But the two men had shown themselves to be perfectly capable of matching her moves, so the moonlight would change things again, and Emily was tiring again. With each pause, the recovery was taking a little longer. They weren't high enough for the air to be thinning. It was simply that she was an overweight, middle-aged woman who took no exercise. She had done well to get this far, and had not complained once. But realistically, she would not be able to keep going all night. There was no chance of finding help up here, and so somehow she had to hide Emily Willows. A hand came from behind and tugged at her arm, and Lane thought, this is it. She can't go on. She stopped, turned, and saw that Emily was pointing away to her left. What's that? Lane could see a shape, low and rectangular, some sort of building. They changed direction and made for it cautiously. It was a hut, something built by the foresters so that they could sit down and eat their lunch or take cover from wind and rain. There was no door or window, just an open entrance. But inside, as Lane felt around with her hands, she found a bench running along the rear wall. The floor was bare earth, but dry. Neither the starlight nor the coming moonlight penetrated the little hut. It was as dark as a cave in there. Beyond and above it, bracken began to take over the hillside, bracken that was thick and impenetrable. But there was a path through it, climbing up on the slope that was steeper than before. Lane left Emily standing by the hut and went a short distance on the path. Broken ground here and there, rocks beginning to poke like vertebrae through the thin skin of the soil, as though the hill was the hunchback of some monstrous sleeping giant. She, Lane, could climb this, but Emily wouldn't manage 10 yards of it. Lane went back to the hut and stood outside the doorway watching the hillside. Well? Emily could see that the next phase of the operation was being planned. So Lane had been a police officer, probably not in traffic or HR. She thought about Robert then, and the other officers that she had come to know through him. None of them resembled even remotely the young woman at her side, who apparently was planning to run a marathon to prove that she was fit enough to rejoin the Metropolitan Police. As career plans go, it really wasn't very convincing. But then, Emily reminded herself, because she had reached this conclusion some time ago, I think she is a rather troubled soul. Lane said, if they're not coming, this is as good a place as any to wait until morning. And if they are? Depends who turns up. We'll think of something. Go inside and have a sit down. The large interactive screen on the wall of the Operations Control Centre was live and in real time. Robert Willows could see traces for 4 police vehicles on the satellite image at the moor, and he knew which of them was the one that had visited the witness who had made the call. It had travelled quickly north and had just reported in. They were on the outskirts of Temple Hill and had seen no sign of either target vehicle. They were awaiting instructions. 2 more police vehicles were heading up from the A38, one of them containing the 4 officers, 2 of them armed, who had been sent earlier to arrest the occupants of the Red Golf. There was also a police Range Rover coming in from the north, covering the high road over the top of the moor. Any car trying to cross to the other side that way would be intercepted by them. Harley was in discussion with 2 of the control centre staff and ACC Russell. Jenny Spall entered the room then, and Willows found a moment to ask her about Marie. She's okay, Robert. We've left someone there. She won't be on her own until this is sorted. I can't believe this, can you? Bastard's actually threatening us. What's happening? He told her. She looked at the screen more closely, and then went across to the group of senior officers. She said, Sir, the speed camera on the approach into Temple Hill is the new sort, isn't it? If it's operational, it's recording all vehicles, not just the quick ones. Harley didn't need any further explanation. Those number plates should be recorded on the central database already. How quickly could it be accessed from the control room? The answer was in just under 60 seconds, and then another 2 minutes to cross-reference with the DVLA computer. Going by the manufacturer's details there, no cars resembling the target vehicles had travelled that way in the past 3 hours. Russell said, That narrows it down to what? An 8-mile stretch with almost no turns off. They have to be in there. Tell the car in Temple Hill to stay where they are and to close the road. No one in or out. Let traffic know straight away it's on my authority. Tell the other 2 vehicles coming from the south the new situation. Every side road and access point to be examined. Get out of the vehicles and search them all. Tire tracks anything. When the chopper arrives, make sure they're talking to each other. The ACC stopped then and looked at his watch. They've got about 50 minutes of airtime left before they have to go back. The sooner we have drones, the better, eh? He looked around, but no one seemed to have an opinion on the matter. All eyes were on the screen as the points of red light converged onto Raven's Tor. At that exact moment, Lane too was watching a light. It showed briefly far down to the right as someone moved along the edge of the forest, and that was good, really good, because someone else was coming slowly up the hill towards them. Why they hadn't joined up again, as she had imagined they would, she had no idea. Now she had seconds to work it out. Which of them would be here first? Would Small have given the only torch to his companion? She had to conclude that he would not, and therefore it was the driver who was now just a minute or 2 away. Lane went into the hut and spoke quietly. Emily, one of them is coming up the hill. Emily was on her feet immediately, ready to move on. Lane said, No, not this time. This place gives us a chance to take one of them out. That's what I think we should do. Take one of them out? You mean shoot him? Not if I can help it. If he gets the upper hand, it might come to that, but... Time, Lane. Time is not on your side. If she wants to argue this any more, you'll have to try to get her up that path. All right. What do I do? Good. Remember back at the house, when you put on that performance and it lowered their guard? Yes. Same again. Sit on the bench in the dark and start up a conversation with me. It doesn't matter what it's about. It will be pretty one-sided. Why? Where will you be? Outside. I just want him to think we're both in here. He might come in or he might not, but it'll give me the chance to get behind him. What happens after that will be down to him. Emily went back to the bench, and Lane heard her sit down, but there was a distinct lack of conviction in the air. Lane said, "We don't know each other well, Emily, but this is your chance to shine. I'd say talking is one of the things you do best." "That is quite unnecessary and a little impertinent. If you—" "That's it. Let's have an argument. Keep it going." And then Emily found herself addressing a square of starlight. The Foresters had built the hut in the lee of a low cliff. Wild clematis had scrambled down from above and grown into a thicket of hazel. Lane edged into the deep shadow within, giving herself a clear view of the entrance to the hut and the slope that led up to it. She could still hear Emily's voice nattering away, with occasional short spaces, as if the person that she was addressing was answering, but much more quietly. A silhouetted head and shoulders appeared first. Then the upper half of the body was visible. He stopped, hearing the voice, and crouched a little, looking left and right. So far so good, thought Lane. Even at this distance, in the glimmering moonlight, she could tell that this was not small. She had been right about the torch. Had she also been right about the gun? If there was only one more gun, surely Small would have kept that too. If both were armed, that altered things. In that case, this character, now creeping quietly forward again, might decide to go straight in. But without a torch, in the darkness of the hut. She had to go with her first guesses, and waited to see what he would do. Now he was edging around to his right, and that was bringing him closer to where Lane had concealed herself. He was doing this, she knew, so that he did not appear outlined against the sky, visible from the entrance to the hut. Nowhere near as heavily built as Small, quite the opposite, in fact, but she took nothing for granted as far as that was concerned. Anyone who had willingly become involved in attempting a kidnap and interfering with a trial was dangerous, full stop. She breathed slowly and silently, but was otherwise absolutely motionless, watching and waiting. He had heard enough. Instead of going on towards the hut, he stepped further away and into the same patch of shadow that was hiding her. He was only a few feet away, and she could see then what he was going to do. He had taken out his phone, and the screen lit up. He shielded it with his body and pressed a button. There could be no doubt about whom he was going to call. Lane knew that she had as many as 10 seconds in which to stop him. A brain like hers, adrenaline-fueled, is lightning fast in such a situation, and she weighed up the risks in no more than 5 of those seconds. Stop him making the call, take him out of the equation, and leave Small down there in the darkness, wondering what's happened. That gives us the best odds, and that's how you've played this up to now, going with the percentages. Don't do the other thing, Lane, the thing that always got you into bother, even when you were right. She let him make the call. He spoke very quietly, but he was so close to her now that she heard every word. "Where the hell you gone, man? I can't even see the light now." "They're up here in a shed thing. Yeah, at the top of that hill I went up. Yeah, go back to where we split, and then up the hill. They don't know I'm here. I'll wait for you, man. Just effing hurry up." The light of the phone disappeared as he put it into a pocket. There was no noise from the hut now, and Lane saw his head turn in that direction. If it stayed quiet, he would move from here to see what was going on. Now or never, then. Lane raised the gun. Chapter 15. Superintendent Jack Harley saw A.C.C. Russell edge back into the control room and stand just inside the doorway, not wanting his unaccustomed presence here to interfere with what was going on. When their eyes met, Russell nodded, and presumably that meant that the air support had been redirected as planned. They couldn't be more than a few minutes away from Raven's Tor. The equipment on the helicopter was up to the moment. The infrared camera would reveal anyone out on the hillside in a matter of seconds. Anyone alive or recently dead, that is. Harley glanced around the control room and counted the number of bodies. Too many, probably, as always seems to happen in these situations. But there was silence nonetheless. No sign of Hannaford and Cooper, though. No doubt they were performing manoeuvres of their own in the darkness. Best if Russell dealt with them. Harley had concluded years ago that the higher-level politics of the job were quite beyond him. If Hannaford got in his face again, the superintendent's pension might be at risk, and Janet had set her heart on the villa in Malaga. On the screen, 2 of the red lights were now stationary. One had to assume that they were doing as ordered and searching every entrance into the countryside before moving on along the road. Squinting at the screen, he could see that the first of the searching vehicles was a good way down the road now. If they found nothing, the operation would be relying totally on a chopper with less than 30 minutes' worth of fuel. As if in answer to his growing sense of unease, the intercom in front of him buzzed. When he picked up the handset, Harley found himself speaking directly to Sergeant Jonathan Wright, one of the 2 armed officers in the pursuit vehicle. As he listened to the report, Harley was aware that every pair of eyes in the room was upon him. He was also aware that technically the senior uniformed officer should be taking the decisions in such a scenario, not a detective, but Russell remained by the door. "Okay, John. Search it thoroughly, and make sure it isn't going anywhere in a hurry. Wait there until backup arrives, which should be within minutes. Then you 4 start looking again. The chopper should be overhead shortly. No heroics from anyone." Harley put the handset down and said to no one in particular, "They found the Volvo. Crashed into a log on a forestry road. No need to worry about how that's happened at the moment." When Jenny Spool spoke, they all knew that it was for Robert Willows. "Any sign of the second vehicle, sir?" "Not yet." "I have a gun pointed at the centre of your back. I am close to you. If you move, I will fire. At this range, I'm bound to hit something. Stand very still." Jamal Shah's head turned perhaps 2 inches before he fully understood what had just happened. One of the women was in the shadows behind him, and one of them did have a gun. Small had told him what had taken place back inside the house. That was almost not still enough. "Raise your hands, nice and high." He did as he was told. She was close, very close. "Good. Now turn around and face me very slowly. 180 degrees. Slower than that, please. Can you see me?" What he could see was the starlight glinting on the barrel of the pistol. "If I shoot you now, it's self-defense. You were coming for me, and the wound would be in the front. That would be easiest for me. Understand? Nod, if you understand." Shah nodded. If he launched himself forward, he might reach her and take the gun, or she might be as cool as she sounded and blow his head off. "Kneel down slowly, and put your hands behind you." "Okay. Now go forward onto your front, keeping your hands behind you where I can see them." It was difficult to kneel in front of a woman, but he did so. There was something worryingly matter-of-fact about the way she was telling him what to do, as if this was not the first time she had humiliated a man. "Now I'm going around to the right and behind you. Keep your wrists together. I have a length of cord with a running noose at one end, and I can tie both your hands with one of mine. The other is still pointing the gun at your back. Could you manage in a wheelchair?" He felt her placing the loop over his hands. Then she passed the cord between and around his wrists several times, before yanking it upwards hard enough to wrench his arms painfully backwards. She tied it off then. He realized that she must be using 2 hands for that, but it was too late. "Good. All done. Back on your feet. Walk towards the hut, slowly. Don't stumble, or I might think you're doing a runner. I'll shoot you in the back if I have to. I'd just rather not. Nearly there. Emily, we have company." Emily Willows watched, holding the phone up as a torch while Lane worked quickly with the cord. The young man lay on his front, and the loose end was taken down from his wrists towards his feet. Lane bent his legs backwards at the knee and tied the ankles together, pulling the cord tight until he was hog-tied and helpless. He stared at the floor in front of him, and not once had he looked at either of them. Neither had he spoken a word. Lane said, "And in a few minutes we'll have some more company, Mrs. Willows. We need to get ready." "We have a phone now, Summer." "Yes, and we're going to use it.
Or you are. Not quite done here yet." Lane sat on the bench and took off her left trainer, followed by the sock. Then she knelt beside the man on the floor, and Emily heard him gagging and protesting as the sock was forced into his mouth. Lane said, "No need to make such a fuss. I haven't worn that more than a couple of days. You can't make much noise now. If I were you, I wouldn't make any at all. It was my friend here who shot your mate in the leg. Once she gets going, there's no stopping her." In the light from the phone, Emily could see that Lane was actually smiling at her own joke as she pulled her trainer back on. Then Lane was on her feet. She seized the cord between the man's ankles and wrists with both hands, and dragged him into the corner furthest from the entrance. Just dragged him as easily as if he weighed no more than a sack of dry dog food. Emily thought, "It's like she's on some sort of drug." Emily said, "What do you mean? I'm going to use the phone." Lane was in the entrance now, looking out down the hill. "You know your son's mobile number?" "Yes." "Call it now before the phone locks, and keep calling it. When you get through, he'll know what to do." "What are you going to do?" "Summer, where are you going?" Lane stepped back inside, and held out the gun towards Emily, handle first. "There are 2 shots in it. The safety is off, Emily. Just point and pull the trigger twice if he comes to this doorway." After a pause, Emily reached for the gun, and Lane's face came a little closer. "Okay?" "Yes, Where do I aim it?" "In your case, I'd say the widest bit." "What are you going to do? Without this?" "I'm going a little way down the hill. See if I can draw him away from here. Whatever you hear, stick to the plan. Watch the doorway, keep ringing, and shoot if you have to, Emily." Under normal circumstances, Harley would have put all subsequent calls onto the loudspeaker in the control centre, but Robert Willows was still in the room, and Harley didn't know what those officers beginning the search again were going to find. If he asked Willows to leave now, it would make things worse for him, if that was possible, and so he waited, the handset a few inches from his ear, ready to press the receive button. The second and third vehicles had arrived at where the Volvo had been found. Soon they would have boots enough on the ground. Harley had already instructed the control centre manager to have wider search capabilities on standby, as well as an ambulance, and they could have another 20 officers there within 30 minutes if needed. But 2 men and 2 women in several hundred acres of forest, this could still take all night. He saw the light flicker on the base unit, and pressed the button before the buzzer could sound. Jonathan Wright again, leading the officers who had followed the track beyond where the Volvo had been found. Slowly the attention in the control centre focused once more on Superintendent Harley. "All smashed, John. Has it been rolled?" Jennifer Spall was heading towards Robert Willows then. "You don't think so? Anything else?" Harley listened hard, thinking and deliberately avoiding any of the looks. Then, "No, you wait there with it. I'll direct more men up to you. Then you can take over, start looking. You're on the ground, I'm not." To the control room, Harley said, "They found the Skoda about 200 yards from the Volvo. The windows are broken, but it hasn't been in a serious crash. No signs of any injuries, so it looks as if whoever was in it has got away. But where's that bloody chopper?" He caught sight of Russell then, still by the door, beckoning to him because he wanted a word outside. Harley went, his impatience barely concealed. Russell said, "Willows should not be in the room, Jack. You know what they might come across." "Yes, I do, sir. I also know that if I suggest he goes and gets a nice cup of tea in the canteen, 1, he won't go unless I have him carried out, and 2, he'll never forgive me, or you, or any of us." The Assistant Chief Constable had said what he had to say. After a moment he continued with, "Where has Hannaford gone?" "I don't know, and I don't care, sir." "Quite right. Leave that to me. You go back in there and get these people found." Hannaford was outside in the car park, speaking on his mobile phone. Another one of those calls that Cooper was not to overhear. Cooper watched him from inside the glass doors, a paper cup of coffee from the machine in each hand. Might as well wait here as anywhere, not as if anyone in this station would want to have a friendly chat. 25 yards away, in the poky little room that they had been given as a temporary office, in one of those old-fashioned spring-backed box files, Robert Willow's mobile phone began to ring.
Chapter 16. If she simply stood and waited for him, staring down the hill, it would look odd enough for him to be suspicious. Lane went a good distance away from the hut, far enough for Small not to be able to see it without the aid of the torch, but not so far that she would be invisible from the line that he was likely to take if he followed the driver's instructions. Then she half-turned her back to that line. She wanted him to think that he had taken her by surprise. Not so easy to wait with her back to him, of course, because Small had moved quietly enough through the forest, and he might get closer to her now than she wanted. She didn't expect him to use a torch either. He wouldn't want to risk giving away their presence to the women that Shah had told him were hiding in the hut. So he would come quickly but quietly up this hill, and somehow she had to intercept him while making it look accidental. A flash of lights far down in the valley, where the road must be, caught her attention. A car passing slowly that might be the first sign of support, but then the lights disappeared, and Lane could not tell whether it had travelled on or they had been switched off. Somewhere there was an incident room dealing with this, but for all the help they had had so far, it might as well be on Mars. What would she have done? She would have got a helicopter up for a start, but there was no sign of one, and she had a pretty good view from up here. Emily must have got some response on the phone by now. A good incident room controller would have had the phone tracking ready to roll since this began. As long as the mast operators were on board, it shouldn't take more than a minute or two. But this, she reminded herself, isn't London. It isn't even close. She glanced down the hill, listened hard, and turned away again. This is when the doubts creep in like cockroaches, during the waiting darkness. If he had come up the far side, wandered away from the route that the driver had taken, it was possible that she would miss him, he would miss her, and arrive at the hut from the other side. He would shine the torch into the hut. Emily would be dazzled, and if he was quick, he'd knock her down before a shot was fired. That might have happened already. And what if, for some reason, Sergeant Willows wasn't answering his phone? They might, under the circumstances, have taken it away from him. She, Lane, should have allowed for that. You'd hope that someone else would answer it, but would Emily realize that she should, after a certain number of attempts, call another number? Was it too late to go back and tell her? Lane cursed herself, turned and took 3 steps back towards the hut, before she realized that it was too late. Small was there, a shadow on the moonlit hillside some 30 yards away. He was standing very still, because he had seen her. Each time she redialed, the phone screen brightened. Emily turned it towards the man on the floor in the corner, and he was looking at her directly for the first time. His eyes were large in the darkness, and probably frightened. He was Asian, or half Asian, and very young. She thought he couldn't be more than 22 or 23 years of age. She wondered how on earth he came to be here. How old was he when his poor mother realized that she was losing him to that netherworld of gangs and guns and crime? But she had to think about her own son first, because he was not answering his phone. Each time there were 12 rings, and then it went to the same message. Lane had said to keep dialing until you get through. Robert will know what to do. But she hadn't said what to do if this was happening. And Lane had not explained why she was to do this, no doubt assuming that Emily was too stupid to understand that the police would be able to locate the signal. Emily looked at the screen. She had noted the time when she began to make the calls, and 7 minutes had passed. Too long. Time to try something else. She had never made a call like this in her life before, and everything changes, just for the sake of change, it seems. But as far as she knew, one still dialed 999 in a dire emergency. Small stood still for several long seconds, and Lane realized that he was doing so because he thought that she had not yet seen him. She wouldn't be standing there if she had, would she? Okay. This was fine. Every second that passes is one in which he isn't searching for the hut that Shah had told him about. She began to take deep, controlled breaths, flooding her system with the oxygen it would need when the waiting was over. For a split second her eyes wavered to the left. There was a light in the sky to the north, moving steadily northwest, too low to be a plane, and when she looked back at Small, he was almost upon her, not 10 yards away, running, crouched like a huge ape. He was much quicker than she had anticipated, his grunting breaths loud behind her before she found enough acceleration. The decision about which way to run had been taken 20 minutes earlier, and it was easy to locate the steep path up from the ridge. The moon was illuminating the rocks that showed through the bracken stems so well they seemed to have been painted white for this very purpose. Once moving, Lane knew that she could put plenty of space between them, but that was not her intention. She wanted him close behind, and believing that sooner or later she would tire and he would catch her. That would take more time, and who knows, if she could exhaust him enough, she might be able to finish the job herself before the country bumpkins arrived. Definitely a helicopter over there, but too far away to be of any use here. Her thoughts became clearer as she ran, as they always did. Don't forget the gun, Lane. He still has another gun. If we get on a straight stretch, he might decide he's had enough of this and take a shot, so it's a fine line. Close enough so that he thinks he can catch me, not so close that he can shoot me in the back. Come on, King Kong. We've got a mountain to climb. Harley had the line open directly to Sergeant Wright. He could hear the other man had arrived at the Skoda, and Wright was saying, "Most likely someone, maybe everyone, has continued along the path. But as there's 6 of us, we'll form a line. 2 on the path, 2 either side. Use your torches. No point sodding about, as anyone out there is going to hear us anyway. Sir?" That was directed back to Harley. "Yes, John." "We're going to need those other bodies. They could be anywhere up here." "I'll get that moving. Any sign of the chopper?" "Yes and no. We heard something just a minute ago, but it's gone right over. Can't hear it now." The superintendent told Wright to carry on, keeping the line open so that he could listen. On the interactive screen there was no sign of the helicopter, and he realized then that it never had appeared, even when it must have been above the police cars gathered on the edge of the forest. He checked again, and could see red lights for the car that had closed the road at Temple Hill, and the Range Rover that had stopped by the fork in the road on the top of the moor. The 3 cars close to the Volvo site also showed up clearly, but there was no helicopter. He shouted across to the control room staff, told them to find the bloody thing, and then one of the staff was saying something back to him, a young blonde officer, pretty but nervous, and he didn't even know her name. "Yes, what is it?" "The emergency services call handling, sir. They've got a woman on the line." Harley fought back the 60 possibilities for sarcasm, did his very best not to look annoyed, and simply waited for her to explain. "A woman who says 2 men are trying to kill her and her friend somewhere on Bodmin Moor, sir." Willows hadn't heard that, what with all the commotion over the disappearing helicopter and the open line to the officers who had begun the search. Harley went across to the female officer and took the headset himself. Yes, call handling could let him talk to the woman directly. He waited for a few seconds, and then said his name into the mouthpiece. "Detective Superintendent Harley. Oh, thank goodness for that. Robert has mentioned you often, Superintendent. Isn't this a to-do? I'm so sorry to have caused you all this trouble." The thought had been that he would ask a clever question or two to confirm her identity, or even get Willows to do that if necessary, but already there was no doubt in his mind. "Mrs. Willows, it's no trouble. Now I need you to tell me quickly where you are and what your situation is, okay?" Harley listened to the story, aware that 1 or 2 pairs of eyes had noticed him wearing the headset now. He had to ask questions, though, because the tale Mrs. Willows was telling him must be a little confused. As quietly as he could, he said, "Mrs. Willows, did you say that you have a gun?" "Yes, and the safety catch is off." "I see. And you have taken prisoner one of the men who were pursuing you?" "Yes. He's tied up on the floor of the hut. It wasn't me personally who captured him, of course. Miss Lane did that. I'm just guarding him." Harley thought, well, I've had a long and some would say distinguished career, but nothing so far has prepared me for this. "Right, got that. Where is Miss Lane now? Could I speak to her?" "I wish you could, Superintendent. She's gone off after the other one. Well, not exactly after him. She's drawing him away from the hut. I think it must have worked. But we do need help. Is help on its way? I really don't want to have to fire this gun at anyone." Jack Harley was only human. He had one of those moments. He pictured Mrs. Willows shooting the first policeman who arrived at the hut, and as that image held centre stage in his imagination, the control centre manager leaned across and said triumphantly that he had located the helicopter. It had rendezvoused with the Range Rover at the top of the moor and was awaiting further instructions. 15 minutes operational time left. Robert Willows was watching him closely, realizing that there had been a significant development, and Harley thought, "I shouldn't do this, but if another officer returns fire, we could end up accomplishing what these two thugs have so far failed to achieve." He beckoned to Willows, told the CC sergeant to get the chopper to the hill above the cars, and asked the girl to start the process of tracing the call, though he was certain that by the time they had done so, this would, one way or another, all be over. Chapter 17. More than once he surprised her with his speed and agility. Where the path first became seriously steep, she had had to pause for a moment to find the best way, and he had not done so. Small had thrown himself forward and lunged for her foot as she began to climb, missing it by a matter of inches. She knew his strength from their encounter in the house, an eternity ago now, and if he had got hold of her ankle at that point, she would not have escaped him. But he missed, and she heard him land heavily behind her as she went over the projecting boulders and on towards the summit. Then she had to slow a little and wait for him to come on again. She did not want him to give up. She paused and breathed heavily, deliberately, letting him hear her, trying to make him think that she was almost done. From here Lane could see further down into the valley, and there were the lights of parked vehicles, no doubt about it now. Someone had managed at least half a job then, and they could not have arrived this quickly simply as a result of Emily's call. A hand and then two appeared on the whitened, lichen-covered boulder of granite below her, followed by his head and shoulders. The climb was taking its toll now, and she could hear Small's gasps for air. Again the madness of all this struck her, the inexplicability of this pursuit. Whatever happens, she thought, I've got to live long enough to find out why he has done this. Why getting his monstrous hands on me is more important than getting away. She turned and continued the scramble to the top of the hill. More sky was visible ahead of her now, more of the amazing starscape that she had not known was here, and that must mean that the hill was levelling out. And once on the level, she could leave him for dead if she wished. She could disappear into the darkness in any direction. That's what she would do. Draw him away from the path they were climbing, take him round in a couple of circles, and then leave him to it. Surely by the time he got his bearings again, there would be police in the woods below. Lane slowed again and listened. Small was still there, still coming on, and then the light appeared below her. He had switched on the torch. He'd had enough of this game, she realized. He's going to try and shoot me now. Sergeant Wright waved 2 men to the right and 2 men to the left of the hut. They were using their torches, but all had been told not to shine them directly into the building for fear of alarming the poor woman. And of course, they could not yet be certain that what they had been told by Superintendent Harley was still the reality on the ground. Anything could have happened since then. A voice in Wright's ear said, "John, are you in position?" "Sir, we're outside the hut. Haven't heard or seen anything." "Okay, good. But someone here has just had a thought, John. What if there's more than one of these huts?" Wright had not considered that possibility, but he did so now. "You're still in touch with Mrs. Willows, sir? She's still on the line?" "Yes. Let me check. Yes, still with us. Tell her to watch the doorway. I'll flash the torch on it twice. If she sees that, she'll know it's us outside, and we'll know we've got the right hut." Wright could hear Superintendent Harley relaying the suggestion to Mrs. Willows. To an outsider, the procedure might have seemed unnecessary, even a little ridiculous, but the sergeant had witnessed a policeman shot in the line of duty, and he had no intention of seeing it again. "All right, John. Flash the light." He did so, and there was an immediate response from the superintendent. She had seen the light go on and off twice. Wright told them what he would do then, that he would go forward to the entrance of the hut alone and speak to her. As he did so, he took out his own Glock 17. They only had the woman's word for it, that things inside were as they had been told. For all Wright knew, she was being held herself now, and told what to say and do. He moved well to the left side, got next to the wall and listened. Nothing. With his torch he indicated for Jeff Coates to move up similarly on the other side. When he had done so, both authorized firearms officers were in position. "Mrs. Willows, can you hear me?" "Yes, I can. It's safe to come in." "In just a moment, Mrs. Willows. I need to take care of the gun situation first. Do you know where the safety catch is on it?" Apparently she did. "It's the little lever thingy on the right-hand side," It goes backwards and forwards." "Very good, Mrs. Willows. Is it backwards now, or forwards?" He had no idea which pistol this was, but 9 out of 10 would have the catch pulled back to engage safety. "It's forwards. That's how Miss Lane gave it to me. I haven't fiddled with it." "OK. Would you just pull the catch into the back position for me?" "I've done that. I feel much safer now, thank you." "Good. Last thing, Mrs. Willows. Are you in a position to get to the front of the hut? I'd like you to come forward slowly and put the gun on the ground there. I'm going to shine my torch down where I want you to put it. Can you do that for me?" Coates had moved close to the entrance on the other side. From Jonathan Wright's gestures, he understood what he was to do. When Emily Willow's arm appeared in the beam of light and put down the gun, the officer stepped in quickly, seized her arm and pulled her out into the darkness. As he did so, Wright shouted the customary warning and went in, torch blazing, followed by 4 more policemen. When he told the story afterwards, Wright always said that the look on Jamal Shah's face was one of relief. "Your mother's safe, Robert. You can talk to her directly on the comms desk." Shah's phone had already been seized by Jonathan Wright's team. Willows didn't say anything, not even thank you, but he was pale with worry as Harley watched him go. Seconds later, the detective sergeant was smiling with relief. Still no helicopter on the screen. Something technological had failed there, and he would be making his thoughts about that clear on Monday morning. But for now Harley had been assured that it was moving rapidly southwest to the critical area of the search. Wright had questioned Mrs. Willows, but she didn't know for sure which way the Lane woman would have gone. The job was only half done, then, with the woman and one of the kidnappers still at large somewhere in the forest. Hopefully he was still only a kidnapper, and not something worse. But this ex-DI really had taken out and trussed up the other one. Harley pulled a wry smile and turned back to the screen. Wright was a good hand at this sort of thing, and with the helicopter overhead any second now, there wasn't much more that he, Jack Harley, could do. He hoped they'd find her, though, and in one piece. He was quite looking forward to meeting Summer Lane. It was not the summit of the hill, but another ridge, not as wide as the last one. If she had had even a glimpse of this in the daylight, Lane would not have made such a mistake. But the fact was that apart from the coastline near her cottage, she had not ventured out much at all since she moved here. As she ran, these incongruous thoughts came and went. She had not ventured out much because she knew in her heart that she did not intend to stay here in the West. She had seen, but never felt, its beauty. Now she could only go forward. There were thick gorse bushes on both sides, and the one attempt she had made to go into them, to get out of the dancing torch beam, had left her scratched and bleeding. There was still a path, though, and that meant people came this way. It must be a route to somewhere or something, as long as it wasn't a dead end. Then she realized that the beam of light wasn't dancing anymore. It was steady, and she was the only thing moving. Instinctively she ducked and began to swing side to side. When the first shot came, it wasn't the loud explosion of the TV drama. All one hears is an odd thuck sound, and then nothing. No whining ricochets or bullets thudding into walls and tree trunks. If you feel no pain, it probably missed. Small fired 3 times in quick succession, and missed 3 times. He was too far back, and the circumstances were crazy for making any sort of an accurate shot, but he might get lucky. So Lane picked up speed as she ran, straightening up too. The path was climbing again, and narrowing. If this did peter out to nothing, she needed to be well away from him before she made any attempt to hide. Small still had the torch. Some pain in the left leg, of course, mid-femur where the metal plates held the bone together, but nothing that was slowing her down. Partly the adrenaline, obviously, but also she was fit, much fitter than she had been even 3 months ago. The air up here was cool and pure, she could taste that, and as long as the way ahead of her was clear, she could run all night under the stars. And I will, she thought. I will run all night. I've done enough. There is no way he can find his way back in time to do any more harm. Those lights were police vehicles, and they might even have found Emily by now. Lane accelerated a little more. She had heard nothing behind her since the shots were fired. That might have been Small's last-ditch effort. No way a huge man like that, could have much more running in him. More rocks ahead, glimmering a pale grey in the moonlight, a whole heap of rocks in her way. Lane slowed and looked for the path that must go around it, but there was no path, just a little clearing, the remains of a fire in a circle of stones, and a couple of plastic bottles. She stopped, listened, and then went forward onto the first of the rocks. These were great boulders left by events long before the age of man, heaped one on top of another, but worn smooth by the hands and feet of the many who had scrambled over them. Lane moved quickly and nimbly, knowing that if Small was still after her, she would be a dangerously exposed target up here. It is called Raven's Tor for the obvious reason. Those great black birds seek out and dwell in the wildest places left to them, the bare mountains of the north and the rugged hills of the west. They nest on the inaccessible vertical faces of cliffs, and like nothing more than to launch themselves into the blue void and hang like children's kites on the wind for minutes on end. If Summer Lane had wings, there is no doubt she would have done the same. Instead, earthbound, she stared down into the steep, shadowy darkness of the valley below, and understood why people made the climb up to this place. The view in the daylight must be magnificent. A bit of a shame, then, that she might never get the chance to enjoy it. Chapter 18. Assistant Chief Constable Russell had been told that there was a phone call for him from the DPP at after 10 o'clock on a Friday night. He waved it away, but then Leanne Angel, the senior office manager for the station, came back with the same thing. They were still on the line and refusing to hang up. She told him that it sounded like someone important. Russell had never heard of Michael McCourt, but he went back to his own office and took the call there. Mr. McCourt did not mince his words. Once he had established that he was talking to the most senior officer available with regard to Operation Landing Net, he said, "I've just had a phone call about this. What's going on this evening?" Russell said, "What exactly have you been told, Mr. McCourt?" "That there has been an attempt to interfere with evidence in the case. An attempt that involves shootings, kidnapping, and the possible implication of one or more of your own officers. Is this true?" "Which part, Mr. McCourt?" "Any of it. Is any of this true? If so, I will tell you that we have an ongoing situation. I can confirm that one person has been shot and injured. Not a police officer, but thank you for your concern." There was silence then, and Russell guessed that there would be other bodies in the room with Michael McCourt, that he himself was probably on loudspeaker. The lawyer, for at the end of the day that's what he would be, ignored the rebuke and said, "And can you also confirm that these events are related in some way to the operation called Landing Net?" "Yes, I can." "You do understand the seriousness of this, Russell? If there is the slightest suspicion that evidence has been compromised, I have no reason to think that it has been. There was a crude attempt to manipulate one of our detectives, which failed because he reported it immediately to his senior officer. 2 women managed to escape from the men who were threatening them. We have just found one of them safe and well, and expect to find the other one shortly. We have also made a number of arrests. In my professional judgment, the situation is under control and the case has not been compromised in any way." Another pause in proceedings, before McCourt said, "Nevertheless, Assistant Chief Constable, if word of this reaches the defence or the press, it could be grounds for a lengthy delay. Your professional judgment will count for nothing if there is any suspicion that your own officers have been involved. There would need to be an independent inquiry." Russell said, "I will give this guarantee, that there will be no such leak from my station before the trial begins on Monday morning. Can you give me the same guarantee, Mr. McCourt?" Apparently this was somewhat insulting. McCourt told him so, and Russell was somewhat disappointed because he had meant it to be quite insulting. But McCourt gave no such guarantee, and Russell was not surprised. There had been something odd about all this from the beginning, and he suspected now that, however the day's events were going to end, someone had already achieved their aim. McCourt said, "I request that you keep me fully informed of developments. You imagine that we here work 9 till 5 and have the weekends off. We do not." Russell said that most of his time now was going to be spent keeping people fully informed, and he mentioned the name Meredith Carr. Would it be all right just to tell either one of them? Who? I don't know any such person, Assistant Chief Constable. On that point at least, Russell had the feeling that the DPP man might be telling the truth. For some reason, they had put Emily Willows back on to Jack Harley. They thought maybe that she would listen to him. She was down at the road now, surrounded by police vehicles and an ambulance, but she was refusing to do what she was told. Mrs. Willows, it would... Is that Superintendent Harley? At last, someone with some sense. Will you please tell these people to stop trying to get me into the ambulance? I'm perfectly well. And tell them to stop trying to put the shiny blanket thing around me. It's a lovely warm evening, and I am not in shock. I'm not leaving until you have Miss Lane down from the hill. Harley was watching the communications desk as he listened. They were linked directly to the officers already searching on Raven's Tor, and he could see that something new was developing. Mrs. Willows, I do understand, but we have a set way of doing things, tried and tested, and I know you wouldn't want to get in the way. Not a chance that was going to work, of course. Superintendent, I am not in the way, but I will go and stand off to the side here. No one needs to take the slightest notice of me. The young female officer was approaching him, still looking frightened, but somehow he knew that it wasn't for the same reason as before. Sir, Sergeant Wright needs to speak to you urgently. Mrs. Willows, I have to go. He put down the handset and went to the communications desk. John, what is it? What's happening? Harley could hear that the men had been moving, perhaps still were moving, as Wright spoke to him. Thought you should know, sir. We've just heard 3 shots on the hill above us. Jesus Christ, John, be bloody careful. And John, tell me you can hear a helicopter. Affirmative, it's down the hill from us now, sir. Harley closed his eyes and weighed this up, because there was no one else, no uniformed commander. Why the hell was there no uniformed commander? Where the hell was Russell? John, in my opinion, we need to carry on with the ground search. We can't rely solely on the chopper. But if we carry on the ground search, that puts you and your men at greater risk. Someone up there is armed, and pulling the trigger. Wright said something to the men with him. Harley couldn't make out the words, and then his voice came back clearly to the superintendent. We all think we should go on, sir. Lane climbed down from the rocks. If she was going to face him, she didn't want it to be as a target several yards away. Better to be closer and make him look her in the eye, close enough maybe for her to land a blow or two. So she stood in the little clearing that the sightseers or the teenagers had made, with the rocks at her back and the dense, impenetrable gorse bushes to her left and right. The moon was still rising slowly in the sky behind her, and that meant that if he came, she would be able to see Small more clearly than he would be able to see her, until he shone the torch into her eyes. She had, of course, recognized the sound of the helicopter. It was somewhere in the valley, below the peak that she had climbed, and she thought, it's going to be close. If he wants to find me before they do, he needs to get a move on. They'll probably go up high and use the infrared. No searchlight until they have something glowing in the dark. That could be me, or it could be him. And the thing that frightened her most was the usual thing. She was a little frightened because she didn't feel afraid. She was supposed to feel afraid of the scary man with his body odour, his bad breath, and his big hands coming for her in the darkness. She was supposed to be petrified by something like that, wasn't she? But she knew, in a secret part of herself, that what she was truly afraid of was that the helicopter or the police on the ground would intervene before she saw him face to face, before the final confrontation. Lane was not a fantasist. She was not under the childish illusion that her skills in self-defence would enable her to bring Small down to his knees with a series of short karate chops, and that she would have him disarmed and pinned to the ground when the breathless plodders finally arrived. It was much more likely that he would shoot her, inaccurately enough for her to suffer a great deal of pain, or that he would strangle her, though why he was going to all this trouble over a temporarily blotchy face still eluded her. But still, in some strange way, she would rather face him than not face him. She would rather know than not know. And it appeared that Small felt the same way, because she could hear him now. First the scrape of a foot against a stony path below, and then his breathing, heavy and wheezing. His face rose up out of the gloom, round and pale and pasty in its own sick, small darkness, like a sad imitation of the bright moon above. He saw her immediately, stopped and raised the gun. They stood that way for several seconds, like one half of an old-fashioned duel at midnight. Small seemed to be waiting for something. His left hand was empty, no sign of the torch. Perhaps he had stumbled and dropped it. Lane said, "How's your face now?" She couldn't be sure, but his left eye seemed to be closed. Maybe that was simply because he was squinting along the barrel of the gun with his right. 3 shots fired, of course, and another when they were on the main road. But that didn't help much, because from here in this light she couldn't make out what he was holding. Small edged forward slowly, until they were no more than 10 feet apart, still with the gun pointed at her, aimed more or less dead center. That would be really painful and messy. "Give me the gun." Lane's surprise was genuine enough. "The gun? I don't have it." "Effing liar. You took it. Hand it over." "I just told you I don't have it." He took another step closer, and raised the pistol until it was pointing at her face. If the round was anything bigger than a .22, this could cost a fortune in make-up. The note of the chopper engine had just changed a little. They were making a move. There might be feet on the ground nearby, too. "Okay," she thought. "You've done the face-to-face thing. Now you need to figure a way out of this." She said, "Seriously, you think if I had the gun I wouldn't have it pointed at you right now?" The logic of this seemed to get through to him, and Lane thought, right, if this is about thinking now, I might have the advantage. She decided to press it home. "So why is this gun so important? Was it a present from your dad or something?" "Shut your mouth!" "Or what? You'll kill me. The chances are you'll do that anyway, so I might as well say my piece. Why have you given yourself an extra 10 years for the sake of this gun, Small? Kidnapping, attempting to pervert the course of justice, threatening and assaulting a police officer's mother? The judge will go berserk." It was the use of his name more than anything else that would get to him, which, of course, is why she said it. "Tell me, I just don't get it. You could have been long gone, but here you are, looking for a gun which I don't have because I gave it to Mrs. Willows so she could guard the driver. He's tied up somewhere back down the hill." Small flinched, as if he was about to turn and run back down the hill to find it. This gun must have real sentimental value for you. Or... We have all had that moment, the one in which it isn't until you find yourself about to say the words that you truly understand. This wasn't about his face, or some sort of primitive macho rage at the way a woman had humiliated him. This wasn't about him having some sort of weird professional pride in his work. It was all about the gun. It wasn't a special gun to look at or to hold. She had done both and knew it to be a Ruger 9mm semi-automatic. It was about where that gun had been before and what it had been used for. Small had made a mistake, a fundamental one. He had reused a weapon that could tie him to another crime, probably something more serious than the ones he was currently committing, a crime that would earn him an even longer sentence than the one he was currently setting himself up for. That's why he had pursued her. And the really crazy thing was that even if he had got the gun back, this was all futile. Once forensics had the bullet that she had fired into his accomplice, the match was made anyway. Small's best bet from the start of this had been to get back to the smoke and hide in it. These men had all been incompetent lowlifes, and the most dangerous thing about them was their lack of professionalism. Small said, "Where is she? Show me where she is." "Sorry, but even if I was willing to do that, it's too late. You can hear the chopper, right? The police have spent the last 3 hours trying to catch up with us, and they've finally managed it. If I had a job, I'd bet my last month's salary that Mrs. Willows is already safe." It was sinking in slowly, but there was no way Lane could tell whether this was making him less of a threat or more of one. If his past crimes were about to catch up with him in a big way, he might either give in or get desperate. She decided to give him a little nudge towards the former. "The best thing you can do now is back down. Lower the gun and give it to me. I'll tell them that you did that. It will count for something. After 3 or 4 seconds, he began nodding slowly to himself, and she thought, blimey, he's going for it. And then, without warning, he stepped forward suddenly and struck her on the right side of her face with the pistol. Lane had been quick enough to sense it coming, and she was already twisting down and left before it landed. She felt the skin breaking, and the taste of blood in her mouth, but no major damage. She kept going with the momentum of it, throwing herself low and past Small's right side, but his boot came up and caught her in the middle, caught her hard and flipped her over onto her back. He was down upon her immediately, all 20 stones of him, and she thought, I must stop underestimating fat men. His right hand still held the gun, and his left was grabbing for her throat. Both her hands reached for his left wrist, but he was enormously strong, and she could delay him only for moments. His face now close to Lane's, Small said, You like that? Citizen's arrest and all that crap? Yes, you'd love that. Nah. What we're going to do is this. First, I'm going to search you all over to make sure you still haven't got that gun. Looking forward to that, aren't you? Inexorably, he was forcing his huge hand down towards her neck. And then you and me are going back down to where you reckon the other old cow is, to look for it. If she's gone or we meet anyone on the way, I've got my ticket out of here, haven't I? His right hand came down now, and held the gun to her left temple. That would be nice and quick, Lane. She relaxed completely then, and his fingers were tight around her throat, more than halfway around, it seemed, and she knew that he was strong enough to cut off her blood supply with them. She nodded, and felt him ease off just a little. Was the roaring in her ears the sound of her own blood squeezing through the constricted vessels, or was it the helicopter? No way of knowing. She could lie here, play along, even walk back down the hill with the gun at her head. There was no way he was getting out of this. Not really. No way the police would ever let him out of the net. There are contingency plans, negotiators, snipers. She could just lie here. Then her 2 thumbs were into his eye sockets, digging deep with the nails, and she heard him shout in pain. She held on as long as possible, her fingers locked into his hair, feeling it tearing out at the roots. He must have dropped the gun because the hand that pulled her left one from his face wasn't holding it any more. Almost. She almost managed to half throw him off and wriggle free, but then he had her 2 wrists in his 2 hands. He was looking down at her, snorting with the effort and the shock of what she had done to him. There was blood on his right cheek, quite a lot of it, and Lane wondered whether she had blinded him properly this time. Then both his hands were around her throat, and she knew that she had perhaps 2 or 3 minutes to live. He meant it now. You can tell. Her struggles became involuntary, legs twitching, hands fluttering, and her final thought before she lost consciousness was that it's all true. All the stuff about bright, blinding lights at the end. Chapter 19. The side ward of the hospital looked more like the medical wing of a prison that Saturday morning. Jack Harley had to show his ID as soon as he stepped out of the lift, even though the officer on duty was from his own station, and then he had to record his visit in the logbook. If they had asked to search him, he would not have been surprised. When he reached the suite of rooms, Harley could see uniformed men outside 2 of them, and other faces that he recognized, but no press, thank God. ACC Russell had been very definite about that, but there was no way that a journalist could have got through this security. The only risk was hospital staff talking about the novelty of the situation, and one of them seeing if they could make a few quid on the side. It wouldn't be the first time, but you can't cover every eventuality. The young A&E registrar that he was talking to now seemed very much on the ball, though, and not as resentful of the police presence as some he had encountered in the past. They stood outside the first room, and looked in through the glass panel in the door. She said, "The bullet just caught the femur. Some major vessels were torn, and he lost a lot of blood. Most of what's in him now isn't his own." Harley stared at the sickly yellow face and said, "I have to be honest, Doctor. He doesn't look too good." She took another look herself and then said, "The patient has other problems unrelated to his getting shot, though that hasn't helped his prognosis." Harley was an old-fashioned copper, and one who had long ago stopped pretending that he was anything else in order to get on. If that girl shooting this scumbag in the leg had not helped his prognosis, it was a bloody good job. Threatening 2 women with a razor. She would have been justified in aiming between the eyes as far as Harley was concerned. The registrar was waiting for him to say more, very polite, very professional, and very posh. On the way up, Harley thought, won't be here long. Consultant in another 5 years, and earning double what I'll retire on. He said, "And what is his prognosis? I'd hate him to miss his day in court." "That rather depends on how quickly you can get him there. I just patched them up, Superintendent. I haven't seen the full case history, but one would have to say that he is terminally ill, with a chronic liver condition." Would one? Well, we'd better get a move on then. He asked to be told about the second man, arrested on Raven's tour last night and now occupying the adjacent hospital room. He too had a police guard, a big uniformed man that Harley didn't recognize, and who had planted himself firmly in front of the door. Harley had to ask him to stand aside a little so that he could see into the room. The registrar said, "This man was brought in with concussion. He had received several heavy blows to the skull, but was not, as far as I am aware, unconscious at any point." Several heavy blows to the skull, eh? Well done, righty. In the beam of the helicopter's searchlight, the sergeant had found this monster with his hands around the girl's neck, and she had stopped struggling by then. Warned at gunpoint, Small had not let go and consequently received the requisite baton treatment. If some idiot had filmed it and shown it on YouTube, it would be labelled as police brutality, no doubt. "And what is his prognosis?" "No permanent damage to the brain that we can see. Another 24 hours and you can take him away." Small had seen them through the window. One eye was staring balefully at the policeman, and the other was covered with a dressing. Automatically, Harley checked the man's wrists, and saw that he was handcuffed to the frame of the bed. "What about his eye?" There might be some issues with that. A specialist's job, obviously. It might require surgery when the swelling has gone down." Harley thought it then, and almost said it. This pair really had picked on the wrong woman yesterday. One was likely to die even quicker than he expected, and the other might be half-blinded. Ouch. Harley shivered then, because he didn't like anything to do with eyes, and even his annual visit to the optician was a sort of torture. "So," he said then, "where is she?" The registrar took him out of that side ward and into another one. Although he had had one fleeting glimpse of her face on a computer screen, Harley didn't know what else he was expecting to see. But it wasn't the skinny, dark-haired girl wearing jeans and a red T-shirt, standing at the small window and staring out at a concrete courtyard. When she turned to look at whoever had entered the room, he wondered whether he actually performed any of the double take that he felt. Was this her? Had she done all that damage yesterday? Had they come to the wrong room? The registrar said, "Oh, you're up and dressed." "I can't stay in bed. Someone brought me magazines. That was the last straw." Harley followed her distraught gaze to the rumpled bedcovers, and sure enough there were magazines about country life, fashion, and celebrity gossip. He liked her already. "Who's this?" "He looks like a psychiatrist. Is it time for the shrink now?" Harley told her who he was, and noted the perceptible change in manner. She had been looking half over her shoulder, but now she turned to face him. Then he spoke to the doctor again, because he needed to know things, and because it would annoy the young woman to be talked about in the third person. "How is she doing?" "Miss Lane has bruising to the neck and ribs. There is some discomfort in the ribs, but an X-ray didn't show any fractures. As you can see, she has some stitches in her cheek, but the wound is superficial, and I don't think there will be much of a scar." The doctor looked at Lane then, as if this was important, but she got back nothing in return. "Miss Lane did lose consciousness briefly during the attack, which is why we have kept her in. But we can see no signs of trauma, other than a certain impatience with hospital protocols." The superintendent was well aware that Lane's attention was fixed entirely on him now. She made no attempt to respond to the doctor's comment. He looked back at her directly, and Lane said, "I'm also still here because I'm under arrest. Or at least I'm assuming I am." He said, "Yes, you are. It's procedure when anyone has fired an unauthorized weapon, but I don't need to tell you that. One of the reasons I'm here is to conduct the de-arrest." The registrar said to Lane, "He might be de-arresting you, but I'm not discharging you." If Harley had not been there, the conversation between the two women would have taken a different course then. But he was. Lane nodded an acceptance, and the registrar said that she would be back on the first side ward if he needed to speak to her again. When they were alone, he said, "Consider yourself no longer under arrest. There will be a bit of police bail, but you'll be coming in to see us next week to sort out the paperwork and make statements, so that shouldn't be an inconvenience. I can't see there ever being any question of charges." "Okay, thank you." Attractive in an unusual sort of way, with large dark eyes and high, fine bones in her face, Harley felt momentary anger at the thought of Small clubbing her with the gun in that face and breaking the clear skin. "Another reason I'm here is to say thank you, particularly on behalf of my sergeant, Robert Willows, and his mother." "Right. Well, I don't know about that. It turns out that if I hadn't taken the gun in the first place, he might not have come after us. I might have made the wrong call there." That was her honest view, Harley could see. No false humility, no self-deprecation. She had spent the hours since analysing the events and debriefing herself, concluding that she might in some way be to blame. "You got Mrs. Willows out of harm's way, and you kept her out of it until we arrived. In my view, you made the right call. Operationally, everything you did, as far as I've been told about it, was justified." There would be no smile. Harley recognised that, having known her for all of 5 minutes, but he guessed that his opinion as a senior officer would count with her. She accepted it with an odd, brief down-turning of the mouth, as if to do so was still in some way against her better judgment. Harley said, "How long do they plan to keep you in?" 48 hours, they said, due to loss of consciousness. But they'll have had enough of me by mid-afternoon.
"I'll be going home tonight."
"Home to Polcombe? Is there anyone there to keep an eye on you? Family? Friends?" "No, not necessary. This is just a scratch, and I've got some paracetamol somewhere. I've had worse." "Yes, I know." Almost a smile, followed by a sigh, but she said nothing. "We looked you up, obviously." "Yes." He thought, she doesn't say much. I wonder what they talked about, her and Mrs. Willows, up there on that hill last night. He made it clear that he was going then, saying that they were sure to meet next week at some point during the gathering of evidence and the making of statements. He thanked her again, and asked, just out of the politeness that is customary in these situations, whether there was anything he could do for her before leaving. She seemed to shrug, and he was at the door before he heard her say, "Maybe there is. There might be something." "What is it?" "Have you got any jobs?" Assistant Chief Constable Martin Russell was also having an interesting morning. He hadn't done a Saturday for years, but he had been in the building since 8 o'clock. At the top of his to-do list were the names Hannaford and Cooper, but by 9 there was still no sign of them, and his mood had worsened. Eventually he discovered where they had supposedly stayed overnight. He had his doubts. Then the officer who rang that boarding-house reported back that the two men had indeed spent the night there, but they had left immediately after an early breakfast. Russell was in the act of ringing the station commander at Exeter, when an internal call told him that the officers in question were now in the building and on their way up to his room as requested. He put down the phone and stared angrily at the door. When the buzzer sounded, he barked, "Come in!" And when they did so, he remained in his seat. There was no polite greeting this time. "So where have you been? I've had officers working all night, and you two roll up at 9:30. Hannaford said, "When an internal investigation is underway, we are not subject to—" "Internal investigation, my ass! Are you serious, Hannaford?" Hannaford had opened his mouth to respond, and then seemed to have second thoughts. Russell said, "More to the point, were you ever serious? If you're staying around, I've got a few questions for you. 1. How did internal investigations get onto this so quickly? I'd like the name of the senior officer to whom you've been reporting. And when I've got that, I'll ask them the same question. 2. How do you intend to proceed here and now, this morning? Because we have a mountain of work to do, and I need officers like Robert Willows to be doing it. I don't need anyone being distracted by the nonsense you were involved in.
The ACC could see then that things had changed. It wasn't that Hannaford was afraid of him, too hard-bitten for that, but he had almost certainly been given new orders when he last reported in, which would have been this morning. Hannaford said, "We're going back to base now. Whether this investigation goes any further will not be my decision. I'll present the evidence we have gathered."
"Present away. Take any copies of papers that you need. But you're not having the originals. And you're not taking Willow's phone either. That is crucial evidence in the new investigation that we are setting up into the attempt to pervert the course of justice. An attempt which took place on my patch."
And if I win that one, thought Russell, then I know there is something rotten about all this. Hannaford looked at Cooper, and Cooper opened the box file he was carrying. He took out the phone in its plastic bag and placed it on the ACC's desk. Russell's smile was contemptuous, but Cooper didn't seem to see it. All he said was, "Where can I get these papers copied, sir?" The call from the DPP came exactly 47 minutes later. Mr. McCourt did professional outrage rather well, but then, thought Russell, I expect he's had a lot of practice. The media had got hold of it somehow. An investigation, another one, was under way, of course, and Russell should expect to have his own station staff questioned about this. But the end result was that an item would appear on the national BBC News at lunchtime. Did he, ACC Russell, realise the implications of this?
"Well, Mr. McCourt, it's slowly becoming clear to me. Do you think it will affect the trial?"
The lawyer was working to a script. Either he didn't have time to appreciate the irony, or he did, but his own morning was proving to be busier than expected. Apparently it would affect the trial. If they didn't have it already, and they do, you know they do, Michael, the defence teams would be all over this by the middle of the afternoon. And then there were the jurors, whose objectivity would be compromised the moment they saw the story on a screen or heard it on the radio. A deferral was inevitable.
"How long, Mr. McCourt? Weeks?" "Months would be my guess. You must understand, Assistant—"
Russell put down the phone. How the hell was he going to tell his people that? The phone call with the chief constable wasn't ideal, because it resulted in her saying that she would be at the station herself within the hour. "Martin," she had said in that unnervingly quiet and Scottish way, "we're going to need our biggest fans in place, because there's an awful lot of you-know-what heading our way. My office at 11:30. And Martin, one more thing. Have you spoken to that woman you were liaising with in London? Who was she if she wasn't DPP?" He didn't know, of course, and he should, but you don't question people like that, do you? He would find out now, of course, and he would also find out if Meredith Carr was of the slightest use when things go pear-shaped. The number didn't ring. He dialed it several times, more carefully on each occasion, but the result was the same, an ominous digital emptiness. He called Leanne Angel and asked her to check it for him. It took her a good 10 minutes, and during those 10 minutes a horrible suspicion was growing inside ACC Martin Russell because, once upon a time, he had been a good policeman. Leanne Angel said when she called back, "I'm sorry, sir, it isn't a number." "Not a number? It's been discontinued? Cut off?" "No, sir. According to records, it never has been issued." Chapter 20. As Assistant Chief Constable Russell put down the telephone and began the search for the words that would be needed to explain what he had just been told to his superiors, Emily Willows took a deep breath and walked back into her home. She had waited until she saw Robert drive away, had insisted that this was something she would do alone. She would not need support to go back into this house because of what those men had done here. She would not allow them even that shabby little victory. Instead, she walked slowly around each room with a critical eye, and when she was satisfied, she sat down on the sofa that the two of them had shared, and remembered. When Lane had recovered consciousness,
They brought her down from the hill and took her straight into the ambulance. Emily had heard them trying to persuade Lane to lie down on the stretcher bed, but when she, Emily Willows, was finally allowed in to see her, Lane was still sitting upright on it. There was much congealed blood on the right side of Lane's face, and a paramedic was examining the wound. Then his hands went to her neck. Lane flinched, and then said sorry to the man. He asked her to move her head slowly from side to side, and then up and down, and Emily could see the bruising, and how close it must have been. Lane was saying, "It's all right, there's no fracture." And then she saw Emily climbing the steps into the ambulance. Lane smiled briefly and openly for the very first time, Emily realized, and said, "Hello. Are you all right? I hope you didn't let him escape." "No, I did not. He's already been whisked away." "What happened up there? I haven't seen the other one yet. You didn't—" There was activity behind Emily, and someone else climbed into the ambulance, a stern-faced female police sergeant in uniform and body armour. "Excuse me, please. Mrs. Willows, isn't it?" "Yes." "Could I ask you to step outside? There are things we need to do here before Miss Lane is taken to the hospital." Emily was not inclined to leave at that point, but Lane gave her a nod that said it's okay. Emily climbed out again and watched from the foot of the steps. To her astonishment, she saw and heard the policewoman arresting Summer Lane for the possession and discharging of a prohibited weapon. Emily took the first step back into the ambulance, and this time Lane was holding up a hand towards her and shaking her head. The person least concerned about any of this seemed to be Lane herself. The policewoman then conducted a search of the victim she had just arrested. There were only the pockets of the jeans, and from one of these she removed the useless iPhone and a set of keys. "I need to keep your phone. Are these your house keys?" "Yes." "I can't leave them in your possession." Lane said, "I know. You can put them, or can my neighbour take them? They're not pertinent to the charge, and I assume my place has already been turned over." The sergeant looked a little taken back, and then she turned to Emily and said, "Are you willing to look after Miss Lane's keys, Mrs. Willows?" Of course she had been. There was no further opportunity for them to talk. The policewoman made sure of that, and it was the officer who rode with Lane in the ambulance to the hospital. Emily Willows had intended to do that herself. Instead, she had been taken back to the station at Bodmin and reunited with her son. It had been her intention to return to her own home after that, but Robert wouldn't hear of it. She was going to spend the rest of the night with him and Marie, even though he had admitted, when she pressed him, that the likelihood of any further threat was minute. In the end there had been a compromise. She would go to Robert's home that night on condition that he would take her to her own the following morning. "Mother, for heaven's sake, why? It's your birthday. You were coming to us anyway." "Because it might be a mess. Are you certain the forensic people have done with it, by the way?" "Yes, so I've been told." "Then it will need cleaning properly. They won't be able to relax all weekend at yours if I know it's an estate. I need a couple of hours on my own, that's all. Then you can come and pick me up. What about my car, by the way?" And that's how she had distracted him, of course, and won the argument, which was why she was standing in her kitchen now, at 11 o'clock on the Saturday morning. The car, Robert had told her, was also still part of the crime scene, and he doubted whether it would be taken to her garage until Tuesday. But it didn't matter, he said. It's probably a write-off. What on earth would Ronald have said? That car wasn't 18 months old and had done only a tiny fraction of the mileage that he, her husband, would have projected for it before purchase. She went upstairs and found the wallet file with the registration printed neatly on the front, just as Ronald used to do. No point looking at it now, but it would be here and waiting on Tuesday. Whoever had come in and examined the house yesterday evening, or maybe overnight, had left very little mess. Where there must have been blood on the laminate floor in the hallway, there was no trace now, and she knew that they didn't always clear up like that. It was because she, as Robert's mother, was viewed as one of their own, and because they were all shocked at the blatant attack on the police. But she cleaned anyway, wiping away the memories as much as anything else, before they had the chance to become a permanent stain on her home and her life here. When that was done, she boiled the kettle, made some tea, and considered what Robert had revealed to her about Summer Lane this morning. He told her about Heathrow and the injuries that Lane had received there. At first, according to Superintendent Harley, she had been told she might lose her leg, and then that she might never walk again. And now she's going to run a marathon. If you ask me, Robert, that's exactly the kind of person you need back in the police force. As if it was his decision, but she was going to say it to someone, and he was there. And then he had told her that there was more to it, much more. Lane had been in a coma for more than a week afterwards because of the injury to her head. A real coma, not the induced sort, and when she finally came round it was thanks to her own efforts, not the doctor's. There would have been extensive tests and discussions, Robert had said. They would not have concluded that she had to leave the force unless there were serious doubts about her well-being and her operational fitness. Emily had said to him, "It seems to matter a great deal to her, Robert." "I can understand why. It's more than a job to some people." "Yes, as it is to you, of course. I don't think she has accepted it yet either. What a shame." The payout from the compensation board was a huge one. "And no doubt that's how she bought the house. But even so, a woman of her age, what will she do?" While she had not exactly planned it, Emily had known there would be this spare half an hour before Robert was due to arrive. She looked at the teapot, and thought that it would not yet be too stale for another cup. She could do that, and then there would only be 20 minutes. When she walked out of her front door into the street, and then turned into the gate of Lynn Cottage, she saw that the patrol car, which had been there first thing, had gone. She wondered whether Robert or Superintendent Harley, who had been so very kind, had asked for it to be there. But if it had now gone, they must think that all danger really had passed. She examined Lane's front door when she reached it, but there were no signs of a forced entry. Do the police have those skeleton keys, and things that one sees on the television? She had no idea, but when she gave the door a push, she found that it was indeed locked. She would have to use the key, and there was another moment of hesitation before she did so. There were boxes, cardboard boxes, little stacks of them against the wall in the hallway. Some had the top open, and inside Emily could see books and CDs and cutlery and crockery. She frowned and moved cautiously on into the kitchen. More boxes. It seemed that each room had its own complement of cardboard boxes, as if they had been distributed about the house on the day of the move, but had stood here untouched ever since, apart from when a particular item had been required. Emily stood in the kitchen, and tried to see beyond the boxes. It was difficult. She went to the window that looked out over the rear garden. The wall, her own wall, ran down the left-hand side, but that was the only thing that their two gardens had in common. Here was a jungle. The grass on the lawn was absurdly long, to the point where it wasn't really a lawn at all. And yes, it was true now that she thought about it. Emily realized that she hadn't heard a lawn-mower all summer. Around the edges were shrubs and climbers out of control, and between them, where there should have been, as befits a cottage garden, an informal mixture of annuals and perennials in bloom, there were only tall weeds. She turned her back to the window, and leaned a little on the sink unit, as if in need of support. The kitchen was modern and well equipped, but the cream-coloured walls were bare. No pictures, no calendar, not an ornament on a shelf. On the hob, a single small saucepan, a kettle half filled on the surface next to it, and in the sink itself, one unwashed mug, one unwashed cereal bowl, yesterday's inadequate breakfast, no doubt, and one unwashed teaspoon. Absent-mindedly, she turned on the tap and ran it until there was warm water, half-filled the washing-up bowl, and scrubbed the offending items clean. Then she placed them upside down on the drainer, because there was no sign of a tea-towel anywhere. In a whisper she said, "Oh, my dear." After a moment of that, Emily Willows stood up straight and braced herself. This was a crisis. A decision and prompt action were required. She took the decision and went quickly over the rest of the house. It was all the same. Summer Lane had moved in 6 months ago, but no one was living here. She drew the line at sorting out the unmade bed, not because she was squeamish, but because she knew that Lane was going to be annoyed enough already that Emily had been into her house, looked around, and interfered. In one of the spare bedrooms she found a work desk and a rudimentary attempt to set up an office space. There was a laptop computer, a printer, and one or two devices that Emily did not recognize. But no matter. On the table beside them she found some papers that looked personal. CV, curriculum vitae, the course of a life, the story of a life. If one is able to read between the lines. Long, long ago, before the young, good-looking bank manager had walked into her room one Monday morning, Emily Donaldson had been a personnel executive in the very same bank's head office. A rising star, her own boss had said, and going places. Of course, it's called human resources or some such thing nowadays, but people were to be her career, and she had learned how to read a CV before she fell in love for the one and only time. Emily glanced at her watch. Ronald's Christmas present to her 5 years ago, and it hadn't needed a new battery yet. Then, for a moment, she stared out of the window that overlooked their street and thought. Still 15 minutes before Robert was due to arrive. He was always punctual, like his father. Summer Lane might or might not spend another night in the hospital, but personally Emily doubted it. Very unlikely that she would arrive in the next quarter of an hour, though. Emily pulled the swivel chair out from under the desk, positioned herself on it with some care, and began to read between the lines. This concludes Lane by Peter Grainger, narrated by Henrietta Mear. Copyright 2017 by Peter Grainger. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Peter Grainger, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.